Oh, look at that. Twitch came right up. Oh my god. That's so cool. Twitch is always messing with me at this point. So I am like completely shocked that it actually is working. I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so happy. What's going on, everybody? Hi, it's your boy Shanghai20 at youtube.com. I also simultaneously broadcast on Twitch because I love to do it and I love to entertain everyone. It's kind of like my main hobby, if not like it takes up most of my life, honestly. Let's be real about things. You guys see me on here more than I'm anywhere else, besides maybe work. But we're getting into some cool stuff. We're getting into some Dota today. Um, but also we're gonna be listening to some cool Warhammer stuff, some Warhammer 40K stuff. Um, my one of my favorite YouTubers that I listen to on a regular basis is the channel's called the Exploring Series, where this dude talks about and it's usually SCPs. He's an SCP streamer. I would say he did do other things at different times and did explain a multitude of different like topics and stuff like that. Mostly, fiction and stuff like that. Um, but the reason why I know anything about the Warhammer universe and the 40K stuff is all because of him. So I've become a follower of his for a long time, and I just really truly love his work. And honestly, I think his voice is fantastic for doing like readings and stuff like that. So what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be playing some Dota, but on the same time we're gonna be playing his videos on the history of the 40K universe and the different factions and stuff like that, and just kind of like soak in some of that good knowledge juice about the Warhammer universe. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be for everyone because maybe no one cares, but it is what it is. But also, we're gonna be playing a bunch of Dawnbreaker because I love
Welcome
actually.
to Quatero's Curios.
All right, Cordero. But we've been playing a bunch of different Dawnbreaker games in the past couple of weeks and been playing them pretty well up until like the teams that kind of like go against us. We're on a 2-win streak with her. Last game I was fucking 27-20. Uh, this lineup was scary too, and we were offlane against the anti-mage, and we basically made his life a living hell. Even though he did start to get items at the end. I mean, what did he end with? Sniper with a shadow blade. Like again, these dudes, these cats doing this stuff that's kind of just pisses me off sometimes. But we did really well. We got Sansias, Lincoln's, Deso, Harpoon. We were coming at people's necks. We were coming at people's necks. Attacks have a 20% chance to true strike and deal 8% of target's current health as bonus physical damage. Deals a flat bonus of 200 against Roshan. Wow, I didn't realize it did that. Serrated Shiv. That's definitely one of one of Slark's items. But yeah, let's get into it. Trying to find the right. I had him set up already.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, let's go here. I think this one's gonna start with the introducing the Warhammer universe in the timeline in general.
Future.
And honestly, what's pretty weird is well, not weird, but he's been making videos for a long time. So like his voice changes a little bit when we get closer to the end of it. There's like his style change, which I think everyone does if you do like YouTube or you do speaking long enough that it does kind of change and stuff like that. But yeah, I think this is the one that's introducing what the Warhammer 40K universe is all about. So we're gonna get in. We're gonna check that out, and then move on from there. All right.
There is only war. This tagline alone summarizes much of the history of the Warhammer 40,000 universe,
Yo, what's going
Allowing
on? Thank you
variety
so much
from
for coming
tone and
by.
setting.
So let me
Warhammer
see.
40k is defined by war, from the stalwart forces of
We're
mankind
gonna be
to the
causing
savage
some
hordes
war
of
with
orcs
Dawnbreak, eh?
to the demonic armies of chaos. Since its inception in
Um,
1987, Warhammer 40k is spread across miniature
and if we
video
don't get
games,
all flame, we're
role-playing
probably gonna
games,
play
books,
maybe
video games,
like
and more.
Naga.
It
I'd
has a
seen we were
collective
playing with
history
somebody who was
spanning
playing a really
decades.
great Naga game, and I kind of wanted
Countless
to pick that up
stories,
to
both
kind of learn a
official
little
and
bit from that
unofficial,
one.
have been told in the
So
universe of 40k.
Naga might be a
It would be
decent option at
ridiculous
some
to try to
point.
summarize all of them in one short video. This video will serve then as an introduction to the timeline and setting of 40k.
I mean, Spectre has
for
just
those
been
that are
really
only
hard
dipping
for
their
me to
toes into the
win
universe.
as Spectre because they
Many
just come at me
things
like
will be cut out of this
super hard
timeline,
because I'm a level
but it
30
should provide
Spectre.
a solid starting
But
point
I try
for
not
those
to
looking
let
learn more.
I try to pick somebody else
The
since I am a
exact
level 30
time and
already.
nature of the creation of the universe is unknown, but a primordial churning mass of energy and force birthed the various stars and planets across space. During this cataclysmic time, when most of the planets were still forming and cooling, a race of vast entities made up of energy came into existence. With voracious appetites, they spread themselves
those are
across
the
stars and drained them of energy before moving on to the next.
energy
In time,
beings.
a species of sentient life forms, which are only known as the Old Ones, began to grow in their knowledge and wisdom.
I think that's what
They
the
took a
original ones were
particular
called.
interest in astrology and astronomy, and they eventually developed the technology of traveling vast distances across space with no ill effects. Using this technology, known as the Webway, they spread across the Milky Way galaxy.
The Webway.
They created a vast network throughout the galaxy that was easily connected, and began to create and foster life across numerous planets. The Old Ones were certainly the dominant form of life in the galaxy, and were said to have an immense lifespan that made them effectively immortal. During this time, one of the species that evolved into sapience were known as the Necrontyr.
That's, I
They
think, where
lived
the
on a
Necrons
harsh
came
planet,
from.
plagued by intense radiation storms, and so their bodies were weak and frail, and their lives were grim and short. They focused their technological efforts on spaceflight so they could find a new home, and eventually begin traveling among the stars. They start colonizing other planets, building a dynasty, which eventually brings them into contact with the Old Ones. The Old Ones' technology, of course, far outstripped the Necrontyrs.
That's
But
right, I
above all,
forgot
the
this set.
Necrontyr
Where
were
does this
jealous
set
of
come
the
from?
Old Ones' immortality.
That shit's actually kind of
The
cracked.
Old Ones refused to share their secrets, causing the Necrontyr to
What set
unite
is
in a
that from?
singular goal of crushing the Old Ones, in a series of conflicts known as the War in Heaven.
I do like this one too, actually.
Unfortunately for them, the Old Ones were simply too advanced,
Raven's
and their
Cloak.
ability to easily travel the stars compared to the
I don't have
Necrontyr's
this set.
slow ships allowed the Old Ones to easily win.
Crazy.
The Necrontyr were beaten into submission, and the war cooled, allowing them time to plot revenge.
Because, like, these three sets here are,
discovered a
like,
species even
literally,
more
like,
ancient than the Old
inobtainable.
Ones,
If you don't
which
have it,
they
you can't
named
get it.
the Catan, meaning star gods or star vampires.
Star vampires,
Since the
shit.
Catan were made of energy, they would be difficult to harm, but wielded vast power beyond comprehension. It's unknown how the Necrontyr managed to communicate with the Catan, but they decided to build physical bodies for them so that they could understand the physical universe. The Necrontyr
That seems like a
worshipped
bad
the Catan
idea,
as gods,
honestly.
and the Catan relished it, cruelly enslaving the race. The Catan promised them immortality, but they had to transfer their consciousnesses into metal bodies. The Necrontyr did so, dulling their minds in the process, and became a new race known as the Necrons. The Catan hungered for souls to devour, and so they had tricked the Necrontyr into giving theirs up in the process of becoming the Necrons. They hungered for more, however, and so reignited the war against the Old Ones. They managed to tap into the Webway, and so swept across the galaxy.
So basically, they tricked their race into giving up their bodies and became immortal robots.
Annihilated, and afterwards, the Necrons led a revolt against their gods, knowing that they had been deceived into giving up their souls. Millions more Necrons were destroyed in the revolt,
remaining.
but the Catan had been fragmented and bound away.
Which caused
They could not
support?
be
5 seconds
completely
remaining.
destroyed. One species that had joined the fight against the Necrons were the Eldar, a psychically potent and
Your turn
continually
to
advancing
Why
race
the fuck would
that
he
had
not
outlived
pick?
the old ones and hated the Necrons.
I don't understand.
The Necrons were weak after their years of warring, and knew that the Eldar were soon to be the dominant life forms in the galaxy.
Like what? Can you
So they
pick?
decided
Like what
to
the
10
come
fuck?
to
seconds
stasis
remaining.
in order to buy
I
more
don't
time.
understand.
True enough, the Eldar
I don't understand
did begin to
why he
dominate
did
the
that.
galaxy, using the old one's webway to easily travel the stars.
Whatever.
And they conquered many worlds and pushed any potential aggressors, such as the savage orcs, to the fringes of space. For millions of years, the Eldar ruled the stars, while other species quietly evolved, such as the fledgling human race. Beneath the real space of our physical dimension is another dimension known as the immaterium, or more commonly, the warp. The warp is without form, and laws of space and time don't apply there, but it is filled with an energy called chaos. The warp is created and fueled by the emotions, beliefs, and souls of every living being in real space. The warp is volatile and unpredictable, and possesses its own entities created by chaos, mostly referred to as demons. The greatest of these are called the Gods of Chaos, or the Ruinous Powers, and they command the forces of chaos to break through the barriers into real space in order to dominate both realms. There are a number of chaos gods, but most of the time we'll be concerned with the primary four. Khorne, the blood god, Tzeentch, the changer of the ways, Nurgle, the lord of decay,
Prepare for battle.
and Slaanesh, the prince of pleasure.
The Prince of Pleasure.
Each god is single-minded, and was created from a single emotion or concept shared by enough living entities. Three of these gods,
I've
Khorne,
waited millennia to
Tzeentch,
stretch my
and
legs.
Nurgle, were created sometime after 8000 BC.
Slaanesh, everyone knows how Slaanesh was created.
Although, since time is not really a concept within the
I
warp,
can't be stopped.
they've technically always existed. It was also around this time that an individual
Oh,
was
is it
born on
not-
the world of humanity, Terra, that would come to be known as the Emperor of Mankind. At this time, there were a number
Oh,
of
this has to be in the
psychically gifted
background.
humans on Terra
Okay.
called
Yo, Formula, what's up?
They have
30
the
seconds
ability
to
to
battle.
reincarnate after death by taking power from the warp. Realizing the growing
I
threat
could
of
cover the
chaos on
cosmos.
both their own souls as well as all of humanity's, they knew they had to do something
inner
drastic
light
in order to
revived.
maintain humanity's existence. They decided to enter a mutual
I will
suicide
not
pact,
falter.
all of them dying simultaneously, and focusing the power of the warp into a
The
single
light
man.
advances.
This
The
man
battle
was
begins.
the Emperor.
So literally, all the psychics
Other
killed
stories
themselves at the
claim
same
their
time
immortal parents
to
happened to be the
incarnate,
most
to
powerful
reincarnate
psychic in
as
history
the Emperor of
humanity.
mankind.
Either
That's
way,
so
the
fucking
Emperor
ridiculous.
Was indeed powerful and immortal, and spent most of his time
To
watching
earn
as
my place
humanity
anew.
advanced, developing his
Chillin',
own
brother.
secret
We're
powers
just playing a
and
little Dota and listening to
I am
Warhammer
thousands of years
lore
went by
videos,
during what is known as the Age
learning
of Terra.
learning about all the different factions and the gods.
They would begin to colonize
this
Mars, as well as the moons of Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune. Mars would be terraformed and would become connected to the ideals of technical expertise and advancement. He said the Emperor would drift from identity to identity during this time, and occasionally advised
I saw the
humanity,
look in your eye.
but did not strictly lead them.
I mean, do you know much about the Warhammer
They
universe?
would begin to travel beyond their own solar system, leading into the age of technology. The early days of the age of technology were still slow moving, as humanity's sublight vessels still took many years to travel across
To my
space,
counterattack.
and colonists
I wonder how why is he that how is he that fast already?
first interstellar colonists were required to be self-sufficient, and began developing
How is he that fast?
culture. The 18th millennium, however,
No big
a
deal.
great shift in the history of
We do what we
humanity.
must.
Two notable inventions. began the Geller field.
I've been waiting.
The introduction of the warp drive allows a spacecraft to enter and exit the warp.
There's no hope
This is
for
beneficial. Warp is space. Real space. So a ship can travel within the warp for a short period of time and end up light years away from where they started in real space.
Lion's a shit hero.
Without a psychic individual to navigate the warp, however, warp travel is done in short hops.
Which game is this? This game is called Dota 2, man. I mean, I think the best way you can explain it, I don't know, if you're into, like,
and became the standard
I don't know, into, like, MOBAs.
The warp is dangerous, though.
This is the OG MOBA, or I would say the best one. Some people would say League of Legends, but I'm not really into League of Legends.
The Geller field. This device allows the ship to create a protective bubble of real space around it as it enters the warp.
But what's going on? Finn.
Finn.
It's Finn, right? That's what it said.
Without the Geller field, warp jumping would be a horrific, short affair. Process, as you can imagine. But in time, humanity continued to spread across nearby solar systems. Genetic tampering with mutant genes led to the creation of the Navigators, psychic individuals with the unique gift of being able to navigate the warp. The Navigator helped a ship entering the warp. The ship could travel much farther, coasting across various currents and avoiding hazards. This allowed
He really picked that as his second ability?
Stellar trade and cooperation.
That's fucking weird.
Mankind reached the peak of their technological development during this time, creating artificial intelligences and advanced systems that contained all of humanity's technological knowledge.
So you've heard of Dota, or was it you heard of League of Legends? Everyone's heard of League of Legends, blah blah blah.
For the forces of chaos to infiltrate real space.
Good for them.
Massive, violent warp storms would break through, isolating entire regions of the galaxy and making travel far more dangerous. Additionally, a war against rebelling artificial intelligences made things even more difficult, and humanity's decisions were shattered. Worlds that depended on other planets for sustenance broke down in starvation. The Age of Strife began around the 25th millennium. The Age of Strife was dark and bloody for humanity, as they were plagued by isolation, demonic invasions, and hostile aliens, most notably the orcs. Orcs are savage, green-skinned humanoids fueled by war, and although they aren't particularly smart, there's enough of them to be very dangerous when they manage to work together. The orcs sensed humanity's weakness during the Age of Strife and began conquering some of their worlds. We don't know a great deal of information about this time period, but we do know about Mars and Terra. I said earlier that Mars became connected to the ideals of technological expertise and advancement. And while that's true, it wasn't quite what Mars is then. The engineers and technicians of Mars
Fuck that motherfucker.
known as the Mechanicum, later called the Cult Mechanicus. They began worshipping a machine god, the Omnisaya, as the supreme deity.
The Omnisaya!
Knowledge to be the manifestation of divinity.
So for them, the Omnisaya is fucking like the Messiah, but Omni's involved in that.
And developed countless rituals and rites that had to be performed while interacting with machines. The tech priests of the Mechanicum managed to unify Mars and began to send out expeditions through the warp to colonize new forged worlds in the image of Mars. Terra, on the other hand, plunged into destruction and inflation. The surviving remnants of the once great world fought amongst each other to rule the scraps.
Oh, I'll take this too.
Techno-barbarians constantly waged
I don't know why, but I love that phrase, techno-barbarians. That's an amazing phrase to me. Like, what does a techno-barbarian look like to you?
the war to create 20 superhumans called the Primarchs. Each of the Primarchs contained some of the Emperor's DNA, so they were considered his sons.
Fuck you.
Faster, stronger, larger, hardier, and more intelligent than any normal human. Unfortunately, after their creation, the forces of chaos managed to scatter infant Primarchs across the galaxy. Still alive, but out of the Emperor's reach. The Emperor decided to use Primarch's DNA to create many more superhumans. These superhumans would each be less than a Primarch, but far more capable in war than an average human.
You don't want to do it. You don't want to do it, my dude.
Remnants of humanity.
Used to feeling this way.
These individuals would be called
You don't want to
space
do
marines.
it.
There weren't many at first, but the Emperor used these first space marines to conquer Terra during the Wars of Unification, starting the Age of Fury. In other parts of the galaxy, the dominant Eldar were experiencing their downfall as well.
Iron men on their way.
The Eldar Empire ruled much of the Milky Way and had built countless utopias.
These dudes tried really hard to kill me right there.
And any military conflicts were handled by machines,
It's inconvenient.
leaving the Eldar with plenty of time to focus on their own desires. Hedonism began to run rampant as their own pleasure became their only
I'm
focus,
amazed you were able.
and their
Which
pleasures
makes
went
me
to
appreciate.
increasingly
I'm ready
darker
for
places.
anything.
Violence among Eldar began to skyrocket, with little regard for laws or morals, and a number of cults sprung up devoted to different aspects of arcane knowledge and pleasures.
Yeah, basically
As a direct result of this mass descent
the
into excess
Eldari
and
basically
pleasure,
was fucking
a
and sucking
new
so
chaos
hard
god was
that they
spawned
made a
into
god.
Slaanesh.
Slaanesh
Lord
was
of Dark Delights.
Slaanesh was made because they were
The
sucking and
empire of
fucking
the
too
Eldar was
much.
shattered
never
in an
used to
orgy
know
of
its ways.
blood, fire, and ecstasy.
Follow the sun.
The remaining Eldar found refuge in living ships called craft
I've been
worlds.
waiting
They used to roam the galaxy, now a shadow of their former
for
glory.
how short your lives are. You've done quite
The
well.
Emperor hoped to reunite all of humanity under one
Darkness
banner after the Age of Strife had separated all of them across the galaxy.
Dire structures are
He signed a
fortified.
treaty with the Mechanicum of Mars. Despite detesting their devotion to religion,
The
he
hammer
knew that
wants
he
to
would
go
need
this
their
way.
technical expertise. The Mechanicum was given political autonomy on Mars
Let's
and any
change the
Forge
horizon.
worlds, as well as religious autonomy, as long as he supplied the newly found Imperium of mankind with weapons,
natural path.
starships, and technicians. A new sigil was created to signify the treaty, and the Emperor set out on a crusade. The Great Crusade would be the greatest military effort ever conducted by mankind, taking over 200 years and involving millions and millions of soldiers, both space marines and members of the Imperial Army.
The amount of
The
fucking
Emperor
people
restarted the manufacturers
are fucking
necessary
sitting
to
here
create
protecting this
starships and
dude
war machines,
is kind of
and he
ridiculous.
forged out into space with his fleets. He soon discovered one of his Primarchs, Horus, on a planet in a system near Terra. Horus and the Emperor would quickly develop a unique bond, but in time the Emperor would rediscover all of his lost sons. Each Primarch was placed in charge of a legion of space marines, and many new space marines were formed at the time. The Great Crusade found the Imperium of Man battling aliens, enemy humans, and the forces of chaos. Aliens and demons were promptly annihilated, while lost human worlds were
They
either
do have a
left
faceless boy, don't they?
or forced into compliance. Concepts of superstition and religion were snuffed out and replaced with the
Your middle
imperial
tower
truth,
is under attack.
an ideology crafted by the emperor that was defined by rationality,
And atheism, yeah.
The
a
enemy's
massive
top
victory
tower
against
has
orc
fallen.
hordes on the planet Ulanor,
Right.
largely thanks to Horus, marked the high point of the Great Crusade. At a great celebration after the victory, the Emperor announced that he would no longer lead the crusade and was heading back to Terra. In his stead, Horus would be given the newly created rank of War Master, placing him in charge of all of the Imperium's military. This turn of events would lead to some of the most monumental series of events in the history of mankind, known as the Horus Heresy. The build-up and events of the Horus Heresy are greatly detailed, and would be tricky to summarize.
Yo, literally, did you guys see how many people were there?
This one.
The whole fucking team, besides one person, all came down there to try to stop me, and I still killed that motherfucker. That's funny. That's legitimately a funny thing.
Imperium turned against the other. The Civil War lasted for 9 years, resulting in trillions of dead humans, and finally ended with a confrontation between Horus and the Emperor on Terra. A duel of legends took place, ending with the Emperor utilizing his incomparable psychic abilities to obliterate Horus, effectively the effort of this brought the Emperor near death, however, and he was placed on a cybernetic life support device called the Golden Throne in order to keep him alive.
I mean, solo OT killed and carried. Pulled everyone out.
Worked to limit their size so that no single group could threaten the Imperium.
Oh, fuck me, bro. Are you kidding me?
The Imperial Army was divided into the Imperial Guard and the Imperial Navy, each with their own chain of command. The Council of Terra that had advised the Emperor became the High Lords of Terra, interpreting his will and ruling in his stead. The traitor legions of humans that had been corrupted were continually hunted down and
So
pushed
Spectre
back.
really
But
is...
the Imperium also had to deal with hordes of different alien species.
I like this course.
Orcs in particular launched the greatest offensive in their history, which took great sacrifice from the Imperium and the Space Marines in order to stop. Perhaps the most notable change, however, was in the Imperium of their Emperor. There had been small cults for some time that began to worship the Emperor as a living god. But the aftermath of the Horus Heresy caused this view to skyrocket in popularity.
Bottom tower is under attack.
In time, this became the official religion of the Imperium. And from then on,
Radiant
the Imperium was seen as a heresy. The Emperor himself engaged physically, but remained fully active mentally. They guide to help ships navigate the warps. The Imperium of Man continues to wage war across the galaxy against aliens, heretics, traitors, and anyone else they don't care for. That was done for 41 millennia.
It's not even a competition.
Being the
anymore. This
key
is like
point in time for
watching
much
a
of the
Harlem
events of Warhammer
Globetrotter drive a school
40,000,
bus off a
countless
cliff.
wars and battles are waged during
Bro.
this period. I'll mention two notable developments that brought even
Take
more
your
bloodshed
meds.
and horror
Oh,
to the
God.
Milky Way.
Yeah, take your
The
meds, my dude.
Necrons, now having been in stasis for 60 million years, were finally being awakened.
I mean, Alchemist is a
often by
fucking...
unfortunate humans
Our carry
stumbling
feels
upon their
weird,
tomb
honestly.
worlds. Many Necrons were destroyed due to failures with the lengthy stasis sleep, but enough Necrons have woken up to cause problems due to their advanced technology and capability of reforming their bodies on death. The other notable event, even more horrifying, was the appearance of the Tyranids. The Tyranids are an alien species that comprise trillions and trillions of entities, but they are essentially a single superorganism. The Tyranids are able to be collectively controlled by a hive mind, allowing unity and organization on an unequal scale. The Tyranids swarm across the galaxy, consuming all biomatter they come across, to rapidly evolve and reproduce. They are also capable of implanting an individual with a seed that strongly urges them to mate and reproduce. The Tyranid DNA will be carried on to the offspring, creating a hybrid, which will then continue to breed and spread the Tyranid DNA across a planet, often without anyone knowing. Eventually, the hybrids will cause a mass rebellion, plunging the planet into chaos, making it easier for the Tyranid horde to conquer and consume it.
Oh, shit.
The Tyranids were drawn to the Milky Way from outside of the galaxy, and represent one of the greatest threats to humanity.
I'm ready for it.
The most recent notable event, occurring at the end of the 41st millennium, is the breakout of a
He
massive
literally
rift
could have
in
fucking
real
killed the
space,
Spectre again.
dividing
That would have
the
been
galaxy in half.
easy.
The forces of chaos
Don't
feasted
waste
on the
the
many
day.
worlds cut off from the unity of the Imperium and the guiding light of the Empire, now called the Dark Imperium. Between
The Dark Imperium?
the Orcs, the Eldar, the
That's like-
heretics, the traitors.
I'm not gonna
and the
lie,
gods
just
of
what they
chaos.
call shit in Warhammer
Humanity's
sounds fucking
future looks
insane.
pretty grim.
Of course.
For those deeply familiar with the history of Warhammer 40k, you might be upset with how much I left out. For those new to the franchise, you might be confused with how much there is. If this is your first exposure to 40k, you should be able to decide if the series interests you by now.
Let's get that line and stuff.
If you're interested by the super or the monster of the pyramid, or the fascinating tech trees of the Adeptus, you should be ready to learn more about the universe of 40k is brutal, cold, over the top, and exciting. And this video really only scratches the
Got it right
surface.
now. Damn, this is impressive.
How many times did I get stunned right there?
Yes, Vince.
Stun, 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 stun. That was great.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
The Dawn Star rises.
The Emperor.
If I had my Aegis, if I had the Aegis, I would have been alright.
Great rulers that
Wouldn't have been
managed
able to
unite their people.
Stun me like that.
Glory and victory are found through both history and fiction. From Alexander the Great to Aragorn to Genghis
I
Khan.
mean, I'm wondering though
the
what
Emperor of Mankind. In
I don't know,
Warhammer
Alchemist
40,000
never
was
seems
the
like
perhaps a larger empire than
the way to
practically
go
anyone
for me
else.
personally.
And on top of that is worshipped as an actual god.
I need like
It's hard to
100.
think of 40k without thinking about the god emperor. And so this is a pretty good springboard to dive further into the lore of the universe. Like all of my videos, this won't be totally comprehensive, but it will provide a pretty good look into the emperor and concept. The emperor's origin is shrouded in mystery, and it's likely we'll never get a clear explanation of his creation. The earliest source on the topic is questionable at best in today's video, so take it with a grain of salt.
That won't work.
It was said that in the early history of humanity on the planet Terra, there existed psychics,
I'm under attack.
aka psychic individuals, called shamans. These psychic abilities commonly mean that the individual draws power from the world, parallel dimension, boundless chaotic energy. These shamans were benevolent people, using their powers to
What I
aid
wouldn't
humanity.
kill for a
And when they
taste of my
died, they could use
powers
their
now.
connection to the warp to reincarnate into a new form. However, the warp is essentially created and fueled by the emotions and thoughts of practically every living intelligent
I'm
creature in
not
the universe.
used to feeling this
As
way.
humanity drifted towards ambition,
Not quite.
greed, and violence, the warp began
Let's
to change.
change the horizon.
The warp was becoming a darker dimension, and hellishness began growing inside of it. The shamans discovered that it was becoming more difficult to use their powers, and upon death, their souls were being devoured.
I can't.
They gathered together, realizing that humanity was at great risk from the growing power of the warp. After much deliberation, they decided to combine their powers into a single man that would guide and
Darkness
protect
flees
humanity.
before me.
The shamans committed mass suicide, pooling their energies, and reincarnated into an immortal new man, the Emperor. Like I said, this is an old explanation, and plenty of fans throw this out completely, preferring the Emperor's origins to remain mysterious.
Yes.
It is clear that the Emperor was born around 8000 BC in Anatolia, one of the modern Turkey. While still a child, his father was murdered by his uncle, and while he prepared his father's body for the funeral, he received a psychic vision of the murder.
No, give me
He approached his uncle and used his power to stop his heart. This was apparently the moment that the Emperor realized humanity needed guidance to establish law and order. Despite this, the Emperor would not specifically rise to global leadership for many millennia, choosing instead to observe humanity, subtly influence them, and develop his abilities.
Also jump into the chrono.
The Emperor was deeply aware of the growing power of the war and hoped to influence humanity towards peace so as to slow the growth of chaos. These efforts largely failed, as man inherently drifts towards ambition, self-satisfaction, and defiance. The Emperor went through many identities as humanity developed, including political advisors, religious leaders, pioneering scientists, crusaders, and so on. Eventually, mankind took to the stars, and the Emperor went with them. He traveled to the planet Moloch, where there existed a great portal to the realm of chaos.
I will not fall.
The ruinous powers had been created millennia ago by this point, and the Emperor stepped through the portal to meet them.
Stay the course.
It's unknown exactly what occurred during that visit, or what was said, but the Emperor supposedly obtained a measure of their power. Whether he stole it, forcibly took it, or made some bargain that he didn't follow through on, the gods of chaos forever labeled him as the anathema. The golden age of mankind eventually came to an end, and the age of strife began. For millennia, humanity was at its most divided, plagued by uncontrolled psychers, warp storms, demonic possession, robotic armies, hostile aliens, and sheer isolation from one another. Terra became an apocalyptic home to warring barbarians and warlords, and the Emperor finally decided that it was time to step in and lead his people. The Emperor met his chief advisor during this time, Malkador, who was the one who suggested he take on the Emperor title. The Emperor proceeded to spearhead the Unification Wars, defeating the other warlords and conquering Terra. To achieve this, the Emperor began experimenting with gene editing and enhancement techniques,
Oh my
creating the
gosh.
first super soldiers.
He should have been able to kill
The
him.
Thunder Warriors. The Thunder Warriors were massive, incomparably
kill him.
strong, and savage, making them perfect weapons for the Unification Wars. The Emperor also took on a personal guard of soldiers that he valued above all others, called the Custodian Guard. It's said that the final battle of the Unification Wars saw the death of all the Thunder Warriors, although some say that the Emperor himself saw to it that they died, as they weren't a good fit for his plans of conquering the galaxy. Despite this, a small number of Thunder Warriors did survive the war and were rediscovered later.
They're literally like...
With Terra united, the Emperor began to prepare for his great crusade to conquer the galaxy and unite all of humanity under one banner. He went to the Mechanicum of Mars, the technological organization that holds the greatest collection of humanity's technical knowledge, and formed a treaty with them. The main issue was that the Emperor's ideology he was planning to spread was of logic, reason, and atheism, ridding the galaxy of superstition and religion, as they have only served to divide mankind. The Mechanicum, however, worshipped a machine god of knowledge, conflicting with this ideology. The Emperor knew that his crusade would be hopeless without the technical support of the Mechanicum, however, and so he signed the treaty, allowing them a degree of autonomy in exchange for their assistance. The Mechanicum agreed to the treaty partly after witnessing the Emperor repair a machine with only a touch, believing him to be the physical manifestation of the machine god, called the Omnissiah. The Emperor then had the Mechanicum assist in creating the Astronomicon, a massive device powered by the Emperor's psychic energy that would function as a beacon during warp travel. Without this, the Great Crusade would have been practically impossible. The Emperor also continued his efforts in creating genetic super soldiers. He had plans for legions of genetically modified soldiers that would be invaluable in his crusades, but he also wished to have a number of great generals to lead them. These generals were called the Primarchs, and the Emperor created 20 of them, using secretive genetic techniques, parts of his own DNA, and likely some part of the power of the warp he gained from the Chaos Gods. The Primarchs were created to be stronger, faster, smarter, tougher, and more charismatic than a normal human. The greatest leaders available to mankind other than the Emperor himself. The use of the warp in creating them likely resulted in making them even greater, but also would potentially leave them more open to its influence. After creating his 20 sons, the gods of chaos managed to take them and separate them across the
Take
galaxy.
the towers!
The reasons for this are unknown, but the most probable reason was to sow chaos in the future, rather than just killing them and delaying the Emperor's plans. Hoping to later find his sons, the Emperor took DNA samples that he had taken
Oh
from
my
each
god.
Primarch and used them to create 20 legions of space
Oh
marines.
my god,
As great as
bro.
the
It's
Primarchs,
like
more
literally,
controllable and sophisticated than the Thunder Warriors.
these dudes are like literally like running
With
around,
his fleets of
all
ships and
teleporting to
legions of
save
soldiers,
each other.
the Emperor
And when
began his great
he's just
crusade.
farming.
The Imperium of Man began conquering
Like,
planets.
what he needs to
rediscovering
do is
territory, bringing
legitimately,
lost allies back into the fold.
I mean, honestly,
The
I
Emperor
don't
found
know.
one of his Primarchs, Horus, and began bonding with him.
I don't know.
Horus would prove to be an incredibly capable general, and over time the Imperium would rediscover all
It's gonna
of the
be
lost
difficult
Primarchs.
to win this,
Each one was
honestly.
placed in charge of the Legion of Space Marines created from their DNA. 200 years or so into the Great Crusade, the Imperium achieved a triumphant victory against the Orc hordes in the Ulanor sector, largely thanks to Horus. The Emperor believed that Horus was ready to lead the war effort in his stead, as he had bigger plans. Horus was granted the title of War Master and placed in charge of the crusade, and the Emperor returned to Terra. Practically everyone in the Imperium, including Horus, were mystified as to why the Emperor would suddenly abandon the crusade and return home, but the majority trusted in their Emperor and in Horus. The Emperor's secret plan, known only to a few, was the Webway Project, an effort to completely divorce the Imperium from their dependency on the warp. The Webway was a conduit created by the ancient race known as the Old Ones, and also utilized by the Eldar, that allowed for extremely fast travel across the galaxy without involving the warp. The Emperor created a portal from the Golden Throne on Terra into the Webway, and had the Mechanicum begin creating new Webway tunnels. But since they weren't created from psychically resistant materials, the Emperor had to use his own psychic will to protect the tunnels from the warp. The Webway Project would have been a tremendous boon to the future of humanity, but unfortunately, the Horus Heresy occurred. Horus became corrupted by the forces of chaos, acting upon his natural ambition and concerns over the Emperor's secrecy. Another Primarch, Magnus, saw a vision of his brother's fall and revolt against the Emperor. He tried to warn the Emperor by sending out an astral projection into the warp, and came across a Webway tunnel that led back to Terra, unaware that it was part of the Emperor's secret project. He tried to break into the tunnel to use it as a shortcut, but failed, until a voice offered him the power to do so, and he accepted.
I've been waiting.
Magnus's breach allowed the demonic forces of chaos to enter the Webway and destroy it,
I mean,
enraging the Emperor.
what is he gonna
banish
do?
Magnus from his
I
presence.
feel we can do great things.
Since the forces of chaos told Horus that the Emperor was planning to ascend to godhood and abandon his Primarchs, he led a revolt against his father, joined by half of the forces of the Imperium. The Great Crusade ended in a complete failure, as mankind plunged into the greatest civil war they would ever know. Rather than leading the charge against the traitors, the Emperor was forced to remain on the Golden Throne in order to protect Terra from demonic invasion by way of the webway breach. He did spend time communicating telepathically with some of his subjects, but practically all of his focus was spent on the Golden Throne. The Horus Heresy came to an end the only way it could, really, with a battle between the Emperor and his once favored son, Horus, on Terra. Horus had begun the battle with a tremendous orbital bombardment on Terra, followed by landing his legions of Space Marines and marching on the Imperial Palace. Despite Horus's forces being massive, it would prove to be difficult to reach the Emperor. Those still loyal to him defended with all their might, and Horus suffered heavy losses as well. Horus had hoped to storm the palace and slay the Emperor before the other loyal legions could arrive to help, but it was looking like he was running out of time. He decided instead to lower the shields on his flagship that prohibited teleportation, and invited his father to come to him. Knowing what was going to occur, the Emperor left the Golden Throne in the temporary care of his advisor, Malkador, and went to the ship. Another Primarch, Sanguinius, had arrived first and attempted to slay Horus, but failed. The Emperor arrived to see Sanguinius' corpse at the feet of Horus, and he was overwhelmed by sorrow. Horus was convinced he was doing the right thing, overthrowing a false emperor, and believed that he had bound the Chaos God to his will. The Emperor knew that he wouldn't shake Horus from his corruption, and the duel began. The Emperor, tens of thousands of years old and incomparably powerful, found his match in Horus, a Primarch with the might of 4 Chaos Gods imbued in him. Partly due to the Emperor holding back, hoping to not kill his son, Horus managed to grievously injure the Emperor, severing the tendons in his wrist, cutting his jugular, breaking several of his ribs, melting his face, breaking his back, and finally tearing off one of his arms.
Jesus Christ, Horus!
One of the custodian guard entered and tried to protect the Emperor, but Horus flayed the man alive. The Emperor then gathered his full power and shot a bolt of psychic energy through Horus's heart, ending the duel. The Emperor was very near death, and was taken to the Golden Throne where he was put on life support, forever shackling him to that spot. No longer physically leading the Imperium, the Emperor's role shifted to a psychic and spiritual one. Casting his mind into the warp, the Emperor could continue to battle the forces of chaos, in addition to powering the Astronomicon, all while his body slowly decayed. The psychic effort of this is incredible, even for the Emperor, and requires the daily sacrifice of 1,000 psychers.
Alchemist isn't gonna fucking... Alchemist isn't gonna do much at the end of the day.
Continually comb the galaxy for potential psychers to amplify the Astronomicon and eventually be sacrificed.
Like, I really don't know what we're gonna do.
Is maintained by the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, but even they might not be able to keep it functioning forever. Without the Emperor as their ruler, leadership in day-to-day running of the Imperium fell to the High Lords of Terra, a council of 12 leaders, each the head of some part of the Imperium. In part due to the Emperor's legendary status, and part due to the Emperor's role in protecting and guiding the Imperium from the Golden Throne, more and more of humanity began to worship him as a living god. In the time of the Great Crusade, worship of the Emperor as a god was a secretive activity, frowned upon by many, and banned by the Emperor himself. Ironically, despite the Emperor's belief that religion only served to divide humanity, worship of him
I don't know how well this is gonna work out.
In time, worship of the Emperor would become the official religion of the Imperium, and the Ecclesiarchy would be formed to maintain and promote the religion. Two notable exceptions that don't follow the Ecclesiarchy are the Adeptus Mechanicus, who worship the Emperor in their own way, and the majority of the Space Marines, who revere and respect the Emperor, but don't worship him. There are those who say that the Emperor will someday be reborn and return to lead the Imperium in his physical body once again. They say that the Emperor's soul is currently residing in the warp, much like the shamans on Terra millennia ago, is reforming into a new entity. Perhaps this is nothing more than a rumor, or perhaps the Emperor will indeed return to the Imperium during its darkest hour. The Emperor was undoubtedly a powerful individual and an inspirational leader, but much of his history and actions have been altered to some degree by Imperial propaganda. Truth be told, he can often be seen as a warmonger, forcing compliance on the whole of humanity, irrelevant of their beliefs or culture. Regardless, trillions of humans worship and depend on the Emperor, and his continued existence on his throne is vital for the Imperium's future. Him physically returning would certainly shake things up, but as is, the Emperor of Mankind is undoubtedly an iconic element of the Warhammer 40,000 universe.
I'm not gonna sit here and fucking say anything to this dude. Fuck this guy. Don't do it.
The two of you plus me makes 3.
If you don't know what you're doing, then that ain't up to me.
Right. The sky moves behind us.
Creating a Space Marine. Super soldiers are not an uncommon concept in fiction, from Captain America to Master Chief, and represent a potential future reality as well. Augmented by genetic engineering, cybernetic enhancements, potent drug cocktails, or even more supernatural means, super soldiers are meant to be stronger, faster, and smarter than the average soldier. Space Marines in Warhammer 40,000, officially called the Adeptus Astartes, are easily among the most capable of fictional super soldiers. Each Space Marine is worth hundreds, if not thousands, of normal men, and are the greatest living weapons available to the Imperium of Man. This video will focus specifically on the process of converting a normal man into a Space Marine, including both the implant process as well as their equipment. The recruitment process for Space Marines starts fairly young, generally between 10 and 16, due to the way the implants function, and additionally, recruits must be male for the same reason. Recruits are often taken from worlds with harsh conditions, or those with tribal populations lacking technology. Hive worlds, with massive, dirty, dangerous cities, also make prime grounds for finding recruits. Potential recruits are generally selected due to their aptitude for violence, aggression, and killing instincts. Some Space Marine chapters only take recruits from a single planet, or group of planets, while others scour the galaxy to find them. Once potential recruits are selected, they usually are put through a trial in order to determine which, if any of them, are capable of becoming Space Marines. These trials vary wildly from world to world and chapter to chapter. Some trials are built into a civilization's culture, while others are specifically introduced by a Space Marine chapter. Often, the participants of a trial won't even be aware that the reward is a place among the Space Marines, or sometimes not even know what a Space Marine is. These trials are almost always extremely difficult, and a participant is fortunate to even survive them. These trials take the form of duels to the death, hunting a predator, including other humans, beasts, or aliens, wiping out rival tribes or gangs, or prolonged survival in an extremely harsh environment.
I don't know, what are we gonna do,
Some
though?
chapters even have aspirants compete against a Space Marine, measuring his degree of failure, assuming he survives. If the recruit is biologically and mentally prepared at this point for the initiation process, he is then taken to a chapter's fortress monastery to begin training, conditioning, and the implant process. A standard Space Marine receives 19 distinct implants into their bodies, each designed to enhance their combat and survival potential.
Let's change the horizon.
These implants are created through the use of 19 different gene seeds, genetic material created by the Emperor of Mankind that is capable of developing into the organs, either in vitro or within the initiate's body directly. The Imperium no longer knows how to engineer new gene seed, and so germ cells are often taken from a specific implant in each Space Marine so that they can be used to create more implants. The implant process is both highly dangerous to an individual as well as highly painful, as most of the implants require the subject to be awake and their minds not dulled by painkillers. The first implant is a secondary heart, which increases blood supply and pumping capacity, and allows the Space Marine to survive should their primary heart fail. This also allows them to function normally in a low oxygen environment. The second affects a Space Marine's bones,
I mean, I don't get the plan
allowing them
here,
to
but
absorb specific chemicals laced in their diet, drastically increasing the size and strength of their skeleton, and fusing their ribcage into a solid bone plate. The third is introduced at the same time in order to vastly increase their muscular growth, as well as regulate their hormonal changes from the many implants.
Darkness flees before me.
The fourth alters a Space Marine's blood to make it far more efficient in carrying oxygen and nutrients. And the fifth creates new cells
This
that
dude's-
function as super platelets, causing blood to clot much faster and more effectively, forming scar tissue in seconds. The sixth, implanted in the cerebrum, bypasses the normal human need for sleep, allowing a Space Marine to shut down half of their brain while the other half remains functional. A squad of Space Marines is on record for being on active combat duty for 328 hours straight, thanks to this implant. The seventh functions as a pre-stomach above the normal stomach, where it isolates inedible substances, as well as ingested poisons and toxins. The eighth hooks into the central nervous system and allows a Space Marine to consume a creature's flesh and gain some of its memories.
what?
Some mutations in
They
this
can
implant's
eat-
gene seed
They can
let a
eat
few
something and
chapters
then know
develop
its
craving
memories?
for blood or flesh. The ninth
That's
is
crazy.
a third lung that allows a Space Marine to breathe in extremely low oxygen environments, toxic environments, or even underwater, pulling oxygen directly from the water. The 10th modifies their eyesight, making it far superior to an average human, and allowing them to see in low light conditions as if they were in daylight. The 11th replaces their ear, enabling them to filter out certain sounds, protects them from certain sonic attacks, and makes them immune to dizziness and motion sickness. The 12th allows a Space Marine to essentially enter a state of suspended animation, either on purpose or as a result of extreme trauma. This can keep a mortally wounded Space Marine alive for years until they are properly revived, and the record stands at 567 years. The 13th affects a Space Marine's skin, making it more resistant to radiation, heat, and high levels of sunlight. The 14th regulates a Space Marine's circulatory system and organs, and is also capable of detoxifying their body very quickly, although this process renders the Space Marine unconscious, as it quickly circulates their blood. The 15th enhances their senses of taste and smell, allowing
He's
them
just
to
gonna get
easily
wrecked.
determine the chemical composition of a substance by simply tasting or smelling it. It also allows them to track a target by taste alone. The 16th
Dead.
does nothing on its own, but when a specific chemical treatment is applied to a Space Marine's skin, they begin secreting a waxy protein substance that seals their skin, much like a cocoon. This process allows them to survive extremely harsh environments, up to and including the vacuum of space.
We don't have a team.
The 17th is among the most unusual, and has in fact atrophied in a number of Space Marine chapters. It allows a Space Marine to actively transform their saliva into a corrosive, blinding acid. This lets them chew through iron bars, digest substances that would otherwise be impossible, and blind their opponents. The 18th reproduces the gene seed capable of creating new implants, and its contents have to be collected by an apothecary after a certain number of years. Finally, the 19th implant is implanted directly underneath
I mean,
the skin of the
Jesus
torso,
Christ, bro.
sending invasive neural bundles into their bodies. This allows for a direct connection between a Space Marine's nervous system and their power armor through a number of connection points in their skin. Although power armor does not require this implant to function, it makes it far more capable, acting more akin to a second skin for the Space Marine. It also allows them to directly interface with Space Marine vehicles. More recently, new developments in gene seed technology have led to the creation of Primaris Space Marines, who possess 3 additional implants. One greatly enhances their strength, even compared to a normal Space Marine.
Nice.
Another makes them even closer to a Primarch in physical size and capabilities.
Nice.
And a third expels a self-synthesized chemical into their bodies.
Everything
Functions as a combat stimulant.
Everything they
as well
can
as aiding
do.
in the rapid regrowth of tissue.
Why not, right?
Bone, and muscle.
Let it be the fact that I have to sit
While
there
the
and
implant
eat
process is
everyone's
going
shit.
on, initiates undergo extremely rigorous
While no one else
conditioning,
does any
including
fucking thing.
chemical treatments, hypnotherapy,
Because this
mental
motherfucker can't do
indoctrination,
shit.
and of course, physical training.
Nothing.
This conditioning serves to
Walk
hone
around and
initiates
farm, and how much
finely
skills does he
tuned
have?
capable of
2.
focusing his
He's
senses
2,
to
4,
a
and
degree,
10.
enduring
I'm
pain
19,
with
12, and
kill in a
4.
increasing their reaction speeds and response times, and enhancing their memory capabilities, sometimes leading to photographic memories. This conditioning also serves to reinforce the initiate's respect for authority and resistance to the temptations of chaos.
Crazy.
At a certain point, these initiates will be placed into a squad of Space Marines.
Do you see how many stuns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. 12
Space Marine
stuns.
scouts rely more on stealth, going ahead of a proper Space Marine squad to
12
gather
stuns.
intelligence, destroy strategic targets, and capture or assassinate enemy commanders. This field training allows the initiate to function as part of a squad of their brethren, and really learn what it is to be part of the Space Marines. Once an initiate is given the final implant, the Black Carapace, they are ready to become a full-fledged Space Marine. Every chapter of Space Marines is different, so we'll save discussions about the ranks, roles, and operations of a Space Marine for the specific videos on different chapters. Instead, let's finish by going over the standard equipment that most Space Marines are likely to utilize. First is their iconic power armor. Space Marine power armor is a fully enclosed, full-body suit of heavy armor, composed of thick, ceramite plates, designed to protect the Space Marine from both weapons and environments, and also contains a number of auxiliary systems to assist them. Standard power armor is impossible for a normal human to function in, although there are lesser suits made for non-Space Marines. A number of different models and variations have been made to power armor, but generally the suits enhance the already considerable strength and durability of a Space Marine, and through the connection to the Marines'
Just hit the fucking towers!
Function as practically an extension of their bodies. The helmets contain advanced communication equipment and automatic targeting systems, infrared and ultraviolet lenses, and an internal oxygen supply. Other accessories include gyroscopic stabilizers, temperature regulators, nutrient reservoirs, and a biomonitor capable of automatically dispensing painkillers and combat stimulants into a Space Marine's body. Even larger power armor models are used as well, including the Terminator armor, the Centurion armor, and the mighty Dreadnought armor. As for weapons, as you might expect for some of the toughest warriors in the Warhammer 40k universe, the Space Marines boast a formidable arsenal. The most ubiquitous weapon available to Space Marines is the Bolter, which itself comes in a huge amount of varieties. A bolter is a powerful assault weapon that fires explosive rounds, commonly called bolts. Much like the standard power armor, a standard bolter would be practically unusable in an average human's hands, and its bolt rounds are capable of ripping through or blowing apart a foe. Heavy bolters are also used, with a high rate of fire capable of chewing through enemy ranks, as well as bolt pistols, a lighter sidearm that is usable by normal humans. Another iconic weapon of Space Marines, although certainly not limited to them, is the chainsword, essentially a one-handed chainsaw in the shape of a sword. Chainswords are capable of tearing through flesh, bone, and metal, emitting high-pitched buzzing sounds as it does so. Death by a chainsword is bloody, painful, loud, and effective. Countless other pieces of gear, armor, and weaponry have been used by Space Marine forces throughout the years, as well as by Chaos Space Marines, and it would be pointless to try and go over all of it here. Space Marines are very much the face of Warhammer 40k, being strong, resilient, resolute, and unabashed angels of death. Despite being a familiar concept, they represent much of what makes 40k what it is: endless warriors fighting an endless battle. They are certainly over the top.
Thank God.
Capable of chewing through metal, shrugging off bullet wounds, and tearing through aliens with a chainsword. But that's a big part of what
fucking
makes
God.
fun.
I swear to God, if I don't get
In the
MVP
future,
right
I'll
there,
go over more
fucking
specific
crazy.
examples of Space Marine chapters and their
If I don't get
conduct,
MVP, it's
but
fucking
it's good to
crazy.
understand what it takes to make a man
Thank you.
into a Space Marine.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Like, come on now, man. The amount of times I saved half the dudes on the fucking team. The amount of times I fucking stun mad people for fucking the count. The foot. I look at this shit! 22, 12, and 18! I have more. I almost have double everyone on the team. I was fucking off lane. Our safe and mid got 3 and 5 kills. At least the Zeus was doing something. This Ogre Magi did not. I mean, this fucking Alchemist didn't do anything, my dudes. Oh my God, bro. Are you kidding me, man? Are you kidding me, my dudes? Who is their off lane? Pango? That was a good game for him. Man, listen.
Orcs.
Man,
For many
listen.
species in the Warhammer
Man,
40K
listen.
universe, war is a grim,
Get out of here with all that
core
nonsense,
aspect
bro.
of their lives
Out of
that
here
must
with all that
continue
nonsense,
for their
bro.
own survival.
Oh my God.
For orcs, however, spelled with a K, violence is closer
Orc
to
spelled with a
religion,
K.
as practically every orc possesses
Fuck.
an innate love for bloodshed. Orcs are primitive, savage, numerous beyond measure, and one of the most integral aspects of Warhammer 40,000. In this video, we'll take a look at orc history in the Milky Way, their culture, and their unique physiology. Orcs did not have a natural creation, but instead were originally engineered by the Old Ones, an ancient, technologically advanced race, in order to help them combat their enemies, namely the Necrons. The original orcs created by the Old Ones were called the Krork, and they were made to be essentially living weapons. Aggressive, dim-witted, and strong, some standing as tall as 12 meters. It's believed that specific knowledge was built into their genetic codes, such as how to build simple machines.
Hold on, give me a minute. I'll be right
as well
back.
as a collaborative psychic ability that I'll discuss later. The Old Ones ultimately lost their war, and Krorks would eventually descend into the multitudes of different orc subspecies. Orc physiology is quite unique, essentially a fusion of both animal and fungus. Orcs are grown, not born, as each subspecies grows from spores that develop underground. Some grow into more simple fungi, used as a food source. Others grow into different life forms, such as squigs, snotlings, gretchen, or orcs, which are all technically part of the orcoid family. Squigs are the most basic intelligent life forms in the orcoid family, coming in many different varieties that are used for food, warfare, or other strange purposes, such as providing hair for an orc. Snotlings are diminutive orcoids, resembling what would commonly be called a goblin, and work as caretakers for the fungi and the squigs, while also serving as pets for larger orcs. Gretchen, or grots, are similar to snotlings, being smaller and weaker than orcs, and are generally used for menial tasks that orcs would rather not do. Orcs are at the top of the food chain, and are the primary fighting group amongst the orcoids. Their unique physiology gives them a number of advantages in war, including a very strong muscular system, thick, dense bones, and the replacement of their internal organs with a sort of fungal soup. Their fungal nature allows them to survive from grievous injuries that would easily kill a human, up to and including stitching their whole bodies back together. And it's believed they can also photosynthesize. When encountering a new planet, orcoid spores are spread across the surface constantly by adult orcs, growing into the different orcoid species, who establish a new orcoid society there. It's said that a world touched by orcs will practically always be plagued by them, since it's very difficult to eradicate all of the spores. Orcs are, of course, the dominant group amongst the orcoids, but they too follow a hierarchy and caste system, with many different varieties amongst them. At the top is the war boss, generally the largest orc within a tribe or warband, since orcs continue to grow as they age and succeed in battle. Orcs have a strong tendency to fight amongst themselves as much as they fight others, but they will rally around a strong enough war boss. Beneath the war boss are the odd boys, groups of orcs that are grown with specific knowledge built into their DNA, making them capable of performing tasks that other orcs simply cannot. There are 4 main groups of odd boys. Mech boys, who know how to build guns, vehicles, and machines.
Alright, my dinner's here,
Pain
so
boys, who know how to fix injuries and wounds.
I want to eat a little bit.
Weird boys, who know how to channel psychic energy into violent outbursts.
Gotta have them weird boys.
And run-thirds, who know how to breed snotlings and Gretchen. For all of the odd boys, it's not a position an orc can work towards, but instead they are either born with...
Oh, no. Which one was that? I think it's the orcs.
Grown with specific knowledge built into their DNA, making them capable of performing tasks that other orcs simply cannot. There are 4 main groups of odd boys. Mech boys, who know how to build guns, vehicles, and machines.
Gotta have the mech boys.
Pain boys, who know how to fix injuries and wounds. Weird boys, who know how to channel psychic energy into violent outbursts. And run-thirds, who know how to breed snotlings and Gretchen. For all of the odd boys, it's not a position an orc can work towards, but instead they are either born with the knowledge or not. Beneath them are the knobs, members of orcs that are simply physically larger than most other orcs, and therefore usually command more respect. They will often lead groups of orcs, and take the best pick of found weapons and armor. Finally are the boys, the most common group of orcs.
You gotta have the boys.
Smaller than knobs, but still highly deadly and savage in mass. Boys will often fall into different subgroups based on their specialties in combat, such as the Burna boys that utilize flame weapons, the Storm boys that use jump packs, biker boys that ride war bikes, or commandos that specialize in
I know, chat. You gotta let me know what kind of boy you would be.
Different groups of different types of orcs will comprise a war band, usually led by a war boss, and a number of war bands will often be joined together as part of a single tribe. Tribes will often fight other tribes if they're not fighting enemies, and so positions will constantly switch around as tribes conquer one another. Beyond this, though, orcs will almost always belong to a specific clan, of which there are supposedly many, but really only 6 significant ones. An orc clan is joined together by a mutual philosophy, or way of life. The Bad Moons clan, for example, functions as something akin to a merchant class, while the Evil Sons clan shares a love of fast vehicles.
The Evil Sons?
An orc might be a part of countless tribes throughout their life, but they carry a much stronger bond to a single clan. Orcs worship 2 deities,
Gork and Mork?
and Mork. It's
That
said
looks like
Mork
Ogre
is
Magi.
brutal but cunning, while Mork is cunning but brutal, making them mostly interchangeable. The orcs say that Gork and Mork are in a perpetual battle between one another, and exist in the warp, much like the Chaos Gods. The average orc lifestyle revolves around violence, and so it's deeply ingrained in their society and culture. Orcs sweep across the galaxy, spreading spores everywhere they go, and fighting everything they meet.
That's right, because they're like
themselves.
they're fungus, not like
If left unchecked, and if they managed
like
to
organic.
unite to any significant degree, there would be little that could stop the orc hordes. They outnumber practically every other species in existence, save perhaps for the Tyranids. Orcs wage war using a number of different weapons and machines, from basic melee weapons to giant, ramshackle mechs covered in large guns. Any sort of crude melee weapon, such as a sharpened piece of scrap metal, is called a choppa, while larger variants, sometimes outfitted with whirring chainsaw
big choppa?
blades, are called big choppas.
let's go that big
The
chopper.
basic ranged weapon for most orcs is called a
How I lose fucking
generally a semi-automatic pistol that fires large caliber bullets.
bullshit.
And many
Bullshit.
boys carry both a choppa and a slugga. Burna boys carry stripped-down flame weapons called burnas.
So I
Rocket
got
boys
even less
carry
now.
rocket launchers.
Crazy.
And Shuta boys use
Crazy.
very loud automatic firearms called, as you might have guessed,
Crazy.
Shutas. Variants and combinations exist of all of these, plus many others, and there's no
Crazy.
uniform design for any of them, as mech boys will piece together
Squirrel
whatever they
behavior.
can
Wow,
with
somebody
machinery.
fucked me over, man.
Crude orc analogs exist for practically anything else
Fucking
you'd expect
bullshit.
to see in an army,
It's
including
bullshit.
tanks, planes, and helicopters, as well as stuff you might not expect to see,
Bullshit.
such as motorcycles. Overall, most
Excuse
orcs
me.
care more about how loud, fast, or explosive something is than how actually effective it is. The real trick, though, is how the orcs actually manage to utilize all of this unsafe and questionable technology, as it differs from every other species in the Milky Way. I mentioned earlier that orcs possess a collaborative psychic ability, and this is really the key to how the orcs continue to function. This psychic field is called the wag, although pronunciation is a little tricky since it's typically roared at full volume. The
Wag.
wag allows for a number of different effects, including allowing the weird boys to channel the ambient psychic energy from fellow orcs. The main effect, however, is that it allows orc technology to function simply if the orcs believe it will function. As an example, many of their guns are simply filled with random bolts and bits of metal inside, but since they're in the form of a gun, and the orc believes it will shoot bullets, it does.
That's the best I've
Someone
ever
else,
heard.
such as a human, attempts to use orc technology, it fails to function completely.
That's the best thing I've ever heard, really.
This effect extends across all of the orc technology, and many modifications are done by orcs because they believe that they will make a difference. Again, as an example, since orcs believe that painting a vehicle red makes it go faster, their
It does?
vehicles do go faster.
That's so good.
This psychically functioning technology allows the mech boys to use
like I do
practically
every
anything
day.
to make new weapons and vehicles, and can repair destroyed machines dozens of times, and they'll still function. This psychic field also leads into the second definition of wag. Orcs require battle the way we require water, and so most of the time they carry out small skirmishes against other orc tribes or any other enemies they can get their hands on. These are very small scale, however, and the orc population will continue to grow until it reaches a critical point, when the shared psychic field, fueled by aggression, gathers all of the orcs on a planet together, and they launch into a warpath. The psychic field allows each orc to recognize who is the biggest among them, who then becomes the war boss of the wag, in this case meaning a great sweeping war that the orcs carry out. Following the war boss, orcs begin spreading across a system in a wave of bloodlust and carnage, wiping out everything in sight until they eventually take enough losses that the wag ends. The greatest wag in history was led by a war boss known only as the Beast. a highly intelligent orc that managed to unite more orcs than ever before, and almost succeeded in conquering the entire galaxy. It was later revealed that the beast was in fact 6 individual orcs that each commanded a legion of orcs. The Imperium of Mankind took massive losses while stopping the beast's Wog, and it's only a matter of time before another Wog of similar size will occur. Orcs aren't a complicated species, their lives revolving around fighting and more fighting, making them a pretty clear enemy to practically every other species. Some people may raise an eyebrow when first learning about Warhammer 40k and discovering that one of the principal species is just orcs, a familiar trope in fantasy, but not one usually seen in science fiction. Orcs in 40k certainly stand on their own, however, and although they have a tendency to become comic relief in some situations due to their Cockney accents and love of loud guns, orcs are nonetheless savage.
What am I doing? I'm setting up, well, we're doing a stream where we're playing Dota, but we're also listening and learning about the Warhammer universe. So like we were just, that was just the video on orcs. Again, big shout out to the Exploring channel. He's honestly the reason why I even know about Warhammer stuff, and his videos are just magnificent, and I thought it would be cool to listen to some of them as we play some Dota, and I've been cracking heads as my girl Dawnbreaker, so it's like a combination of both, which honestly I've seen TikToks do that shit. Okay, wait, I think
it's often pretty easy to see
we've done Eldar
on Warhammer 40k, especially since it was created as a spin-off of Warhammer Fantasy.
No, I think this is the next one.
Is a pretty standard fantasy trope that is also present.
Yeah, we did orcs, then Eldar, then the
another
chaos.
Race that was brought over to some degree are the elves, in the form of the Eldar. In fact, with the works of Tolkien being such an influence, the term
my boy
Tolkien applied to elves in Middle-earth.
You gotta love Tolkien.
People of the stars. Eldar in 40K.
So on YouTube Shorts, the video is going to be playing at the bottom of my video, but on the main channel, we're just going to have you guys have to listen to it.
Let's take a look at the history of the Eldar.
You call me Fluffy?
Their current situation.
The fuck are you talking about?
Their potential future. The early history of the Eldar is perhaps as mysterious
Cute
as
boy, how's everything going?
And is largely lost to time. In modern times, troops of performing Eldar called Harlequins put on theatrical shows to tell tales of the Eldar beginning, but it's tricky to determine what is truth.
I know, they were sucking and fucking so hard that Slanesh guy invented.
By the ancient race known as the Old Ones, in order to assist them in their war against the Catan and the Necrons, much like the first orcs. While the original orcs were created for their physical might and savagery in combat, the Eldar were created with their psychic potential at the forefront. The Old Ones, of course, were mostly eradicated or scattered.
I banned a bot from your stream, and that's apt all I've done RN. It's been one of those days where you just sleep all day.
During this time, the Eldar were connected to a number of gods.
You've been sleeping all day?
Godlike beings. This is where things get a little murky, as the exact nature of these entities and their connection to the Eldar is pretty much lost to time.
Chat there.
And we're left with current Eldar mythology. It's possible that the Eldar were capable of creating entities inside of the warp due to the power of their psychic abilities. And so they made godlike entities as servants, bent to their will.
Bro, they made godlike servants.
It's also possible that these gods were the first Eldar, elevated to godly status, or perhaps even specific Old Ones that received the same treatment. Either way, these gods were a part of the warp, but according to their mythology, they also were capable of walking among the early Eldar as well.
30 seconds to battle.
I won't go into too much detail on the Eldar gods here, as the topic could certainly be a part of its own video, but I'll quickly summarize. One goddess had a vision of the Eldar destroying the god of war, and so the god of war decided to slaughter the Eldar before that could happen.
As you do.
The slaughter of Eldar was so brutal that eventually the leader of the gods stepped in and created a barrier between the warp and real space, preventing further interaction. Two gods, believed by modern Eldar to be the parents of the Eldar race, asked the god of smiths for help in bypassing this barrier.
Right.
The smith god created spirit stones that allowed the gods to communicate with the Eldar. The god of war eventually discovered this, and because they had broken the rules, the leader of the gods decided that they would be given over to the god of war for punishment.
Follow the sun.
He continually tortured them, and at a certain point, the god of smiths stepped in to make an agreement. He would give the god of war 100 swords in a year's time in exchange for their release. The god of war agreed to this, and so the smithing began. In 1 year's time, however, the god of smiths had only created 99 swords, and so he took a normal mortal sword and hid it in the pile, hoping it would go unnoticed.
I'm ready for it.
The god of war accepted the delivery and released his 2 prisoners, only to realize the ruse afterwards. A war began between the god of war and the god of smiths, with many other gods taking sides. The god of smiths finally finished crafting his 100th sword, the greatest of all of them, and took it to fight the god of war one-on-one. Even with the tremendous sword, he was no match for the god of war, however, and so he was defeated. The sword was stolen away, however, and ended up in the hands of Eldinesh, the greatest Eldar hero. Eldinesh.
That's a name that you definitely put as a, like a whatchamacallit.
In a heroic duel. And
Like,
although he fought well, he too was defeated. The god of war slaughtered Eldinesh, becoming known as Cain the Bloody-Handed, and the leader of the gods finally stepped in to stop the war. Mythology aside, the Eldar began to spread across the galaxy, in part to their own psychic prowess, and in part by being able to make use of some of the Old One technology.
Oh my god.
The
My
principal piece of
wand didn't
technology
come in
available
time.
to them was the webway.
My wand didn't come in time. We would have fucking ate. We would have ate
Allowed
right
them
there.
to travel.
We would have ate right there.
Advantage over every other species in the Milky Way, and they easily pushed back other species to the fringes of space. Nothing threatened the Eldar Empire, and in time, concepts of physical labor became completely foreign to them, utilizing robots to perform all of their basic tasks. Nothing was beyond their reach, and the galaxy was filled with countless utopian planets where Eldar could experience any pleasure they could conceive of. When an Eldar did die, their souls went into the warp, which was much more peaceful than it is now, and they were eventually reborn.
The hammer wants to go this way.
Unfortunately, pride goeth before a fall, and the Eldar certainly did fall. With many Eldar left with no purpose other than fulfilling their own indulgences, their taste for pleasure began to become wilder and darker. Countless small cults began to pop up across the galaxy devoted to different aspects of dark pleasures. Order began to fall apart as trends of sadism spilled out into the open, murderers prowling the streets looking for victims to satiate their desires.
Purpose built to win.
Many Eldar did, however, oppose this new trend, seeing the corruption for what it was, and so they fled the Eldar civilization into the fringes of the Empire.
Yeah, that's
Life
fine.
was difficult for these groups, however, as they were unused to physical labor and looking after themselves.
Fuck.
For years, the Eldar had been plagued with visions from the war.
We banging out
The
right now.
swooping entity, and the seers knew that the Eldar were heading down a path of darkness and suffering. The depravity of the Eldar and their natural connection to the warp continued to cause this entity to stir. Finally, after thousands of years of descent into darkness and depravity, the Dark God came into being. Slaanesh,
Slaanesh?
chaos and dark prince of pleasure, was born, a mirror of the Eldar's fall into perverse delights. Slaanesh's birth was not a quiet one either, as it roared into existence, causing countless terrible warp storms to break out across the galaxy. Every Eldar heard the psychic cries of Slaanesh, and each suffered because of it. Although there were some that managed to survive, trillions of Eldar had their souls ripped from them and sucked into the Warp. Every Eldar within 1,000 light-years of the epicenter of Slaaneash's birth was left a lifeless husk.
Oh, okay.
There were those Eldar that managed to survive the fall of the Empire. Most of the Eldar gods are also said to have been devoured by Slaanesh during this event, with only 3 survivors. Most of the surviving Eldar found refuge on the massive Craft World spaceships flying through space.
I wonder if anyone's
Craft
missing.
Worlds are vast, self-sufficient ships, generally thousands of miles long, capable of sustaining billions of individuals for indefinite periods. Each craft world possesses its own culture, some more traditional, others more aggressive towards other alien races, others aggressive towards even other Eldar craft worlds. The craft worlds are built using a material called wraithbone, a substance rather unique to the Eldar. Wraithbone is essentially solidified warp energy, taken from the Immaterium and given shape by specialized Eldar called Bone Singers. Aside from its innate psychic capabilities, Wraithbone is extremely durable and strong, and is also capable of repairing itself of damage. The Eldar use Wraithbone for many purposes, including their ships, buildings, weapons, constructs, and more. Wraithbone's psychic capabilities allow it to carry psychic energy like a current, allowing Eldar to use it as a communications network or to control objects remotely. Additionally, it was this psychic connection that protected the inhabitants of the craft world from the deadly psychic scream of Slaanesh. And so fragments of the Eldar Empire lived on, with many of them turning away from the debauchery that spawned Slaanesh in the first place, but not all. The Eldar living in a dark city located within the Webway continued their depraved way of life, eventually becoming the Drukhari, or Dark Eldar. Slaanesh still hungers for the souls of every living Eldar, savoring the taste of each one, leading the Eldar to refer to Slaanesh as She Who Thirsts. By this point, other races such as humans and orcs have continued to conquer parts of the galaxy, leaving the surviving Eldar as just a small part of the larger puzzle. The Eldar are simply too scattered and too few to compete with species that spread like wildfire. That being said, the Eldar are cunning, sophisticated, and proud, and so they're not defenseless. Eldar technology is not what it once was, as before their fall they were among the most technologically advanced species to ever exist. But after the fall of their empire, this changed. Part of this was simply the mass scattering of the surviving Eldar, but part was done on purpose, as the Eldar that lived after the fall realized that their utopia is what led them down a dark path. For some, this casting off of technology was more extreme than others. The Eldar that fled before the fall abandoned almost all of their heightened tech. Most Craft World Eldar abandoned a lot of tech that wasn't necessary for their survival, including their advanced terraforming tools and their most frightening weapons. Much of the Webway was damaged or destroyed during the fall, and only portions of it remain intact that allow the Craft Worlds to link with one another. Much of current Eldar technology is based on their inherent psychic abilities, although most Eldar are careful about their psychic use to prevent chaos intrusion. Each Eldar living on a craft world is meant to follow a specific path, basically a role within their society that they must study and experience. Once an Eldar masters a path, they choose another one to follow, and so on. Since Eldar tend to live 1,000 years, with some of them living much longer, an Eldar could potentially master numerous paths. Many paths are what you would expect, such as the Path of the Warrior, Path of the Artisan, or Path of Command. The Path of Awakening focuses on analyzing one's surroundings, The path of service focuses on serving others, and the path of the seer focuses on an Eldar's psychic ability, such as handling spirit stones that carry Eldar souls, or on shaping Wraithbone. Occasionally, an Eldar will become obsessed with a single path, refusing to choose a new one upon mastering it, and they are said to be lost upon the path. Other Eldar that don't follow the path system include the Exodites, those who fled before the fall to far-flung planets, the Corsairs, basically Eldar space pirates, the Drukhari, or Dark Eldar, and the Harlequins. The Harlequins recognize no authority other than their god, Segarak, known as the Laughing God, one of the few deific survivors of Slaanesh. The Harlequins are unique even among the unique Eldar, as they are enigmatic, artistic, and highly deadly. They combine both war and art into a performance, showcasing extreme agility, balance, and dexterity into a ballet of death. In addition to their proficiency in combat, they are also talented storytellers and theatric performers, and they take on the role of remembrancers for the Eldar race. They travel across the galaxy, visiting any other groups of Eldar as well as other species, and tell tales of Eldar history, including their fall. It's said that the Harlequins are one of the few that know of the location of the Black Library, a vast repository of Eldar knowledge. When a Craftworld Elder dies, their soul becomes trapped in a spirit stone that they keep on their chest. This spirit stone is taken back to the Craftworld, where the soul is then deposited into a part of the ship, called the Infinity Circuit. This
Infinity Circuit,
part of the Wraithbone skeleton of the vessel, acts as a well of psychic energy, and as a group consciousness of deceased Eldar. Without the Infinity Circuit, Eldar souls would go into the warp, to be devoured by Slaanesh. These stored souls will occasionally be taken out of the Infinity Circuit and placed into Eldar constructs, allowing a dead Eldar to psychically control them. Many Eldar believe that when all of the Eldar's souls are held within Infinity Circuits, their souls will combine and form a new god, Enid. Enid, god of death, will subdue Slaanesh and allow the Eldar to be reborn into a higher form. They believe this is the Eldar's only hope for the future. Obviously, many other Eldar are against the idea of their only salvation coming when they are all dead. A new development, however, has led to the creation of a faction of Eldar that believe they can awaken Enid without sacrificing all of the Eldar race. This faction, the Inari, are planning to utilize 5 legendary swords created from the finger bones of a goddess.
The finger bones of a goddess?
So far,
Like, this
they have
game, I
managed
love
to find
Warhammer.
4
It's so
of the 5
fucking
swords,
crazy.
and have successfully awoken an avatar of the god of death called Incarn. Whether the Inari will be eventually successful in awakening Enid, and whether Enid will manage to subdue Slaanesh, remains to be seen. The Eldar are certainly unique among the various Warhammer 40k species, being limited in number, technologically advantaged, and sophisticated in war. Despite their existence as a dying race, they've been clinging to life for some time now, and it doesn't seem like they're going anywhere. Well, perhaps not the galactic-level warmongers that other species like the Orcs, Tyranids, humans, or Chaos Forces are, the Eldar managed to hold their own alongside the others.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shining particularly bright.
It's a killing spree.
Some things I cannot allow. They dare. The sky moves behind us. I will not falter. I love it.
Chaos. Order versus chaos is a rather fundamental concept, both in reality and in fiction, but rarely is it so blatantly utilized than in the Warhammer 40k universe, where a significant faction of hostile forces are literally called the forces of chaos. Chaos is sometimes conflated with the word evil, but at least in 40k's case, it's a bit more primordial than that. Chaos in 40k covers both the limitless ocean of energy within the alternate warp dimension, as well as the entities created or corrupted by this energy. This video won't go into too many specifics about the main gods of chaos, but I want to provide a general overview of such an important part of 40k. Chaos, in a nutshell, is change in its most fundamental form. It's inherently unpredictable, and does not obey any of our laws of time, space, or physics. The massive ocean of energy called chaos fills the dimension known as the immaterium, a turbulent realm that exists parallel to the real dimension. The warp was not always so turbulent and violent, however, and in ancient times it was more peaceful. It was still certainly dangerous, but not nearly as corruptive or violent as it is in the 41st millennium. The ancient race, known as the Old Ones, managed to build tunnels through the warp, bypassing the inherent dangers of chaos while skipping across the stars.
So
the Old Ones seem to have a far greater understanding of the warp than any modern species, as they also made new species with inherent connections to the warp, such as the Krork and the Eldar. As time went on, and more sapient creatures came into existence, their emotions, thoughts, and beliefs manifested in the warp. These concepts, many of them dark, such as feelings of anger, fear, despair, pride, and so on, become part of the ever-churning, swirling mass of chaos in the warp. Over time, the warp continued to become a more violent and, well, chaotic dimension. Eventually, certain emotions or thoughts began to coalesce and join together, concentrating into specific entities. These entities gained sentience, becoming the gods of chaos. The emotions of anger, rage, hate, violence, bloodshed became Khorne, blood god. Physical corruption, fear of mortality, self-delusion, and despair became Nurgle, Lord of Decay. Feelings of ambition, intrigue, pursuit of knowledge, evolution, and change became Tzeentch, Changer of Ways. Later on, the fall of the Eldar and their plunge into lust, greed, excess, and pleasure gave birth to Slaanesh, Prince of Pleasure. There are other minor gods of chaos that represent other emotions or thoughts, but these four make up the majority of sapient feelings in the 40k universe. The chaos gods have an interest in the material realm, but take far more interest in battling one another for supremacy. This is an eternal conflict, because if any one chaos god won over the others, the warp would return to its original state of calmness, causing chaos to cease to exist. This eternal war is played out through countless plots and schemes, and involves untold amounts of subordinates, born from both chaos and from the material world.
You don't know what I'm doing?
The most numerous of these are the demons, entities created by a chaos god using the energy of chaos as an extension of their will. Demons come in an unfathomable variety of forms and sizes, most often correlating to a specific chaos god. The lowest form of demon is little more than a feral beast, often serving other demons.
I don't know what he's doing either.
Corrupted mortals. Lesser demons are the foot soldiers of chaos, numerous beyond measure. and make up the bulk of each Chaos God's army. Although they possess their own intelligence, they generally exist only to serve their master. The strength of a demon can vary wildly based on many factors, but any given lesser demon is likely stronger, faster, and more durable than any normal human.
I can't be stopped.
The lesser demons of Khorne are far more deadly in direct combat, while the demons of Tzeentch are more capable of driving the weak-minded to insanity.
The natural path.
Above the lesser demons are the greater demons, far more powerful than their lesser brethren, and they often act as leaders of war bands. Greater demons are avatars of horror and destruction, capable of slaughtering hordes of opponents and destroying armored vehicles at will. It's said that a greater demon of Khorne could only be bested one-on-one by a Primarch. The greater demons of Nurgle are capable of coating entire worlds in unimaginable diseases. Demons are created from chaos, and therefore can only exist where chaos can exist. This means that demons cannot simply invade real space as other sapient creatures might. Since the material realm and the warp overlap one another, there are times where the veil between the two will weaken in certain places, allowing chaos to enter real space.
So we should be pushing.
Sometimes these occur naturally, other times they are manufactured by either the Chaos Gods or by corrupted mortals. These rifts can take many different forms and last anywhere from mere moments to centuries. While inside of a warp rift, a chaos demon can interact with the material realm, although they could be weakened or killed if separated from it. A demon in real space cannot normally be killed in the same sense as a living creature, but can only be banished back to the warp to regain their strength. To truly kill a demon requires a specific ritual, relic, or massive amounts of psychic energy. The utterance of a demon's true name can also weaken it, making it easier to be destroyed or banished.
They're trying to break your middle tower.
Warp storms are similar occurrences to warp rifts, as chaos is a corruptive energy, and many sapient individuals in real space have fallen into its grasp. The gods of chaos are always looking for those that are likely to succumb to feelings of hatred, desire, ambition, fear, excess, and so on. Humans, of course, are at the forefront of those that fall to chaos, including normal humans, psychers, space marines, and even primarchs. Demonic possession is possible, either through a host willingly offering themselves, or a demon forcefully taking over a susceptible mind, usually a psyker. A powerful, uncontrolled psyker that succumbs to chaos becomes known as a rogue psyker, acting as essentially a living bomb for the forces of chaos. Numerous chaos cults operate across the galaxy, with cultists secretly working to bring down the Imperium from within. These cultists will attempt to convert entire populations to their side, eventually opening warp rifts to allow for full demonic incursions. Many soldiers of the Imperial Guard will succumb to chaos, becoming part of the Traitor Guard and taking their weapons, equipment, and vehicles with them. Traitor Guardsmen will often fight alongside demons and mutants. Members of the Adeptus Mechanicus also turn coat, becoming part of the Dark Mechanicum. Being part of the Dark Mechanicum allows them to fully dabble in previously forbidden technology, and they produce many infernal machines for the forces of chaos. Notable among these are the Traitor Titan Legions, massive titans that have been corrupted and mutated by chaos to make them even more formidable. Most notable among the fallen human forces are the Chaos Space Marines, or the Traitor Legions, fearsome space marines that have been mutated and enhanced by chaos. These first came about during the events of the Horus Heresy, when the Primarch, Horus, succumbed to chaos and swayed many of his brothers and their legions to his side. The Traitor Legions possess a deep-seated hatred for the Emperor, the Imperium, and their counterpart, Loyalist Space Marines. New Chaos Space Marines are continually created in a process similar to the one that Loyalist Space Marines use, although it is far more brutal. Chaos Space Marine biology and power armor are both mutated and enhanced by chaos, fusing together in a horrific amalgamation. Chaos Space Marines possess none of the restraint that is beat into typical Space Marines, making them especially fearsome foes. Those Chaos Space Marines that prove themselves to be exceptional followers of a Chaos God might be granted favor, becoming a Chaos Champion, a leader of squads of Chaos Space Marines and demons. This position is accompanied by further mutations. Those Chaos Champions that continue to prove themselves to their Chaos God might be given the rare honor of throwing away their humanity completely and becoming a demon. These are known as demon princes, aspects of chaos that possess far more power than a mortal could ever dream of. They are generally placed in charge of entire legions of mortal chaos followers, or potentially even a legion of demons, although greater demons usually regard them as inferior due to their mortal origin. The demon Primarchs are the greatest of these demon princes.
It's not great.
Brothers of Horus that joined him in his heresy, feared and respected by all followers of Chaos. If a Chaos Champion fails to impress their Chaos God, they may instead become a Chaos Spawn, a horribly mutated mass of flesh, driven insane by chaos. Although humans typically are the focus of chaos corruption, they aren't the only species that can be tainted. There are a number of entire species that have completely fallen to chaos, wiping away their previous history, such as the Ceruthi. Most of the other notable species in 40k are largely protected from chaos corruption, for one reason or another. The Eldar are extremely cautious of any chaos intrusion. The Dark Eldar sacrifice others' souls to prevent Slanesh from feeding on theirs. The Tau barely have a presence in the Warp. The Tyranids' hive mind protects them. And Orcs have both the Wog and their loyalty to Gork and Mork. There are, of course, individual exceptions for most of these cases, as chaos is relentless and ever-present. The forces of chaos are yet one more constant threat in the universe of 40k. Determined, powerful, and without mercy.
Stay the course.
Chaos is more than simply a physical threat, though, as one must be guarded mentally and spiritually as well in order to protect themselves from corruption. Further videos will take a look at each of the main Chaos Gods, as well as a closer look at Chaos Space Marines, but this should provide a good starting point for the armies of the Immaterial. The Imperium of Man has put up a steadfast defense against their traitorous brothers and their Dark Lords, but perhaps, in the end, chaos will indeed reign.
The sky moves behind us. Who wouldn't want me on their side?
I don't know what
I like this course.
I'm gonna be able to do.
I like this course.
Oh.
Of course.
He's dominating now! He's dominating!
Fades once more.
They're trying to break your middle
Nothing at
tower.
all.
Don't let them dismast you.
Tyranids. The Warhammer 40k universe is filled with a vast array of alien species, some more relevant than others, and they represent a multitude of science fiction tropes and concepts. Perhaps none of these are stranger and more alien than the Tyranids, a species that doesn't deal with diplomacy, doesn't work with technology, and has no interest in controlling territory or demonstrating power over others. The Tyranids are easily amongst the most fearsome species to exist in 40k, representing an incredibly great
Tyranids are basically like the
every
Zerg.
form of life in the galaxy.
That's I kind of like the Tyranids, but
This
not
video,
as
we'll
much.
Look at what we know about the Tyranids, their unique biology, and their methods of war. True to their utterly foreign nature, the Tyranids actually originated from outside of the Milky Way galaxy.
Let this be a time.
It's unknown exactly where they came from or how long they've been around, but some sources guess that they've passed through hundreds of galaxies. It's believed that the Tyranids were first alerted to life in the Milky Way when a psychic beacon was overloaded during the days of the Horus Heresy. This burst of psychic energy reached out through the warp far enough to wherever the Tyranid horde was located at the time, and they began moving towards the Milky Way. This problem would be exacerbated by the presence of the Emperor of Mankind's Astronomicon, another psychic beacon the Imperium of Man uses to navigate through the warp. It's believed by the Imperial Inquisition that the Imperium first encountered Tyranid life forms around the 35th millennium, but the first official encounter was in the 41st millennium, on the planet Tyran. Tyran was an ocean world on the eastern fringe of the galaxy, a largely unexplored region. The tech priests on Tyran learned of a rash of dead planets in systems around Tyran, but they were ultimately caught unaware by the Tyranid hive fleet. Tyran possessed standard defenses for an Imperial outpost, capable of withstanding most any alien threat. But the Tyranids blockaded the planet, physically and psychically.
I'll never tire.
It wasn't long after that that the planet was overrun and consumed, although the head of the Mechanicus on the planet managed to send out a warning to the rest of mankind. The warning read, "We cannot live through this.
Change the horizon.
Mankind cannot live through this. In a single day, they have covered this
Oh my
planet with a
gosh.
flood of living blades and needle-fanged
I mean, I'm
mouths.
thinking I might have
Kill
to get.
one, and 10 take its place.
We got
If they are truly
That's
without
all.
number,
We got
then
Abyssal,
our race is doomed to a
then
violent
Sans and
death
Utaya.
before every shred of our civilization is scoured away by a force more voracious than the fires of hell themselves. Death. By the machine god, death is here." The hostile alien
By the
force
machine
dubbed
god!
Tyranids after the name of the planet, and the hive fleet that had consumed Tyran continued sweeping through the galaxy towards its center. This conflict, later known as the First Tyrannic War, seemed to be rather hopeless, as the Tyranid hive fleet consumed everything they touched.
More gold never
The
hurts.
Ultramarines chapter of the Adeptus Astartes were brought in to end the war, although their first encounter with the aliens was a bloodbath, due to them being completely unprepared for the Tyranid biology and combat tactics. The war came to a climax on the Ultramarine homeworld of McCrae, where a nearly unequaled battle took place.
on
Both
McCrae.
sides suffered massive casualties, and it's said that the soldiers walked on Tyranid corpses instead of the ground. Ultimately, the battle was only won when an Emperor-class battleship, a vessel kilometers in length, sacrificed itself to create a warp vortex that destroyed the Tyranid fleet. The Milky Way was given a couple centuries to recoup and recover, but the Tyranids eventually returned. Before we move on to the Tyranids' second incursion into the Milky Way, however, let's discuss the Tyranids themselves. Ravenous hordes of bloodthirsty monsters are dangerous enough, but what truly makes the Tyranids a threat above others is the hive mind. The hive mind is not a single consciousness, nor is it the collective minds of the Tyranids controlled by a single consciousness, but instead is the connected network of every single Tyranid creature working in tandem towards a singular goal. That is to say, there isn't one big Tyranid at the top that gives commands to all others psychically, but rather all of the Tyranids communicate with one another psychically to achieve one goal: to consume. This allows the countless trillions of Tyranids to function as if they were a single organism. This psychic connection is accomplished through specific Tyranids that function as psychic conduits, connecting nearby Tyranids to the hive mind. Most Tyranids left without access to the hive mind will revert to a feral state.
Bro.
Still dangerous, but not nearly as coordinated. A
This
side
is
effect
so
of the
bad.
hive mind's psychic field is that it distorts the warp around the hive fleet, preventing other telepathic communications and interfering with spacecraft in the warp. It also tends to drive nearby sapient creatures mad with visions of the warp. Tyranids possess a dizzying degree of biological variations, from the smallest of insect-like creatures to the hulking behemoths the size of Imperial Titans, to even the massive bioships that the Hive fleets use to navigate the galaxy. The most numerous of the Tyranids come in a maggot-like form called Rippers, and serve as the primary means by which the Tyranids consume biomass from any form of life they encounter. After a planet has been invaded, Rippers will scour the world and consume everything they touch, leaving it a desolate wasteland.
Cooked.
They are then broken down along with the biomass they consumed, which is taken back to the Hive fleet to be utilized by the Tyranid hordes. Gaunts come in a wide variety of subspecies, from Hormogaunts that resemble monstrous velociraptors to Termogaunts that use a weapon which essentially shoots beetles that burrow into an individual's body on contact. Lictors are specialist Tyranids far more capable of stealth that are used as forward scouts. Their skin can adapt to its surroundings, rendering them practically invisible to the naked eye, and they are adept at stalking and ambushing prey. Tyranid warriors are among the more formidable threats the Tyranids can bring to a battlefield, each one potentially a match for a space marine. Warriors are twice as tall as a man, strong, fast, and unflinching in combat. Hive tyrants serve as essentially commanders for Tyranid hordes, acting as the primary conduit to the Hive mind. Additionally, Hive tyrants are extremely capable themselves, larger, stronger, and more deadly than a warrior, incredibly intelligent, and capable of manifesting powerful psychic abilities. Many additional forms and variations exist, including many larger than a Hive tyrant, as well as the Tyranids' technology and their living ships. Among the most important of Tyranids are the Norn Queens, which live in the ships at the centers of the Hive fleets, and use the collected biomass from planets to continually produce additional Tyranids. Arguably the most notable of Tyranid subspecies, however, are the Gene Stealers, unique aliens that operate in a much more subtle way than other Tyranids, and yet are crucial to their operations. Gene Stealers are highly mutable, but generally they are bipedal, possessing two sets of arms, one ending with human-like hands and the other with claws. They are typically very intelligent, and their bodies can survive for centuries, even when exposed to the vacuum of space. Although pure strain Gene Stealers are born from the Norn Queens, like all other Tyranids, most Gene Stealers reproduce independently from the rest of the Hive fleet, allowing them to spread across the galaxy. Gene Stealers reproduce by inserting an embryo into a host through a tube-like tongue, passing on their genetic material. This is generally done by small groups that sneak onto a planet, or groups that hide out on an empty ship in space, called Space Hulks, waiting for rescue teams. The embryo will slowly rewrite the host's genetic code, and replace their consciousness with one controlled by a local psychic connection possessed by the Gene Stealers. Gene Stealers will then force these hosts to seek out reproduction, and the offspring will be a Gene Stealer hybrid. Hybrids will then go out and continue to reproduce, creating more hybrids among a population. Although a first-generation hybrid will generally resemble a gene stealer, by the 4th generation they are much harder to tell apart from the host species at first glance. These hybrids will all follow the instincts of a gene stealer, thus will continue to spread among the population as a gene stealer cult. The growing psychic connection within the gene stealer cult on a planet will serve as a beacon for a Tyranid hive fleet, drawing them in and letting them know that the planet is ready to be invaded. By the time the hive fleet has arrived, the planet is typically already in disarray, due to a large portion of the population being in the Gene Stealer cult. After the planet is conquered, the Gene Stealer cult turns on itself, massacring the hybrids for biomass, and starting the cycle anew. These Gene Stealer cults were at the forefront of the Tyranids' second invasion into the Milky Way. The Imperium had bolstered their defenses in the region of the galaxy where the Tyranids had first invaded, but eventually numerous rebellions began breaking out on planets in the area. A number of bureaucrats in the Imperium claimed that the rebellions were simply because people were upset at living in armed camps. The Imperial Inquisition raised an eyebrow at their downplaying of the situation and launched an investigation. The only connection that could be found among all of these officials was that they had all been to that region of the galaxy at some point in their lives. The Imperial Guard and Space Marines were sent in to snuff out the rebellions, eventually discovering the Gene Stealers at the heart of the cult. Although they assumed that they wiped them all out, hundreds of Gene Stealers would later pop out of the ground as a hive fleet approached the region. The Ultramarines once again came to the Imperium's defense, carrying their experiences and knowledge from the First War. Once again, the losses were drastic, but the Tyranids were defeated a second time, although a split force had also done severe damage to an Eldar craft world. It would only be a few years later when the Third Tyrannic Wars would begin, with the Tyranids launching their greatest offensive yet. The massive Tyranid hive fleet decided to split its forces around the galaxy and invade from multiple directions. Planetary Defense Forces, Imperial Guard, Imperial Navy, Space Marines, Inquisitors, and others have come to the defense of the Imperium during this galactic war. Entire planets have been torched by the Navy to prevent the Tyranids from gaining their much-needed biomass, and the losses have been great on both sides. So far, the war continues. The question remains if the Imperium will be victorious for the third time, or if an even larger Tyranid force is on the way. Tyranids borrow a lot of concepts from other science fiction stories, and they themselves have lended inspiration to other tales. Mankind in 40K has no shortage of enemies, but there aren't many that compare in sheer horror to the Tyranids. The concern that any given moment there might be secretive Gene Stealer hybrids lurking among a populace.
Gene Stealer hybrids. That's hilarious.
The unflinching violence and carnage that a Tyranid horde brings to a planet, and their utter lack of fear as trillions of fully coordinated killing machines spread across the galaxy.
I really don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Ultimately, the Tyranids tend to lose wars due to things like plot armor, but they still remain an incomparable threat.
I like this course. I can't be stopped. I'm ready for anything.
Like, I don't want to...
Some extra return. I could cover the cosmos.
I really don't want to go out and just get murdered. I seem like I'm the only one that's going to be countering anyone.
Necrons. Kingdoms and civilizations throughout history constantly rise and fall, with the fall of one paving the way for the rise of another. The tale of the Necrons in Warhammer 40k isn't much different overall, except that they've had the chance to rise more than once. Overall, the Necrons are a threat to most other forms of life, determined to regain their former glory through bloodshed and death.
We lost.
Necrons' ancient history is murky, to say the least. But let's take a look at their story, some of their technology, and their potential future.
Let's change the
The Necrons are an ancient race, predating even the Eldar, although they were known as the Necrontyr in those times. The Necrontyr lived during the days of the Old Ones, an even older race of beings that had mastered the stars, and were capable of easily stepping across the galaxy. In contrast, the Necrontyr were isolated to a single harsh planet that was constantly blasted by solar winds and radiation storms from their sun. As a result of this, the Necrontyr's lives were short and miserable, their bodies blighted by cancers and other illnesses, and their tombs were far larger than their cities. To escape this hellish existence, the Necrontyr focused their efforts on taking to the stars. Eventually, they managed to build slow-moving spaceships and began to colonize other nearby systems. With little resistance in the galaxy and enough time, the Necrontyr managed to spread out and expand their empire much of the Milky Way. During their expansion, they of course came across the Old Ones, and marveled at both their spacefaring capabilities as well as their longevity. The Necrontyr still suffered from brutally short lives overall, and so they went to the Old Ones to ask for their secrets of immortality. The Old Ones, as you might expect, refused, creating a burning jealousy within the Necrontyr. Regardless, life went on, and as is so often the case for massive empires, the Necrontyr soon faced another problem: civil war. Although the Necrontyr had been united in a singular goal of escaping their harsh existence, they had begun to separate into differing dynasties with their own goals. Thus began the Necrontyr's first wars of secession, as they turned on one another, fighting for their independence from the rest. Given enough time, the Necrontyr likely would have wiped each other out, and so something needed to intervene. For many years, the Necrontyr had been ruled by a council of three, known as the Triarchs, although the individuals holding those positions often changed due to their lifespan. The Triarch realized that the only way to end this civil war was if the Necrontyr had an external enemy to fight, instead of each other. The answer to this problem was simple then, as the Old Ones were the only species capable of putting up a fight, and the Necrontyr already hated them, making them an easy enemy. The Triarch declared war on the Old Ones, and offered amnesty to any dynasty that rejoined the fold and joined the war, which they of course did. The Necrontyr therefore began the War in Heaven, which would have massive repercussions for the entire species. The War in Heaven was conflict on a galactic scale, as hordes of Necrontyr took the fight to the Old Ones, causing suns to extinguish and worlds to be consumed. It became clear rather quickly, however, that despite the Necrontyr starting the war, and their rage driving them, they were no match for the Old Ones' superior technology, especially when it came to their mastery of space travel. The Necrontyr were beaten back into the edges of the galaxy, their war instigated for nothing. Disharmony spread amongst the Necrontyr once again, beginning another war of secession as the fragments of the civilization battled each other. The Old Ones could have easily wiped out the Necrontyr entirely if they wished, and so the Triarch were again desperate for a solution to their problems. The answer came in the form of the C'tan. The C'tan are said to be the oldest entities in existence, formed from raw energy at the beginning of the universe. They spend their time blanketing their massive forms over stars, sucking the energy from them before moving on. During the Second Wars of Secession, the Necrontyr happened to learn of the C'tan, naming them as star gods. They recognized the power of these ancient entities, and the Triarch realized that they could be the solution to their problems with
Crazy.
the old ones.
Crazy.
The Necrontyr crafted metal bodies for the Catan,
Crazy.
giving them a physical form so they could understand and interact with the physical world. These bodies were crafted from a unique type of living metal used by the Necrontyr called necrodermis, capable of growing and healing itself. The Catan, previously massive entities of energy given physical form, began to understand the various pleasures of the physical world compared to the tastelessness of their prior existence. The Necrontyr
Crazy.
revered the Catan as godlike entities,
Crazy.
but also treated them as their slaves. They used the raw power of the Catan to arm themselves with new weaponry and spaceships, and continued their war with the old ones. The Catan were only too happy to spur on this war, as they hungered for souls and life energy, and a massive war was the best way to satisfy that hunger.
Crazy.
The Necrontyr were of course betrayed and deceived, however, primarily by one Catan known appropriately as the Deceiver.
How'd you do?
The Catan promised the Necrontyr the answer to their problems of mortality, telling them to cast off their physical bodies and replace them with living metal bodies. With the weakness of flesh discarded,
You know you don't do that
Necrontyr would be
shit.
free to crush the old ones and conquer the universe. The Triarch agreed, and so the process began, as countless Necrontyr marched into bile furnaces, transferring their energies into metal bodies. Above each furnace, however, the Catan hovered, feasting on the discarded souls of the Necrontyr. The Necrontyr became known as the Necrons, no longer hindered by any of their previous physical ailments, but also lacking their souls. The Necrons were now cold, unfeeling metal monsters, but despite this betrayal, they were united in their goal of wiping out the old ones, encouraged by their new physical strength. Additionally, the leader of the Triarch, the Silent King, had introduced a command protocol into all of the Necrons during the process that allowed him to control all of them, giving the Necrons a degree of unity they had never possessed
Now, what was he
previously.
gonna do?
The war in heaven
What was he
continued
gonna
in
do?
earnest then, and the united Necrons and Catan crushed the old ones, breaking into every corner of their civilization. During the final stages of the war, the Necrons turned against the Catan as retribution for their betrayal. Although the Catan are unable to be fully destroyed due to their unique nature, the Necrons did manage to shatter them into fragments.
Crazy.
These shards of the Catan were secured away in
Crazy.
pocket dimensions, contained within tesseracts. Despite their two victories, the Necrons were weakened, and they realized their goal of conquering the universe would have to wait, as the Eldar species was on the rise now. In time, all flesh would eventually decay, but the Necrons could wait as long as necessary. A great number of worlds were converted into massive underground tomb complexes, and as his final order, the Silent King commanded the Necrons to sleep for 60 million years, and then rise to reclaim the galaxy. The Silent King himself, however, went into exile, as penance for dooming the Necrontyr as they
Crazy.
had.
I'll be right back.
Time, of course, ticked on, as millions of years passed by, and other civilizations rose and fell. Over the course of 60 million years, a great number of the Necrons' tomb worlds would fall, or fail for some reason or another. Attempting a stasis sleep for that length of time, even for the Necrons, was tricky, and a number of mechanical systems would end up failing during that time. Some failures were small, causing Necrons to wake up earlier or later than expected, while other failures were far more catastrophic. Some tomb worlds fell to the Eldar, who were capable of bypassing the tomb's defenses, while many others were destroyed by natural causes, such as tectonic shifts or nearby stars going supernova. Due to this, the Necrons did not wake up as one massive civilization capable of sweeping the galaxy. but as a more fragmented species. Necrons began to wake and found far more enemies than when they had gone to sleep, including the Imperium of Man, the forces of chaos, Tyranids, orcs, Tau,
That fight was crazy.
and of course, the Eldar.
Like, I knew that was gonna happen.
Necrons lacked
I knew that was
the
gonna
unity
happen.
they had under the Silent King, and there are a number of dynasties operating in the 41st millennium.
Mantis style
whose
against
leaders
fucking
express
Sven isn't
different
gonna mean
personalities
anything.
And methods of reconquering the galaxy.
Particularly when you saw the items he had.
The Silent King himself returned after encountering the Tyranids outside of the Milky Way, and realizing
He
the
had
threat they
Abyssal
posed.
Blade.
He has been operating largely incognito, attempting to awaken as many Necrons as possible
Like, I don't even
to
know.
reunite the civilization and destroy the Tyranids before they wipe out everything. A notable encounter between
knew
the
it was
Silent
gonna end
King's
right.
army and the Blood Angels Space Marines led to them working together to fight off
We
the
had to play.
Tyranid
We had to
horde.
play that perfectly.
Most Necrons are little more than automatons, their minds degraded and their souls absent, leaving them as mindless soldiers working for their leaders. The higher-ranking Necrons, such as the Pharaons that control dynasties, or the Overlords that rule clusters of tomb worlds for their Pharaon, have retained more of their mental capabilities and personalities. Necrons themselves are fearsome foes, as their necrodermis bodies are heavily resistant to damage, can self-repair grievous injuries, and are capable of teleporting back to nearby tomb worlds if near death. Here, their minds are transferred into a fresh new body, which does degrade the mind
Seriously?
somewhat, but makes Necrons incredibly difficult to permanently kill.
How can you kill one then?
Necrons primarily utilize Gauss weaponry in combat,
They can like
capable of
melt
breaking down
like
a target
Space
into its
Marine armor.
component molecules, essentially vaporizing flesh, metal, and anything else it comes into contact with. In many instances, Necron technology is to Eldar technology as Eldar technology is to human technology. That is to say, it's generally the most advanced technology in Warhammer 40k, although this is often inconsistent for plot or rules reasons. They are sometimes capable of creating pocket dimensions on a whim, remotely detonating entire stars, phasing out of existence, and so on.
Really?
As
Kunta.
always, though, this depends on the author.
Your turn to pick.
Necrons are a rather interesting facet of 40k, and one of my personal favorite species,
I don't know.
combining robotics, zombification, super advanced technology, and a bit of Egyptian culture. While many Necrons in the 41st millennium are focused on conquering everything they can see, the flip side of the Silent King working to stop the Tyranids alongside everyone else is also pretty interesting. The Necrons have a lot of room to grow, as countless billions of the species are still sleeping, waiting to awaken. While some species are struggling and might be on the decline, the Necrons have only just begun.
Mm. Oh boy. I mean, they don't have an anime, so kind of decent for the against the almost everything.
The Tau. The Milky Way galaxy in Warhammer 40k is a place where might often indeed does make right. The Imperium of Man believes that it is the only hope for the future of the galaxy. The Necrons and Eldar believe that they deserve to be back on the top of the food chain. And Tyranids continue to consume everything in their path, only because it is their nature. The setting is one often bereft of what you might consider the good guys, But the Tau were originally introduced to be exactly that. They were intended to be altruistic, idealistic,
The Tau?
and overall likable. In other words, unlike any other species in 40k. The Tau were eventually altered to become an empire, still separate and unique among the other species, but also able to realistically fit in the grim, dark future of 40k. Let's take a look at exactly what makes the Tau so unique, and how they fit into the Milky Way. The Tau began, like most species, as primitive hunter-gatherers on the planet Tau. This was likely around the 35th millennium, as a fleet from the Adeptus Mechanicus discovered the planet Tau around this point, finding the aliens there to be a primitive people that had only recently mastered fire. The Imperium planned to wipe out the fledgling species before they could develop further, but a warp storm broke out around the planet. The Tau themselves are practically immune to the effects of chaos, but the Imperium wrote them off as being lost to chaos, and moved on to other conflicts, forgetting about the Tau. The Tau population was split up into various tribes, and these tribes began evolving and learning in different ways. Some began developing agriculture and metallurgy, while others became far more proficient hunters. Trading developed between the tribes, but as civilizations grow, conflict eventually breaks out. Those tribes without farms and cities went to war against those that did, and so in defense, they built walls and fortresses, along with discovering how to create crude firearms. Thousands died during this period, now referred to by the Tau as the Terror, or Death Age. Things looked dire for the Tau, and if things had continued as they were, they could have easily wiped out their own species. According to Tau legend, however, something rather miraculous occurred. A Tau of unusual appearance walked into the camp of the besiegers, and convinced the leader that it was necessary to parley for peace. A similar Tau made his way into the fortress, and convinced their leader of the same. Within a few hours, the Tau of both sides had gathered to talk. The strange newcomers referred to themselves as ethereals, and explained that the different talents of all the tribes were useful, and the Tau needed to work together in order to achieve the greater good. The greater good is the core philosophy that the Tau Empire is built on, a guiding principle of unification, both of the Tau themselves and of every other species in the galaxy. The two ethereals quickly united the two warring factions, and other ethereals had appeared to a number of other tribes, soon uniting the entire species. The Tau now united under a caste system, consisting of 5 different groups. A Tau's caste is chosen at birth, and inherited from one's parents, and each member of a caste possesses a slightly different physiology from another caste. For a Tau to later attempt to change their own caste would be considered contrary to the greater good. The Fire caste comprises the bulk of the Tau military. Fire Tau are taller and more muscular than other Tau, and are generally trained from birth to be soldiers. The Earth caste is composed of laborers, artisans, and scientists, and they are responsible for most of the technological leaps in the Tau Empire. The Water caste consists of diplomats and merchants, often serving as ambassadors to other worlds, or handling diplomatic relationships between different castes. The Air caste is primarily responsible for handling the Tau Navy, piloting their spaceships and coordinating their fleets. Members of the Air caste refuse to land on planets themselves, as their skeletons have atrophied due to their lives spent in low gravity. Finally, the 5th caste are the ethereals themselves, who rule over the other Tau with a totalitarian obedience. Most Tau would never refuse any request from an ethereal, and their origins are shrouded in legend among the Tau. It is due to the ethereals that the Tau developed from a primitive species so quickly, and indeed many Tau perceive the ethereals as deities. The leader of the Ethereals, known as the Ethereal Supreme, rules over the entire empire. With the Ethereals in charge, and the Tau population working in harmony, they experienced a period of rapid technological growth. This would then lead into what was called the First Sphere of Expansion, during which the Tau took to the stars and spread outward from their home planet. With them, the Tau took along their philosophy of the greater good in an effort to unify every intelligent species they came across. Civilizations would be diplomatically encouraged to join the Tau Empire, where they could retain their own cultures and beliefs, as long as they adhered to the overall unifying philosophy of the greater good.
Don't waste me.
Lightspeed travel was still a bit of a mystery for the Tau, and in fact their rapid population growth and expansion was only slowed due to the fact that crossing the distance of the expanded Tau Empire was impossible within a single lifetime. The Tau encountered the Orcs for the first time during this period, and although they first sent ambassadors to negotiate with them, they changed their minds after the Orcs slaughtered the ambassadors. The second sphere of expansion began after the Tau discovered a breakthrough in lightspeed travel, allowing them to much more quickly traverse the stars. They also gained a significant alliance with an alien species called the Kroot, after saving their homeworld from the Orcs. The second sphere of expansion saw even more species brought into the Tau's fold, as well as a number of planets liberated from the Orcs. The Tau eventually crossed through the Damocles Gulf, an expanse of empty space that isolated the Tau from the Imperium of mankind. The Tau's first encounters with humanity were with pirates, rogue traders, and planets on the most distant fringes of the Imperium. The Fire Caste called for a conquest to claim these planets, but the Ethereals knew that would quickly lead to a battle they couldn't possibly win. Instead, the Water Caste was sent in to quietly and slowly integrate themselves with these distant planets. Trading commenced, with alien goods flowing into these planets in direct violation of Imperium laws, and slowly but surely, these planets separated themselves from the Imperium. When the rest of the Imperium heard of this, they launched the Damocles Crusade in an effort to exterminate the Tau. Although the Tau armies proved themselves quite capable, more capable than the Imperium had expected, they were still beaten back across the Damocles Gulf. The Imperium was held in check on the Tau world of Dalith, where both sides suffered heavy losses. Eventually, the Water Caste attempted to negotiate for temporary peace, which the Imperium accepted, primarily due to the impending approach of a Tyranid hive fleet elsewhere. The aftermath of the short war with the Imperium left the Tau Empire rattled with self-doubts about the scope of the galaxy and the threats they've encountered. This could have easily festered and led to the collapse of the Empire, and so the Ethereals quickly initiated an expedition in order to reclaim their lost territory. Unfortunately, this led to another war for survival, this time against a staggeringly massive fleet of orcs. The Ethereals united the entire Tau Empire in order to survive, eventually beating back the Greenskins after a dozen years. Thanks to the rampant development of new technologies during wartime, the Tau were ready once again to launch another sphere of expansion, this time over much greater distances than before. They again crossed the Damocles Gulf into Imperial space, conquering a number of planets, both peacefully and violently. The further they advanced into Imperium space, however, the greater the resistance they encountered. Eventually, of course, the Imperium stopped the Tau expansion, but the Tau had proven themselves to be capable opponents. The Tau, however, were now in a difficult spot for their continued goal of unifying the galaxy. The Imperium had proven to be a thorn in their side. The Tyranids had consumed great swaths of planets. The Necrons had popped up, making things even more difficult. And the Great Rift broke out across the Milky Way, dividing much of the galaxy. After years of studying Imperial faster-than-light technology, the Tau had created a new spaceship module that would allow them to move across space at incredible speeds. A fourth sphere of expansion was then initiated, with the plan to send a fleet of ships to a region where they could continue expanding. Unfortunately, disaster struck when the fleet gathered and activated thousands of the modules at once, creating a tear in reality that sent the entire fleet into the warp. The Tau had had very little dealings with the warp, and so the entire incident was swept under the rug by the rest of the Tau. It turned out that only 3/4 of the fleet was destroyed in the warp, however, with the rest being saved by a many-armed entity, some believed to be a chaos god created as an echo of the Tau. The remainder of the fleet emerged deep in Imperium space, on the other end of a wormhole. Drones were sent back through the wormhole to re-establish communication. But the survivors of the fourth expansion would continue to have a dark reputation due to their exposure to the warp. The fifth sphere of expansion began shortly after the rediscovery of the fourth sphere fleet, using the wormhole to send another fleet through. This is the current phase of Tau expansion, and so far they have been in battle against the forces of Chaos, Orcs, Tyranids, Necrons, and mankind. Tau technology is undoubtedly advanced by 40K standards and continues to develop rapidly. The Tau overall lack combat proficiency in close quarters compared to others such as Orcs or Space Marines, and so most of their weapon technology is based around ranged combat. Their standard issue pulse rifles are generally considered superior to the standard weaponry of most other species, and their rail rifles are easily capable of firing a projectile through Space Marine Terminator armor. The Tau also often deploy mobile gun drones, possessing their own limited intelligence, which swoop in on an enemy target and unload with twin-link pulse carbine. Most notable among Tau war gear, however, are their battle suits, mechanized suits of armor with the offensive capabilities of a tank and the speed and resilience to withstand heavy fire. Battle suits are worn into combat by the greatest heroes of the fire caste, and are capable of efficiently dealing with both infantry and vehicles. Armed with jetpacks, target acquisition systems, shield generators, advanced sensors, and weaponry rivaling that of other species' battle tanks, Tau Fire Warrior in a battlesuit is a force to be reckoned with. It's believed, at least by Imperial scholars, that the Ethereals managed to display such control over the Tau and other species through the use of pheromones produced by the Ethereals themselves. These chemicals would make others far more open to suggestion, which, combined with the overall philosophy of the greater good, leads to a sort of indoctrination. This again is more or less a conspiracy theory, but it'd be foolish to assume that the Tau are as good as they'd like others to believe. Overall, the Tau are a rather young, somewhat naive species, largely unaware of the dangers of the warp, or of developing artificial intelligence. They are proving themselves, however, to be capable combatants, making their own mark in the Milky Way. Despite their lofty goals of unification and their willingness to negotiate with other species, though, they've earned more than their fair share of enemies. Out of universe, the Tau were developed for largely two reasons. One was to have a more positive species for some fans to rally around, and two, to have a much more science fiction inspired species, with battle suits and artificial intelligences, rather than the science fantasy flavor most of 40K has. While the first aspect has been slowly altered over the years to make the Tau slightly more insidious than at first glance, the second aspect has only continued to develop.
Back to form.
The Tau are certainly not everyone's cup of tea, standing somewhat apart from other main species of 40K, but they nonetheless have their fans, and aren't going anywhere soon.
That decides it. I could cover cover the cosmos. You won't feel right. I've been waiting. I'm under attack. I can't. With light goes life. Wait. Stay the course. I am needed. Now. I'll drop an My hand falls silent.
The Adeptus Mechanicus. You can't have science fiction without the science,
Goodness.
and the masters of science for humanity in Warhammer 40k are the Adeptus Mechanicus. Combining cyberpunk philosophies with elements of zealous piety, the Mechanicus are viewed with a mix of fear, awe, and curiosity. They are both separate from the rest of the Imperium of Man, as well as joined at their hip, and their fate is largely tied to that of the rest of humanity. We'll take a look at the various belief systems of the Mechanicus, their history, and of course, their technology. The Mechanicus got its start many millennia ago, when humanity first moved beyond Terra and colonized the planet Mars. Mars was terraformed, and a colony began prospering there, developing their own culture. The colonists of Mars were primarily scientists and engineers, along with miners and manufacturers. This colony would eventually become known as the Mechanicum of Mars, and in their separation from the rest of humanity, they developed a new religion, the cult Mechanicum. A number of commandments would later be written by the cult Mechanicus to codify their tenets. The first set are known as the Mysteries. First is that life is directed motion. Second is that the spirit is the spark of life. Third is that sentience is the ability to learn the value of knowledge. And fourth is that intellect is the understanding of knowledge. Both knowing the value of knowledge and understanding that knowledge is key to the cult Mechanicum. Fifth is that sentience is the basest form of intellect, meaning that just being sentient is not enough, as you have to continue up the ladder of gaining and understanding knowledge. This leads to the sixth commandment, that understanding is the true path to comprehension, and the seventh, comprehension is the key to all things. Comprehension for the Mechanicum is notably different than just understanding, a sort of transcendent state of intellect that every cult member strives towards. Finally, the eighth mystery is that the Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The Omnissiah is the god figure of the Mechanicum, the embodiment of all knowledge. The second set are the warnings of the Mechanicum, beginning with, the alien mechanism is a perversion of the true path, which is par for the course for humanity. Next, the soul is the conscience of sentience, and a soul can be bestowed only by the Omnissiah.
I could cover the cosmos.
The soulless sentience is the enemy of all, which refers to artificial intelligence, or as they usually call it, abominable intelligence. The knowledge of the ancients stands beyond question, and the machine guards the knowledge of the ancients. Flesh is fallible, but ritual honors the machine's spirit.
I'm ready for anything.
And to break with ritual is to break with faith. Let's break some of these concepts down, as they are essential to understanding the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Tech Priest. The cult Mechanicus believes in the divinity of knowledge, that the pursuit and understanding of knowledge is the highest and holiest path that a sapient individual can work toward.
Follow the sun.
A man's flesh is weak and fallible, and ultimately their body is nothing more than a receptacle to hold their accumulated knowledge. Technology and machines are a concept of perfection, and tech priests will commonly cast off their mortal flesh in exchange for machine parts to bring themselves closer to their god, the Deus Mechanicus, also known as the Machine God. The Machine God is believed to be the progenitor of all knowledge, an omnipresent, omniscient force that is inherent in the universe. The Machine God has appointed humanity as its chosen people, and according to the tech priests, reveals its designs through selected prophets. Followers of the Machine God pursue knowledge in order to reach a transcendent state of comprehension, so that they can understand the Deus Mechanicus. Since the cult Mechanicus believes that all knowledge already exists in some form, they are more devoted to safeguarding what they know and recovering technology from humanity's past than researching new technology. Additionally, the cult Mechanicus believes in the concept of machine spirits, extensions of the machine god that inhabit every piece of technology in existence. Whether or not a piece of technology functions is entirely based on its machine spirit's disposition. If a gun's machine spirit is happy, it will fire as it should, whereas if it is upset, the gun will certainly jam. To appease the machine spirits and make sure they are kept happy, the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus will carry out countless exacting rituals involving prayers and very specific motions. If even a single screw is tightened incorrectly, it could upset the machine spirit inside of the piece of technology. As the final warning says, to break with ritual is to break with faith. So it's less about understanding exactly how a piece of technology works, and more about believing in a ritual that appeases a divine force. I've been using the terms Mechanicum and Mechanicus interchangeably, but they are not the same group. The Mechanicum was the original organization that developed on Mars, and would later be fractured during the Horus Heresy. The members of the Mechanicum that remained loyal to the Emperor became part of the Adeptus Mechanicus, renamed to distance themselves from the heretical Dark Mechanicum, and they became more integrated with the Imperium of Man. Let's go back to the original Mechanicum on Mars, however. The colony on Mars was largely independent from Terra, and so during humanity's initial conquests of the stars, both the Terrans and the Martians conquered a number of their own planets. The Martians made these planets into massive forge worlds, covered with countless factories continually outputting endless scores of machines. This was an era where humanity's technological knowledge peaked, and the entire scope of that knowledge was contained in tremendous databases, known as Standard Template Constructs, or STCs. Colonists would be sent down to a planet along with an STC, which would provide all of the information and plans to create shelters, power generators, transport, and anything else they might need. The Age of Strife eventually came, however, and humanity turned on itself, including the Empire on Mars. Mars was the site of a great power struggle involving terrifying weaponry that scorched away the terraformed surface of the planet. Most humans on Mars fled underground to avoid the deadly radiation from the sun. A single faction, however, managed to dominate the other Martians, the Mechanicum. The Mechanicum began constructing new cities, known as forges, each ruled by a tech priest. All of the Mechanicum answered to the highest ranking tech priest, the Fabricator General. The Mechanicum of Mars began to dispatch fleets out into the universe once again to claim planets in the name of the Machine God. And the Forge world became not just sites of endless production, but also essentially massive shrines. The Mechanicum also battled with the Techno-Barbarians present on Terra, whom they viewed as savages who used technology that they did not properly venerate. This hostility lasted until the God Emperor unified Terra and traveled to Mars to negotiate a treaty. The Emperor arrived on Mars in a golden ship and managed to fully repair a machine with a single touch, leading many members of the Mechanicum to declare him as the Omnissiah, the physical representation of the machine god. This, of course, made the treaty process a lot easier, and so the Treaty of Mars was signed, in which the Mechanicum would agree to provide countless weapons, ships, vehicles, and other equipment for the Emperor's Great Crusade, and in return the Emperor would permit them to retain their religious autonomy, as well as retaining control of any forged world. With the treaty signed, the Great Crusade of the Imperium could begin, but it would also be the start of a schism in the Mechanicum. Not all of the Mechanicum believed the Emperor to be the Omnissiah, instead seeing him as a sort of false prophet, who would eventually strip away the Mechanicum's autonomy. Some also resented the fact that the Emperor had turned the Mechanicum into one giant engine of war, and that he had forbidden the Mechanicum from researching certain technologies, such as AI. Sometime later, when the Horus Heresy broke out, Horus sent a Mechanicum representative named Regulus back to Mars to convince the Fabricator General to join him against the Emperor. Horus promised the Mechanicum that they would retain their autonomy in his empire, and that they could research whatever technology they wished. The Fabricator General at the time had already resented the Emperor, and so he led what would become known as the Dark Mechanicum in a civil war against their loyalist brethren. The battle became known as the Schism of Mars, as the traitors fought against the loyalists, and millions died both on the surface of Mars as well as in the space around it. Ultimately, the Dark Mechanicum emerged victorious, and the loyalist Mechanicum survivors fled Mars, although Imperial forces managed to blockade the planet until after the Battle of Terra, where Horus was slain. In the aftermath, the Dark Mechanicum fully joined the forces of Chaos alongside the Chaos Space Marines, and the remaining members of the Loyal Mechanicum were remade into the Adeptus Mechanicus, a key component of the newly reforged Imperium of Man. The Fabricator General is now given a position as a High Lord of Terra, the chief governing body of the Imperium. The Mechanicus continue to dive deeper into their beliefs, becoming less and less capable of creating new technology, and instead focusing on venerating and worshipping the technology they currently possess. Despite this though, they do relentlessly continue their search for STCs, the holy grails of knowledge. So far, no intact STC has ever been found, and the Mechanicus gets by with only ancient printouts. So, the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus in the 41st millennium are a bit more priest, perhaps, than engineers, but they still are responsible for some incredible pieces of technology. Everything from lasguns, to bolters, to rhinos, to cruisers and battleships are built and maintained by the Mechanicus, for use by the Imperium of Man, and additionally reserve some technology for their own armies, notably Titans. A Titan is a massive robotic mech ranging from 50 feet tall to hundreds of feet tall or larger. Titans are an incredibly fearsome sight on a battlefield, and are easily capable of leveling entire cities or carving trenches out of a planet. The Mechanicus also field some of the mightiest ships available to humanity, called Arch Mechanicus, used as part of their ongoing quest to find and reclaim STCs. The primary infantry of the Mechanicus are the Skitarii, fanatical warriors heavily augmented with cybernetics, capable of fighting in almost any atmosphere, and equipped with advanced weaponry. The Mechanicus are also responsible for creating servitors, mindless drones used to carry out simple tasks across the Imperium. either vat-grown or made from lobotomized criminals, servitors are capable of acting with only the most basic instincts, programmed to only follow a task they're designed for. They generally feature cybernetic enhancements related to tasks such as carrying heavy loads or mining, but there are some servitors that carry out combat roles. Most of humanity in Warhammer 40k is wrapped up in a zealous belief in a religion, and the Adeptus Mechanicus are an interesting facet of that. Rather than continually moving forward to create newer and more impressive technology, they only look towards the past in a desperate hope of finding lost knowledge. They have complete and utter faith in the machine god, but there might be something rather interesting about the machine god. It's said that many millennia ago, the man who would become the emperor of mankind battled with a creature known as the Dragon of Mars, and sealed it away deep underneath Mars, in the Noctis Labyrinth. It's unknown why the Emperor imprisoned this creature instead of just destroying it, but it's possible that he lacked the power to do so. It's unknown, but believed, that this dragon is actually a Catan, the oldest creatures in existence that betrayed the Necrons and went to war with the Old Ones. This Catan, named Magladroth, or the Void Dragon, was said to be the most powerful of the Catan, and it's unknown what its fate was after the war in heaven, but it's believed to be slumbering beneath Mars. There are discussions then that what the original Mechanicum worshipped was not an omnipresent machine god, but instead a Catan sleeping underneath Mars. This is all hearsay at the moment, but the ramifications could be drastic if this were the case. Combining cyberpunk with religion is a very interesting combination, and the Adeptus Mechanicus end up being one of the most interesting aspects of humanity in Warhammer 40k. It's said by some that the Imperium could not survive without the Mechanicus, but the Mechanicus could survive without the Imperium. While that's certainly a topic for debate, it would be interesting if a schism ever developed between the factions, especially if the Catan underneath Mars actually woke up.
I'm very proud of you.
Either way, the Mechanicus operate in a very complicated and conflicted form, caught between a yearning for knowledge and a fanatical devotion to ancient rituals.
You're doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
I can't. Abhorrent creature. Impossible. Some extra. I better light dominating.
The Inquisition. There are a large number of overt threats against the Imperium of mankind in Warhammer 40k. Countless hordes of orcs, Tyranids, Necrons, and so on. And the Imperium is well equipped to war across the galaxy. In addition to these very loud and obvious conflicts, however, there are of course far more subtle and insidious threats. Secretive plots, dark machinations, demonic corruption, and the list goes on. These threats are present both outside of the Imperium, as well as in it, and where the hammer of the Imperium's armies won't work, the scalpel has to come in the form of the Inquisition. Combining elements of an investigative agency, a state police, and of course the Spanish Inquisition, The Imperial Inquisition operate across the galaxy with very little oversight, viewed by the rest of the Imperium with both fear and respect.
No mana, no mana.
This video will provide an overview of the Inquisition as a whole, and go into some detail about the various branches of operatives. The Inquisition was born, like many other things, in the wake of the Horus Heresy, when the Primarch Horus became corrupted by the gods of chaos and turned against the Emperor, along with half of the Imperium. After hearing of Horus' betrayal, the Emperor of Mankind charged his longtime advisor, Malcador, with gathering a group of individuals whose loyalty, courage, and strength of mind was unquestionable. Malcador chose 8 Space Marines and 4 Imperial Lords and Administrators, and they were brought before the Emperor to form the Inquisition in secrecy. The Space Marines would form the Grey Knights, the first militant branch of the Inquisition, and the Lords and Administrators would form the rest of the foundation of the Inquisition. Beyond this, though, much of the history of the Inquisition is shrouded in mystery, to the point that there is a minor branch of the Inquisition devoted to uncovering the true history of the organization. The fact that there is a separate branch devoted to deliberately obscuring information about the organization's founding should tell you quite a bit about the Inquisition. What is known is that after the Horus Heresy ended and the Imperium re-established itself, 2 of the first Inquisitors made themselves known to the High Lords of Terra and began recruiting individuals to join them. Although the Inquisition is officially a part of the Imperium, they do stand apart as far as the structure of authority is concerned. Inquisitors answer only to the Emperor and hold jurisdiction over every other member of the Imperium, including the High Lords of Terra. They are also officially allowed, by decree of the Emperor, to requisition any servant of the Imperium to aid their mission, from common citizens to Space Marines to entire battle fleets. Ultimately, the only ones capable of reining in an Inquisitor are other Inquisitors, and they hold no special loyalty to one another if an Inquisitor has become compromised. Indeed, the overall structure of the Inquisition is unlike the rest of the Imperium, as there is no official leader of the Inquisition. Each Inquisitor is tasked with ensuring the continued survival of mankind, and different Inquisitors carry out this task in different ways. There are different internal ranks of Inquisitors, but these ranks don't mean different agents carry different levels of authority, as the authority of all Inquisitors is absolute. Instead, a higher-ranking Inquisitor would carry more influence among other agents, generally due to experience. There are 3 main branches of the Inquisition, known as Ordos, as well as a number of lesser ones.
Of course.
Again, these are not officially decreed by any sort of governing body, but groups of Inquisitors working towards a common goal tend to be a part of the same Ordo. No Inquisitor is bound to a single Ordo, capable of switching at will, and at times new Ordos will pop up as others fade away. Each Ordo is concerned with a specific threat against the Imperium, with some being never-ending threats, and others being only temporary, as well as being of different magnitudes. The Ordo Machinum, for example, oversees the Adeptus Mechanicus, to watch out for the integration of alien technology and STCs. The Ordo Astartes oversees the Space Marines for any aberrations, and the Ordo Excorium oversees the specific practice of exterminatus, during which an entire planet is obliterated. The Ordo Chronos was established to investigate time anomalies within the warp, although they suddenly disappeared without a trace. Some Ordo's purpose is completely unknown, such as the small Ordo Necros, who itself is overseen by the Ordo Vigilus. Generally, however, when discussing the Inquisition, you're referring to one of the main 3 Ordos, as they are the largest groups dealing with the largest threats to the Imperium. The smallest of the main 3, the Ordo Malleus, deals with all demonic threats and manifestations of chaos. The Ordo Xenos is dedicated to countering the threat of all alien species. Finally, the largest Ordo in the Inquisition, the Ordo Hereticus, exists to protect humanity from itself by combating treason, mutation, heresy, and psychers. As any Inquisitor is not bound in their jurisdictions or purviews, it is up to each Inquisitor to determine whether something is a threat to the survival of the Imperium, and the Inquisition is known for its zealotry pursuing this goal. Entire planets can be torched based on the single command of an Inquisitor, and no one in the Imperium, save for the Emperor, and perhaps the Emperor's guards, are exempt from an Inquisitor's interrogation. That is not to say that everyone within the Imperium will always jump to assist an Inquisitor, and good Inquisitors understand the concept of discretion. Inquisitors undoubtedly carry one of the most dangerous jobs within the Imperium, tasked with diving into demonic corruption, monstrous aliens, rogue psychers, and murderous traitors that won't hesitate to kill a nosy Inquisitor. The Ordo Malleus carry out perhaps the most difficult of tasks, dealing with manifestations of chaos across the galaxy. This includes both the forces of chaos, demons, that occasionally make an appearance, as well as the corrupting nature of chaos amidst humanity. The Ordo Malleus is considered the most ancient branch of the Inquisition, formed in the wake of the Horus Heresy, and its loyal agents haven't rested since. The demon hunters of the Ordo Malleus are heavily trained in hand-to-hand combat, ranged weapons, psychic abilities, and in resisting the temptations of chaos. They will generally carry weapons specifically designed to kill demons, but they are also bolstered by as many Grey Knights available to them. The Grey Knights are a unique Space Marine chapter founded by the first Space Marines that joined the Inquisition. One of the most unique features of the Grey Knights is that every Space Marine in the chapter is a capable psyker, and the chapter recruits newcomers from the black ships that cruise the galaxy looking for psychers. Recruits undergo hundreds of different rituals designed to test their mental fortitude against the horrors of chaos, and if successful, their memories and personalities are wiped clean. The Grey Knights handle much of the actual combat with demons that the Inquisitor uproots, and they make for certainly fearsome fighters, utilizing advanced technology, even by Space Marine standards, and weapons bolstered by their psychic talents. Both the Ordo Malleus and the existence of the Grey Knights is largely kept a secret from the general population, with many Space Marine chapters believing the Grey Knights to be a myth. The Ordo Xenos was formed in the aftermath of the War of the Beast in the 32nd millennium, the greatest gathering of orcs in Imperium history. In order to prevent another such war from occurring, the Inquisitors of the Ordo Xenos are determined to investigate and classify all alien species, eliminating any that are deemed a threat. This also includes any members of the Imperium that deal with said aliens, including those that trade with them or seek to protect them. As you might expect, the Ordo Xenos get a lot of blood on their hands, as there's no shortage of alien species in the Milky Way, and the Inquisition views pretty much all of them as threats to the Imperium. Whether tracking down lone aliens, sending entire regiments of Imperial Guard or Space Marines into a war, or issuing exterminatus commands to obliterate an alien planet, the Ordo Xenos carry out their tasks with relentless bloodthirst. Joining them is their own dedicated Space Marine chapter, the Death Watch. The Death Watch differ from other Space Marine chapters as they don't recruit and train youth, but instead take veteran Space Marines from all of the other chapters, who vow to loyally serve the Ordo Xenos for a specified amount of time. This is generally seen as a great honor, and thus makes the Death Watch a chapter filled with the most capable and deadly Space Marines. each dedicated to slaughtering every last alien that the Inquisition points them at. The Ordo Hereticus are the largest and perhaps darkest of the Ordos, focused on ripping out not the hordes of threats from outside of the Imperium, but instead the hordes of threats within it. This Ordo was formed much later than the other two major ones, in the 36th millennium, after the Age of Apostasy destabilized the Imperium. This was a conflict between the administrative body of the Imperium and the state church, when the head of the administratum took control of the ecclesiarchy and began purging any dissenters. The Ordo Hereticus was founded afterwards to both police the ecclesiarchy and protect the purity of its teaching, although their role would of course expand to cover any sort of heretical behavior within the Imperium. They consist of the most feared agents of the Inquisition as far as humanity is concerned, and their arrival on a planet is generally met with trepidation and awe by all, as no one knows where their gaze might fall. The militant arm of the Ordo Hereticus is not a Space Marine chapter like the other major Ordos, but instead they utilize the Sisters of Battle, an all-female group of warriors that serve the ecclesiarchy. The Sisters are among the most capable of human warriors, trained from infancy to wield their faith in the God Emperor as a weapon against all who would oppose him. They are generally equipped with smaller versions of Space Marine power armor and bolters, and although they lack the genetic augmentations of the Space Marines, they still make up a fearsome force. The Inquisition ultimately serves a good purpose for the Imperium, but their autonomy, zealotry, and authority do make them a worrisome organization. They are, after all, human, and thus make errors like anyone else, but their errors can result in countless innocent deaths. That being said, a group like the Inquisition is a perfect fit for an empire like the Imperium of mankind, hell-bent on ripping out and slaughtering every last threat to humanity with a religious fervency. The fact that the Inquisition is inspired by real-life groups adds that nice extra tinge of horror to the entire organization. While the average citizen might believe they have nothing to hide from the Inquisition, and thus nothing to fear, perhaps they just haven't gotten to them yet. The Imperial Guard. In a universe filled to the brim with monstrous threats from demonic armies and hordes of aliens, what can one person do? In the case of the Imperial Guard, a person can grab a mostly unimpressive weapon, strap on some mostly unimpressive armor, and stand beside their brothers and sisters against the hordes. Members of the Guard don't possess the genetic superiority of the Space Marines, or the fearsome technology of the Mechanicus, but what they possess in spades is courage. The Guard is a large part of what keeps the Imperium of Man going in the 41st millennium, assisting in defeating the Imperium's enemies, and more importantly, holding territory, something the much less numerous Space Marines are generally incapable of doing. The Imperial Guard have a storied history. Nurgle, the Lord of Pestilence. Inside of the psychic dimension of the Immaterium, there have arisen several self-aware entities far more powerful than anything else in the warp, akin to gods in their potential. These entities are created and sustained entirely by the emotions and collective desires of every sentient being of the material universe, and each of these chaos gods seeks to obtain total dominion over all mortal life, for they are strengthened by the worship and service of mortals. Each of the four have been among the greatest enemies to the Imperium of mankind, but in this video we're going to be discussing Nurgle, the Plague Father and Lord of Decay. Nurgle's domain is that of disease, despair, and decay. But while one might suspect such an entity to be quite morose and grim, Nurgle is anything but. Let's take a look. Like all of the Chaos Gods, Nurgle embodies certain universal concepts, corrupting mortals in his own way to fit best into his domain of chaos. Nurgle in particular embodies more than anything the concept of physical decay. All things, no matter how permanent they may seem, inevitably succumb to decay and destruction. Outwardly, Nurgle generally presents this concept through the spread of virulent diseases and pestilences. That being said, Nurgle doesn't actually want to kill off mortals through horrific illnesses, but rather wants them to endure and survive through them, becoming stronger in the process. Of course, his hope is that in their desperation, they will turn to him to escape the pain and despair, and by embracing chaos, they'll learn that these diseases are not a curse, but rather a blessing. Unlike Khorne, who revels in constant death and bloodshed, Nurgle and his followers are often jovial and enjoy life, as decay is just a part of the natural cycle of life, leading Nurgle to sometimes be referred to as the Lord of All. Due to this, Nurgle is the Chaos God most directly involved with mortals, particularly humans, as humans have such an innate fear of pain and death. Nurgle represents the often unconscious fear of mortality that most lock away inside of their minds, while also representing the defiance of being alive in the face of such mortality. Because of this, and because every human experiences the pain of illness and disease at some point in their lives, Nurgle is deeply intertwined with mortal existence, and few mortals can escape Nurgle's touch throughout their lives. While the spread of great pandemics across entire systems are when Nurgle's power is at its peak, he also feeds off of the small points of desperation, of a parent praying for help for their sick child, or a dying man wishing to live just a little bit longer. Since Nurgle is so intertwined with mortal existence, and represents the decay of all things, there's very little that happens that doesn't further Nurgle's aims in some way. Every cure breeds a newer and more powerful disease. Every victory leaves an enemy susceptible to illness, and no one can escape decay. While Khorne's philosophy and methods may differ quite a bit from Nurgle's main opposition among the Chaos Gods is actually Tzeentch, due to their completely opposite ideologies. Nurgle represents despair, mortality, the inevitable cycle of life and death, and the acceptance of this cycle. Tzeentch, on the other hand, represents ambition, hope, the will to change, and breaking your own cycle. Interestingly, both Chaos Gods seek out the same type of mortals, the downtrodden and disenfranchised, but while Tzeentch works to get them to break out of this and use others to advance themselves, Nurgle works to get them to accept this fate, and find comfort in Nurgle and others like themselves. Although it's a bit trite, the concept of family is central to Nurgle's identity, as it's not a coincidence that he's often referred to as Father Nurgle or Grandfather Nurgle. Acceptance is a big thing among Nurgle's followers, acceptance of chaos, acceptance of mortality, and acceptance of each other. This collectivism is quite unique among the various forces of chaos, in comparison to the constant violence of Khorne followers, the backstabbing of Tzeentch's followers, and the hedonism of Slaanesha's. In contrast to the others, who offer great boons to their followers in the form of power, influence, or pleasure, Nurgle primarily offers an alleviation of suffering, even if they often spread suffering in the process. In accepting that death and decay are an inevitable part of life, Nurgle's followers find contentment in both death and decay, no longer bothered by disease and illness and corruption. Rot becomes their constant companion, no longer a source of pain, but instead a guiding light. Physically, like all Chaos gods, Nurgle can take any number of forms if he so chooses, but unlike the others, Nurgle often takes on a very similar appearance. His form is most commonly said to be that of an immense, bloated humanoid, with leathery dead skin pocked with sores and oozing wounds. Internal organs are seen bulging with decay out of the ruptured skin, and his lesser minions are often seen frolicking in his gaping wounds, suckling upon the bursting pustules and playing in the pools of pus around his feet. The smell is quite literally unimaginable, and his form is always accompanied by an enveloping cloud of flies, while maggots and other carrion feeders dwell under his fingernails, continually laying eggs that periodically burst open. Despite being an embodiment of death and decay, however, he is quite jovial, and is surrounded by a constant tide of new life amidst the death, with his children sharing in his jocularity. Nurgle's realm in the maelstrom of the warp is known as the Land of the Plague Lord, or more commonly, the Garden of Nurgle. This realm is a perversely beautiful domain of bewildering flora and fauna interconnected with one another, much like a normal biome. It is filled with an incomprehensible array of deadly and horrific diseases, and various creatures here often become exposed to new illnesses concocted by Nurgle or his followers, exhibiting a constant cycle of life and death. Like all the realms of the Chaos Gods, it is not a physical location in any sort of logical sense, but a continual swirling domain of disease, rot, and life. A visitor to the realm wouldn't walk among the garden, but would rather experience things they need to experience. They might come across a field of trees made of nothing but the flesh of Eldar, constantly oozing their tears, or a field of tongues sprouting from the ground, each one blistered from a different infection. They might see beetles walking along a riverbank with human features on their heads, or massive fungi constantly puffing out clouds of choking spores. The one constant thing amidst all this chaos is a massive mansion belonging to Nurgle himself, a decrepit yet sturdy structure of rotted timbers and broken walls, overgrown with crawling poison ivy and thick mosses. Inside, Nurgle continually works to create new contagions, each one greater and more horrific than the last, utilizing a vast cauldron said to be large enough to contain all the oceans of all the worlds. New diseases perpetually flourish inside of this cauldron as Nurgle toils away, and these diseases are scattered through the stars. Occasionally, Nurgle will reach down to scoop some of the mixture in his mouth to taste the fruits of his labor, and his ultimate goal is to eventually brew the perfect disease. This will be the ultimate plague that will spread across the entire universe, corrupting and decaying all living things and drawing them into his embrace. Also in his mansion is said to be one of the last Eldari gods, Isha, who was taken captive by Slaanesh during his birth, but was later taken by Nurgle and imprisoned. Now, Nurgle continually tests his new concoctions on Isha to see how long it takes for her to recover from them. Like the other gods of chaos, Nurgle has an array of demonic minions to do his bidding, all of which share his necrotic and putrid appearance, as well as his cheerful and disturbingly friendly demeanor. The smallest and most minor of these are known as Nurglings, tiny, rotund imps that often gather in swarms amidst Nurgle's armies. They possess sharp claws that, if they don't kill their target outright, will almost certainly leave behind a festering disease. They most often emerge from boils and pustules of greater demons, but there are certain diseases that can cause them to develop inside of mortals before bursting out. Plague Bearers are next in ranking, forming the rank and file of Nurgle's armies, being demons formed from the souls of mortals that have died from Nurgle's most infamous and successful disease to date, known as Nurgle's Rot. Plague Bearers are shambling, necrotic creatures, constantly surrounded by clouds of flies that feel no pain and often shrug off what should be lethal blows.
10 seconds
They
remaining.
each wield a rusted blade called a Plague Sword, which drips with a
5
coating of
seconds
slime,
remaining.
and those struck by one, even slightly, should hope to be killed rather than
turn to
face
pick.
the myriad of horrible diseases that each blade could carry. Other lesser demons of Nurgle include Plague Toads, capable of swallowing a man whole, Rot Flies, which are hideous insects large enough to be used as flying mounts by other demons, and Vile Savants, the living manifestations of diseases that have claimed mortal lives. The greater demons of Nurgle are creatures known as Great Unclean Ones, and each resemble a smaller version of the plague god himself. They are covered in rotting flesh and open sores, maggot-ridden innards spilling out of their bloated torsos, with clusters of pustules that birth swarms of Nurglings. Great Unclean Ones act as Nurgle's field generals, and each one shares his paternal instinct towards the lesser demons, laughing and encouraging them in their efforts to spread death and decay. Finally, there are the Demon Princes of Nurgle, former mortals that have impressed Nurgle so much that he has blessed them by turning them into an immortal demon prince. They are now nigh invulnerable, for even if a mighty weapon manages to punch a hole through them, it will only serve to spray infected pus and innards around them. They possess strength enough to toss a battle tank through the air, and many of them possess potent psychic abilities. There are a number of these, but the most notable among them is the demon Primarch Mortarion, leader of the Death Guard Legion of Chaos Space Marines. Nurgle is unique among the Chaos Gods, in that he operates as such a contradiction of philosophies. The others are very clear in their ideologies, focusing on power, ambition, pleasure, while Nurgle functions as a strange juxtaposition. Nurgle's followers come to believe that their lives aren't necessarily going to be better because of Nurgle's influence, but rather that they will accept life and death for what they are. While Slaaneish's followers will find pleasure in pain, Nurgle's followers will find no pain whatsoever, for it is irrelevant to the great cycle of death and rebirth. For me personally, I think Nurgle's philosophies are the most interesting of the four Chaos Gods, functioning almost as negative utilitarianism in his efforts to not necessarily increase happiness among the population of the universe, but simply reduce suffering, obviously through a highly contradictory process of diseases and illnesses. Their acceptance of the cycle of life and the close bonds of familiarity make Nurgle and his followers the most jovial of the demon forces, and it's not really that surprising that so many mortals turn to accept his gifts. That is not to say that Nurgle is anything close to a force of good, but if you're gonna worship any of the Chaos Gods, Papa Nurgle might just be your safest bet.
I'll never tire. I'm under attack. To my purpose. I'm under attack. I could cover the cosmos. A barbaric way to travel, but we do what we must. I can't be stopped.
Tzeentch, the Lord of Change. All of the gods of chaos feed on the emotions and desires of the massive amounts of mortals across the 40k universe.
I've waited millennia to
Khorne
stretch my
feeds
legs.
on warfare, rage, and violence. Nurgle feeds on despair and decay, and Slanesh on pleasure and excess. While all of those are very clear and observable concepts, often preventable by many if they focus themselves, Tzeentch feeds on something far more subtle and insidious. Although Tzeentch is generally regarded as the lord of magic and sorcery, his nature allows him to corrupt many of the most powerful individuals within the Imperium through a desire for change. Let's take a brief look at Tzeentch, how he operates, and his realm and armies within the Immaterium. Not as blunt as Khorne or as ubiquitous as Nurgle, Tzeentch is a force of chaos that operates in the shadows and behind the veil, twisting and weaving the webs of fate across the universe. Tzeentch is the god of ambition, evolution, intrigue, knowledge, sorcery, lies, and above all, change. While Tzeentch of course preys on highly ambitious mortals that seek power and prestige over their brethren, becoming corrupted by the promise of greatness, Tzeentch's true maliciousness is far more subtle. The desire for change and a better existence is commonplace across most sapient creatures, and this fact is exacerbated by the hellish lives that many suffer through in the 40k universe. Serving the God Emperor of mankind with all your body and soul is well and good when your life is going decently, but faith and loyalty are a lot trickier when they're tested. The subtle machinations of Tzeentch begin to work on those that desire a change in their lives, whispering into their ear that life could be better.
I'll move the ground.
From the lowliest of hivers to planetary governors to the Primarchs themselves, anyone potentially willing to better themselves at the cost of others is a target.
I love it.
In many ways, Tzeentch is the most dangerous of the four Chaos Gods, as he is able to perceive the future and can see all possible fates. His overarching plans, however, are impossible to discern, known and understandable only by him. A victory by Tzeentch's forces against mortals is certainly part of his plan, but a defeat could just as easily be part of the plan as well, as he knew that it would happen beforehand and let it happen regardless. His schemes and conspiracies are impossibly complex, entangling entire fleets and battalions into intricate plans just as easily as he alters the fate of a single individual. The only single concept that carries on through all of this is that of change and evolution. Stagnancy and acceptance is anathema to Tzeentch, and so therefore Nurgle is his opposite, being a god of accepting one's situation and relishing in it. Legend has it that at one point, Tzeentch's knowledge and power were so formidable that he ruled supreme over the warp, his powers dwarfing the other Chaos Gods. This changed, however, when the others temporarily set aside their differences, joining together to battle Tzeentch. Knowing that he would be destroyed otherwise, he cast a great spell upon himself, crystallizing his thoughts and body as he was shattered into 10,000 pieces. These shards were flung across space and time, forever weakening him, while legend states that this marked the beginning of the use of sorcery in real space. The powers of sorcery are the clearest way that Tzeentch empowers mortals, granting them access to incredible psychic abilities. Sorcerers of chaos wield death, destruction, and mutation, And while there are some sorcerers in service to Nurgle and Slanesh, as well as those of Chaos Undivided, the most potent sorcerers of Chaos all serve Tzeentch. Psykers are, of course, most likely to be drawn in by Tzeentch then, as their minds are already open to the warp, and the promise of more psychic power can often be incredibly alluring to those that have already tasted it. The most notable example of this is, of course, the Primarch, Magnus the Red, who too readily delved into the Immaterium and quickly accepted Tzeentch's assistance when presented with a problem that he couldn't solve. This desire for power, or knowledge, is what draws Tzeentch in, from Magnus the Red wanting to breach the webway to get a message to Terra, to a scholar desperately searching for the answer to a problem that they just can't solve. From the desperate admiral to the starving commoner, who both could be convinced with a little push that perhaps there's an easier way to improve their situation. All of this fits into Tzeentch's grand plan, whatever that may be. And while some say that Tzeentch hopes to use all of these schemes and plots to regain his supreme power and position as the dominant force of chaos in the universe, others suggest that he'd rather not be the victor at all. To win the great game would mean an end to all the plots and schemes, a fate that surely Tzeentch would wish to avoid. So perhaps then, Tzeentch's master plan is only to forever perpetuate the master plan, a paradoxical existence that only makes sense to a Lord of Chaos. Physically, Tzeentch manifests in a variety of forms, almost always surrounded by a veil of visible magic, forms of people and places swirling amidst it. He commonly appears as a thin, lanky sorcerer, either male or female, in robes that continually change color. His head will hang low, his arms will appear long and spindly, and atop his head will be two sweeping horns crackling with arcane fire. Sometimes his skin will be covered in faces and mouths, shifting and sliding across his surface as they whisper dark and terrible secrets. Other times, Tzeentch will appear only as a cloud of multicolored smoke, or a swirling mass of faces in mist, or a writhing mass of fleshy protoplasm. Others have claimed to see him as mutated animals, or perverse hybridized versions, with both birds and fish appearing heavily in Tzeentch's iconography and in the shapes taken by many of his followers. Some claim that he'll appear as all of these forms at once, an impossibility made possible through the power of chaos, or that no one can truly view Tzeentch's physical form, and all of these observations are merely the best that a mortal mind can comprehend. Tzeentch's realm within the Immaterium is said to be as fluid and shifting as he himself is, constantly in flux based on Tzeentch's whims, desires, and moods. Most who visit the domain will quickly succumb to madness, and it takes an exceptionally strong mind and will to interpret even one facet of the realm coherently. The most common description of the realm is that of a massive crystalline labyrinth resting upon an immense iridescent plateau, consisting of ever-shifting crystal avenues glittering in every color. There are no demonic warriors guarding the passageways, however, but rather only those of the strongest of minds can navigate the mystifying labyrinth, its gleaming corridors reflecting not only light, but also dreams, hope, misery, and nightmares. All of this will quickly drive most to despair and madness as they attempt to discern an order to the maze that constantly changes. It doesn't take much for a visitor to become caught in a dead end thanks to a shifting wall, trapped in the labyrinth for all eternity. There is said to be one true path through the labyrinth, with the claim that if navigated correctly, it will lead to infinite knowledge. This path is connected by 9 golden gateways, with 9 being a sacred number to Tzeentch, and it's protected by an entity known as the Guardian of the Maze, appearing as little more than a giant gloating mouth. When someone approaches one of the gateways, the Guardian will ask them a question, one of the 999 riddles of Zarazoth. These riddles are said to be so taxing that only the greatest lateral and logical thinkers can discern their answer, and if answered incorrectly, the Guardian will swallow the intruder whole. Legend has it that only one individual has ever managed to make it through all 9 gateways. Someone clad in the guise of a young girl along with a small black dog. When Tzeentch questioned the Guardian about this failure, the Guardian claimed that the girl cheated.
Of course.
At the center of the crystalline labyrinth, if such a place could truly have a center, is the impossible fortress, a perplexing edifice of imbalanced spires and swirling warp fire. The architecture of the fortress is even more maddening than the labyrinth, and even amongst Tzeentch's servants, only a select few can successfully navigate its corridors.
I'm under attack.
Deep inside the fortress is said to lie Tzeentch's hidden library, containing an infinite collection of tomes and scrolls.
Right.
Across these documents is every scrap of knowledge and thought since creation, of stories both written and unwritten, and accounts of futures both potential and actual.
When I'm bathed.
Many of these volumes are so weighty with knowledge that they gain a sentience of a kind, and argue with one another, rewriting and reorganizing themselves, unless bound by magic. Demonic servants work tirelessly here to reshelve the books, catalog the collection, and maintain a distant concept of order. All of these aspects of Tzeentch's realm could be true, or none of them could be, as the Lord of Change only lets visitors perceive what he wishes them to perceive. Speaking of Tzeentch's servants, he, like all of the Chaos Gods, commands hordes of demons and mortal servants to assist in carrying out his plots. While Tzeentch typically furthers his goals with subtle machinations and sorcery, there are of course times where a degree of force is necessary, and that's where the scintillating legions come in. These armies are as fluctuating and fluid as Tzeentch himself, manifesting with kaleidoscopic bursts of magical energy and swarming over their opponents while raining down great blasts of warp fire. Each scintillating legion is commanded by one of Tzeentch's greater demons, known as a Lord of Change, and each legion is further divided into 9 smaller hosts, each of which are directed in battle by demon princes and heralds of Tzeentch. The leaders of the hosts all compete with one another in endless schemes within schemes to curry favor with Tzeentch, who delights in and encourages the practice. The most common and basic entity within the legions is known as a horror, a scampering, frantic mass of pink flesh that swarms over enemies as they unleash raw warp energy directly out of their bodies. Horrors are quite literally magic made into physical form, and while their claws and fangs are quite deadly enough, it's the release of their own energy that is their most damaging aspect. This energy burns, but also changes, causing targets to become statues of screaming glass, or clouds of butterflies, or mounds of tentacled flesh. The horrors carry out this task gleefully, laughing maniacally and cartwheeling across the battlefield, leading any battle featuring Tzeentch's hordes to be a maddening display of sounds and colors. When a pink horror is killed by being blown up or cut into pieces, it will proceed to reform into 2 smaller blue demons. These blue horrors lack the jubilance of the original, instead whining morosely about their fate, but they will take out their misery on whomever killed them in the first place. If killed again, the blue horrors will split and reform further into tiny brimstone horrors of pure spite that seek to burn their enemies to ash. Another lesser demon of Tzeentch is the Screamer, a large flying creature that soars through the skies and emits a piercing shriek, which is said to have a profoundly disconcerting psychological effect on those who hear it. Screamers are capable of magical attacks, such as emitting arcs of warp lightning, but their real threat is in their speed and their jaws. Few things can outrun a pack of screamers, including starships, and their jaws are so powerful that they're capable of biting directly through a void ship's hull. While a Geller field will often protect the ship from demonic entities, screamers will continue to follow a ship through the warp, systematically testing the field for weaknesses. If they manage to find one, they can quickly breach the ship, allowing raw chaos energy to flood the interior as they set about devouring the inhabitants. Flamers are another deadly lesser demon in Tzeentch's control, a disturbing creature consisting of a lanky body with a number of fanged mouths on its top, bottom, and at the ends of its two long arms. They move by hopping around, which may seem humorous until their mouths begin to belch out great gouts of magical warp fire. This fire is highly unpredictable, mutating victims caught in it in the blink of an eye, and is capable of an endless amount of effects. The fires might turn flesh into ice, or metal into wood, or it might burn away only flesh and leave the armor behind, or it might just do the opposite. It might sear a target's soul rather than their body, or it might even regenerate a victim's wounds rather than hurting them. Much like the pink horrors, flamers are truly a chaotic presence on a battlefield, while also being quite deadly most of the time. The greatest of the pink horrors, if one manages to win the favor of Tzeentch, will be elevated to the position of Herald, and will be given command of one of the hosts. Rather than mindlessly frolicking across the battlefield, Heralds are intelligent and devious, empowered in their magical abilities, and capable of mutating nearby demons into stronger forms. Some of the Heralds wield incredibly potent mutating magics and lead packs of horrors directly. Others swoop and dive across the battlefield in a burning chariot of Tzeentch, and others fly on discs of Tzeentch at great speed, unleashing psychic powers from a distance while handily avoiding counterattacks. As for the greater demons of Tzeentch, the most elevated of the demonic entities are the Lords of Change, being incredibly intelligent and wielding potent sorcery. These typically take the form of a large bird-like creature with lengthy necks and multicolored wings. The Lords of Change take after their master in many ways, principally their talent and predilection for schemes, plots, and deceit. Each of them weaves countless intricate plans and schemes, always staying one step ahead of their opponents. It's very rare for anyone to ever outthink or surprise a Lord of Change, and most of the time, victims of a Lord of Change's plots will be completely unaware that they're even in one until it's too late. Unlike Tzeentch, however, they do not possess a complete picture of the universe, and they can be bested. If this happens, though, the Lords of Change are still amongst the greatest sorcerers in the entire galaxy, wielding warp energy on a scale that few could compete with. The greatest of the Lords of Change is known as Kairos Fate Weaver, said to be the Oracle of Tzeentch, and granted Tzeentch's access to all knowledge of past and future. Kairos cannot see what will occur in the present, however, but he's still an incredibly fearsome and intelligent foe. The other most notable servants of Tzeentch are the Demon Princes, a mortal that has been elevated to the highest ranks of his legions. Like all Demon Princes, little remains of their former mortal self once they've been fully transformed, but they gain power that few could ever dream of. At the top of this list, being perhaps the second most powerful Psyker alive aside from the God Emperor, is the Demon Primarch Magnus the Red. Magnus's mere presence warps the fabric of reality and sears the minds of any who observe him. Through his single eye, he sees through both the immaterium and real space, and is capable of launching raw psychic energy potent enough to tear entire titans from reality. As mentioned, Tzeentch is a rather paradoxical entity. as a god that knows everything that will happen and yet still manages to suffer defeats on occasion. Of course, mortal minds aren't meant to understand such an entity, and if indeed Tzeentch's only goal is to perpetuate his goals, then everything that occurs is simply all a part of the plan. Tzeentch is an interesting aspect of the 40k universe, as he feeds on ambition and the will of mortals that wish to change their situation. While we typically associate these things with corruption, such as a greedy planetary governor that wants more and more for himself at the cost of others, Tzeentch truly thrives in much more unfortunate situations, where people only wish to accomplish the greater good. Making a small deal with dark forces is a pretty bad thing, but if it could lead to saving some lives or helping some people in need, surely that can't be too bad. This is made even worse by how subtle and insidious Tzeentch and his servants can be, not appearing as shady-looking demons, but rather as ordinary individuals that might just be able to pass on a little help, if the person is interested. As they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and while very few people in the 40k universe are willing to openly accept demonic help, the idea of wanting to change their lives for the better in some way is likely very common indeed.
Godlike.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Oh my heavens, this is dreadful.
I will never.
Khorne, the Lord of Rage. The most important and central concept of the Warhammer 40k universe is, of course, war. It permeates every aspect of every faction in ways that no other franchise can really come close to, and it's been that way for millennia. When you have chaos gods, then, that feed on various emotions and aspects of mortal life, a god that feeds on warfare would certainly be quite potent indeed.
Your top tower
That
is
brings
under
us to
attack.
Khorne, a simple and direct chaos god that relishes all things to do with warfare, violence, and conflict, and has been feeding on these actions since the dawn of humanity. Let's take a brief look at Khorne, his domain in the Warp, and his followers, with plenty of blood along the way. Khorne is the chaos god of rage, violence, hatred, warfare, murder, and bloodshed, and it's this last aspect that is the most important. Khorne's primary concern is the spilling of blood, whether it be combatants or innocents, allies or enemies. It doesn't really matter to him how the blood flows, just that it does. So much so that the common battle cry of his followers is, "Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne." Although some claim that Khorne is a god that respects honor and martial superiority, this has generally been proven false, and these concepts are only utilized by certain Khornate followers to justify their killings. Khorne doesn't care if his followers exhibit any sense of honor in their violence, just as long as they do it, regularly and perpetually. Rage and anger are, of course, important aspects as well, as self-sacrificial bloodshed isn't quite the same as blood spilt on a battlefield, caused by an enraged warrior looking to slaughter everything in their path. Obviously, there have been conflicts born from hatred and rage since the dawn of man, so it's no surprise that Khorne is said to have been the first of the Chaos Gods to manifest. While none of the Chaos Gods get along with one another, Khorne bears a special hatred for Slaanesh, although the reasons for this are not as clear-cut as the differences between Nurgle and Tzeentch.
Your middle tower is
Slaanesh, devoted to pleasure and obsessions, turns combat into an art form, taking pleasure in watching talented combatants fight one another. where the act of spilling blood is secondary to the beauty of the movements and actions involved. Khorne views this as offensive and degenerate, as combat should always be about bloodshed, not pleasure. Khorne, of course, also doesn't care much for Tzeentch and his followers, viewing them as cowardly sorcerers unwilling to engage in direct physical combat. While Tzeentch might potentially be the most powerful of the Chaos Gods due to knowing what the future holds, and Nurgle has the most followers across the galaxy, Khorne is certainly the most potent and active of the four. Every conflict, big or small, and every act of violence feeds Khorne in some way. And with grand battles routinely occurring involving millions upon millions of deaths, his rage and power only continues to grow. He doesn't need to weave any complicated schemes or promise mortals immense power and prestige, as all he needs is for the galaxy to continue as it has for many millennia. That's not to suggest that he's not involved in all of these conflicts, however, as Khorne's presence is felt in all of them, from an angry dispute between two civilians to the orbital bombardment of an entire planet. Khorne fans the flames of discord, anger, and violence, encouraging mortals to slip over the edge into wanton mayhem. An argument that suddenly turns violent might very well be due to Khorne's influence, as this perfectly feeds his thirst for blood. And before long, he may just gain a new follower that shares that thirst.
Give it time.
Khorne's appearance is generally consistent, appearing as a massive, muscular humanoid standing hundreds of feet tall and coated in heavy, overlapping plates of armor made from brass and blackened iron. His face is that of a twisted, savage, snarling dog, and his every word is a growl of fury. He generally resides on his brass throne, which sits atop a mountain of skulls. The skulls are from both his champions as well as his enemies, consisting of 100,000 different species, from countless human skulls to tyrannid skulls the size of a city block. He also possesses a tremendous two-handed sword, known by a number of names, including Woebringer and the End of All Things. And it's said that when he takes up this sword, a single swing can cut through reality itself, allowing his legions to spill forth. Khorne's Skull Throne is at the heart of his domain in the war, a realm filled with battlefields soaked in blood and covered in demons, waging constant battles with one another. This perpetual infighting only pauses if any foolhardy invaders seek to wage a doomed war against the Lord of Blood, before the demons will return to slaughtering one another over and over again for Khorne's amusement. The realm itself is also at war with itself, as storms rage across crimson skies, sending powerful bursts of wind across the plains and mountains, tearing into the land and ripping up great chunks of blood-drenched earth. Earthquakes fight back against the storms by sending great gouts of molten brass into the sky, burning up the storm clouds, and new mountains erupt out of the flat ground to block the storm's advances. The terrain is also interrupted by great rivers of boiling blood crisscrossing across the landscape, dividing it into territories which the demons fight over. And new rivers of blood will pop up spontaneously, splitting the lands in new ways to encourage new warfare. The earth retaliates against this as well, as earthquakes push the rivers closed again, and volcanoes spew molten brass into them to seal them shut. It is a realm of perpetual violence of all aspects, and any visitor to the realm would surely be driven mad, knowing that everything here, from the blood god to the demons to even the rocks and wind, is looking to kill them. To witness the carnage here is to know that conflict is a living, breathing thing. At the edge of Khorne's domain is a ring of volcanoes reaching hundreds of kilometers into the air, belching black smoke and molten brass, creating a border that can't be seen nor navigated through. Anyone attempting to cross into Khorne's realm will be met by toxic ash, scorching brass, bloodstorms, and jagged rock. Demons of stone and liquid metal also form here, born of rage and defiance, bludgeoning and scorching any would-be invaders with mindless fury and pure violence before falling back into lifeless piles. At the base of the volcanoes are the demon forges, where countless weapons of war of all types are crafted to supply the eternal war, along with the components of the blood god's demon engines. The anvils here contain the enslaved souls of any mortals who would dare attempt to invade Khorne's realm, their tormented screams mingling with the sounds of the forges. The thousands of blood rivers cutting across the realm all dump out at the same location, plunging downward in massive red waterfalls, forming the Lake of Slaughter, larger than any ocean in the mortal realm. Leviathans of brass and bone swim throughout this lake, devouring everything they come across, as demons fly above the lake while doing battle with dragons made of pure solid blood. The lake itself is animate, snatching anything it can out of the sky that comes too close, and its waves take the shape of battling warriors, crashing violently against one another. On the far shore of this lake rests a tremendous field of skulls, so numerous that the ground can never be seen. This field stretches into the distance for kilometers before reaching a great black wall, the outer perimeter of the brass citadel. On top of the walls, inside of them, and above them are loyal demons dedicated to protecting the citadel from any would-be intruders, although it's rare that any force could muster the strength to even approach the citadel, let alone breach its walls. Although the other Chaos Gods could gain much if they managed to defeat Khorne in his citadel, the chance of success is too low, and the risk of rousing Khorne to battle too great to be worth many attempts. One very curious aspect of the Brass Citadel is not demonic in nature at all, but rather is orcish. An orc warlord by the name of Tuska, calling himself the Demon Killer, had once led his warband straight into the Eye of Terror in search of carnage, utilizing a large number of orc weird boys to bypass the Imperial defenses around Cadia. Tuska soon encountered several demon worlds belonging to some of the other Chaos Gods, conquering them easily and proving to be quite unstoppable. This changed when they landed on a planet belonging to a demon prince of Khorne, leading to the slaughter of Tuska and his entire warband. Khorne, however, enjoyed Tuska and his murderous carnage so much that he ensured that the orcs rose again the following day, allowing them to repeat their crusade. They were slaughtered again, and so Khorne continued to bring them back over and over, with the orcs never relenting in their bloodlust. Eventually, Khorne was so impressed that he brought them all into his domain, allowing them to fight his elite generals every day for eternity. All of Khorne's followers share this trait of wanton violence and carnage for carnage's sake, from his mortal followers up to his greatest demonic servants. Khorne's temple is the battlefield, and all one has to do to worship him is kill, maim, and burn every day for as long as they exist. Following Khorne is the easiest path to raw physical power, and it's alluring to anyone across the galaxy that wishes for more strength to crush their enemies and see them driven before them. Khorne ends up influencing many of the primitive worlds across the Imperium, where warring tribes are always looking for a way to best their opponents in straight combat. Sorcery and other trickery are frowned upon, so most of Khorne's mortal followers are little more than mindless berserkers looking to make as much blood flow as possible. That's all that really needs to be done to worship and glorify Khorne. So any day spent not spilling blood is blasphemy. leading many bands of Khorne followers to battle one another in the meantime. Those that manage to gain Khorne's favor will be blessed, gaining physical mutation in the form of increased strength, grotesque alterations, such as horns or talons. Long-term Khornates that continue to do battle in Khorne's name will eventually become little more than mindless beasts, slaughtering everything in their path. Khorne's demonic servants are quite similar, eschewing tactics and strategy in battle for raw ferocity and martial prowess. His primary rank and file demons are called bloodletters, appearing as red-skinned humanoids with large horns and serpentine tongues. Sporting rippling muscles and razor-sharp claws, they don't even need any weapons to slice through armor and kill anything inside of it. But they also generally carry large, warped metal swords called Hellblades, capable of cutting through just about any armor forged by a mortal. Despite being the most common soldiers in Khorne's blood legions, they are amongst the most aggressive entities of the Warp, and in battle they'll easily enter a horrific frenzy, cutting down everything before them as they try to outdo one another in savagery.
The sky moves behind us.
Khorne's mounted troops are blood crushers, which are bloodletters riding on the backs of demonic steeds called juggernauts. Juggernauts are a fusion of flesh and machine, an unstoppable force of brass, iron, fire, and blood.
I'm ready for anything.
Only the most favored of the bloodletters are allowed the privilege of trying to tame one, and if they manage to mount one and survive its thrashing movements, it will be perhaps the most lethal of all war mounts. Other beasts used by the Blood Legion are flesh hounds, vaguely canine creatures used for hunting across great distances, even across space. Their howls of rage are said to chill the heart and haunt a person's nightmares, driving a target to madness before the hound catches up to them to sink their razor-sharp teeth in. Few can outrun or hide from a flesh hound on the hunt, and a pack of these is certainly a fearsome threat. The strongest and most brutal of the bloodletters will be taken to the Brass Citadel, to a vast arena known as the Stone, in order to separate the best of them from the rest. The energies of the fallen will then be granted to those remaining, swelling them with power and transforming their Hellblade into a blade of blood. These demons, now known as Heralds of Khorne, will lead the demonic armies underneath them into battle. The greater demons of Khorne are known as Bloodthirsters, and these creatures are truly masters of battle in every sense of the concept. They are the very essence of brutality and savagery, and are renowned as the greatest warriors among demonkind, with only the boldest and most heroic of mortals even standing the slimmest chances of survival against them. Most of them stand nearly 10 meters tall, with the largest being the size of a scout titan, their bodies impossibly muscled. From their backs sprout a pair of gigantic bat-like wings, allowing them to fly across a battlefield, and their faces are similar to that of Khorne himself, bestial and snarling. They generally carry a pair of weapons, a massive demonic battle axe, the blade of which is at least as tall as a space marine, and a long barbed whip capable of delivering death at range to even the most agile of their foes. The axes are capable of cleaving an armored battle tank in two, and rather than just destroying a target's physical body, they will consume their souls as well. Bloodthirsters lead the great legions into battle, but rather than utilizing advanced tactics and strategy, they lead with stunning brutality. Of course, select mortals that prove themselves to the Blood God time and time again can be elevated to a select position, becoming demon princes of Khorne. These monstrous mortals are imbued with incredible physical power, and as long as they continue to provide a constant flow of blood for Khorne, they will remain in his favor. Finally, there is Khorne's greatest servant, the demon Primarch Angron. Angron was known for his brutality and savagery even before falling to chaos, but Khorne has empowered him, transforming him into a demonic monster capable of battling dozens and dozens of space marines at once. He stands amongst the greatest threats of chaos known to the galaxy, and even if he is bested, he will always return an interest in growing more powerful in order to defeat their enemies, and thus turning to Khorne is an interest in growing more powerful in order to defeat their enemies, and thus turning to Khorne is a simple yet effective way to obtain that power. Whether or not Khorne is the most interesting of the Chaos Gods is certainly up for debate, but you can't deny the results, as millions of fanatics across the galaxy scream and rage on a battlefield in their thirst for
Yeah,
blood
no, I muted
for
because
the
I was
blood god.
cursing. I said, "Gordon, take me!" That's what I was yelling. But yeah, no, I mean, I think Angron has one of the more interesting stories because of just how like what was going on with him and how like all the Primarchs basically were taken as infants. It was taken as infants and then had to like basically grew up on planets, and like depending on what they kind of stumbled into really depended on how their childhood went and how their mentality went, because like Rabuta Gilliman was like literally brung to a planet and like automatically adopted by like the ruling class and was like grown up to learn about tactics and all of this stuff, and even the person who rung him up was a kind, compassionate person, so he became that way. Whereas Angron he was on a slave planet, and they fucking turned him into a slave, and they made him fight in the slave pit until like his friend, he had to fight his friend in a slave pit, and they wanted him to kill him, and he wouldn't. So they fucking put butcher's nails in his head, which basically enhances like aggression and everything else, and he fucking murdered his best friend. So it's like he could like his he couldn't be anything other than what they made him. And it's like a tragic story because now he's this thing of corn that's so like filled with rage, but it could have been so much different. Because like even at that point, he fought to get out. He brought all the fucking slave soldiers out, and they lived in the wilderness fighting off all the fucking rebels and shit until like the last stand. He was willing to die with everyone he fought with to live free. And like the Emperor of Mankind just teleported him out of there, and it's like, yeah, nah, you coming with me? You're gonna be ruling the galaxy with me. And it's like, we're not even. I mean, you didn't take his butcher's nails out of his head, and you could have just teleported his whole crew upside and been fine. Or you could have went down with all your soldiers and fucking mopped up all of the fucking elites, and then moved on. Like the Emperor of Mankind chose to do all that shit. It was fucked up. I'm just thinking, what is it called? Courage and Honor? Is this it? I mean, one of my favorite shorts is what you call it, one of my favorites. Yeah, I forgot this dude's name. He does an amazing job. Is it here? He does it like an amazing job speaking on the doing the speeches of Warhammer and stuff. Or is it
all dead? My brothers, my sisters. I swore I'd stand with them. We would die together. My life has never seen such fighters, Logar. Clesta riding her shriek spear. Jakura with his strangling chains.
His strangling chains?
Little Asti stealing knives to throw and cut and stab, while his grin warmed the cold nights. Barbaden, who lost his arm to gangrene, shouting for the High Riders to follow if they dared. Well, he had my back, as I had his. We'd slip on the gourd.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, where
We've arrived.
No, hold on. Because, like, honestly, that's probably, like, he did, like, a really great reading of it. I'm trying to see if this is it. Because, actually, I've listened to this dude do, like, the things from Warhammer for, like, a minute. Honestly, him and the dude who we've been listening to this whole stream actually had like some of the things that made me the most interested in the entire like Warhammer thing, like period. I'm trying to think. Okay, wait. I think it's the one with Gazgul, Morak, Thraka, which honestly made me want to be an orc so bad, just to so I can say hot shit like this. Yeah, this shit is so dope. This shit is the dopest shit, period.
Armed hand over Gork and Morg. They sent me to rouse up the boys, to crush and kill, because the boys forgot what they're here for. I was one of the boys till the gods smashed me in the head. And I remembered that orcs is meant to conquer and make slaves of everything they don't kill.
Jesus.
I'm the prophet of the Wa.
The prophet of the Wa?
In my blueprints. On Armageddon, I led the boys through the fire deserts and smashed the Hermes metal cities to scrap. I fought Yarrick, Old One-Eye at Tartarus, and he fought good. But we smashed his city too. I'm deaf to anything that walks or crawls. Where I go, nothing stands in my way. We crushed the stunties on Golgotha, and we caught Old One-Eye where the speed freaks blew the Hermes big tons to bits. I let him go, because good enemies is hard to find. And orcs need enemies to fight, like they need meat to eat and grog to drink. I's more cunning than a grot, and more killy than a dread.
More killy than a dread?
The boys that follow me can't be beat. On Piscina, we jumped the Marine boys, and our boss bowls was covered in the helmets we took from the dead uns. We burned their port and killed their bosses and left nothing but ruins behind. I'm Warlord Gazgul Magorek Thraka, and I speak with the word of the gods. We's gonna stomp the universe.
Stop the universe, what?
Anything that fights back. We is gonna do this, cause we're orcs. And we was made to fight and win.
After that, I was like, alright, I kind of dig dorks, period. No, I do like Tyranids, but Tyranids don't have cool speeches like that. They don't say gangsta shit like that. They just do shit, which is gangsta, and I mean, I do like them too. But, like, I'm trying to see where... Oh, God. It's Angron and Rogel Dorn. Logar and Gilliman. Is it? No. Horace. Sigismund. Which one is this?
Your pretty wall is broken, Rogel. Your famous fortress is undone. You are a man
book. It was pretty dope. That's like almost like the culmination of everything that happens. Like there was a whole big plan to break through the fortress, and everything, and yeah, it broke down. And the funny part is, after all that, fucking what you call it, just leaves. He just because that's the thing. Like he starts aligning with Slanesh, so like if it's not interesting to him, he just doesn't give a fuck anymore, and he just left. Same thing like Perturabo, who I actually kind of like a lot. I think he's cool, but Perturabo, he left the Siege of Terra too because they were like just ignoring him. He was like, "Fuck this! Why'd I even do this for? If they ain't even gonna give me all the glory, give me anything for what I did, like fuck all this, I'm out of here." And he took his whole legion and left. So like. That's the thing, like all of this one got me into all of that stuff because it's like breaks down the story of it breaks down all the stories of all the Primarchs and shit. Like I literally listen to this one like all the time because it's like the most interesting story to me. But like some of them are just like, I mean, again, the guy who does this, big shout to Exploring series, he does an amazing job. Like the one on the Tyranids actually is like really good too. Because, like, it just shows how fucking ridiculous these motherfuckers are.
The Warhammer 40k universe is filled with a vast array of alien species, some more relevant than others, and they represent a multitude of science fiction tropes and concepts. Perhaps none of these are stranger.
Bro, you can't even fight that shit. Look at that shit.
A species that doesn't deal with diplomacy, doesn't work with technology, and has no interest in controlling territory or demonstrating power over others. The Tyranids are easily amongst the most fearsome species to exist in 40k, representing an incredibly grave threat to every other form of life in the galaxy. In this video, we'll look at what we know about the Tyranids, their unique biology, and their methods of war. True to their utterly foreign nature, the Tyranids actually originated from
Look at that motherfucker. A hive tyrant, I think that's what they're called.
Exactly where they came from or how long they've been around, but some sources guess that they've passed through hundreds of galaxies. It's believed that the Tyranids were first alerted to life in the Milky Way when a psychic beacon was overloaded during the days of the Horus Heresy. This burst of psychic energy reached out through the warp far enough to wherever the Tyranid horde was located at the time, and they began moving towards the Milky Way. This problem would be exacerbated by the presence of the Emperor of Mankind's
Jesus Christ, look at them.
Another psychic beacon the Imperium of Man uses to navigate through the warp. It's believed by the Imperial Inquisition that the Imperium first encountered Tyranid life forms around the 35th millennium, but the first official encounter was in the 41st millennium, on the planet Tyran. Tyran was an ocean world on the eastern fringe of the galaxy,
look at that
largely
shit.
unexplored region.
I imagine if you played the table game, the Warhammer tabletop game, that the fucking Tyranids would be ridiculous.
But they were ultimately caught unaware by the Tyranid hive fleet. Tyran possessed standard defenses for an Imperial outpost, capable of withstanding most any alien threat, but the Tyranids blockaded the planet, physically and psychically. It wasn't long after that the planet was overrun and consumed, although the head of the Mechanicus on the planet,
I mean, I imagine it's always about swarming
to the rest of mankind. The warning read, "We cannot live through this. Mankind cannot live through this. In a single day, they have covered this planet with a flood of living blades and needle-fanged mouths. Kill one, and 10 take its place. If they are truly without number, then our race is doomed to a violent death before every shred of our civilization is scoured away by a force more voracious than the fires of hell themselves. Death. By the machine god, death is here."
By the machine god, death is here. That's just
the Tyranids after
that shit's just crazy.
Planet. And the hive fleet that had consumed Tyran continued sweeping through the galaxy towards its center. This conflict, later known as the First Tyrannic War, seemed to be rather hopeless, as the Tyranid hive fleet consumed everything they touched. The Ultramarines chapter of the Adeptus Astartes were brought in to end the war, although their first encounter with the aliens was a bloodbath, due to them being completely unprepared for the Tyranids' biology and combat tactics. The war came to a climax on the Ultramarine homeworld of Macragge, where a nearly unequaled battle took place.
They literally fought on Macragge?
Both sides suffered massive casualties, and it's said that the soldiers walked on Tyranid corpses instead of the ground. Ultimately, the battle was only won when an Emperor-class battleship, a vessel kilometers in length, sacrificed itself to create a warp vortex that destroyed the Tyranid fleet.
I've never seen one
The
before.
Milky Way was given a couple centuries to recoup and recover, but the Tyranids eventually returned. Before we move on to the Tyranids' second incursion into the Milky Way, however, let's discuss the Tyranids themselves. Ravenous hordes of bloodthirsty monsters are dangerous enough, but what truly makes the Tyranids a threat above others is the hive mind. The hive mind is not a single consciousness, nor is it the collective minds of the Tyranids controlled by a single consciousness, but instead is the connected network of every single Tyranid creature working in tandem towards a singular goal. That is to say, there isn't one big Tyranid at the top that gives commands to all others psychically, but rather all of the Tyranids communicate with one another psychically to achieve one goal.
And they can't be psychically controlled either.
This allows the countless trillions of Tyranids to function as if they were a single organism.
That's crazy.
This psychic connection is accomplished through specific Tyranids that function as psychic conduits, connecting nearby Tyranids to the hive mind. Most Tyranids left without access to the hive mind will revert to a feral state, still dangerous but not nearly as coordinated. A side effect of the hive mind's psychic field is that it distorts the warp.
How does this even happen? Like, when you get in a situation like this, what do you think?
And interfering with spacecraft.
They're just raining from the sky.
It also tends to drive nearby sapient creatures mad with visions of the warp. Tyranids possess a dizzying degree of biological variations, from the smallest of insect-like creatures to the hulking behemoths the size of Imperial Titans.
I guess that's what the guy said.
Massive bioships that the hive fleets use to navigate the galaxy. The most numerous of the Tyranids come in a maggot-like form called rippers, and serve as the primary means by which the Tyranids consume biomass from any form of life they encounter. After a planet has been invaded, rippers will scour the world and consume everything they touch, leaving it a desolate wasteland. They are then broken down along with the biomass they consumed, which is taken back to the hive fleet to be utilized by the Tyranid hordes. Gaunts come in a wide variety of subspecies, from hormogaunts that resemble monstrous velociraptors to termagaunts that use a weapon which essentially shoots beetles that burrow into an individual's body.
Shoots beetles?
Lictors are specialist Tyranids far more capable of stealth that are used as forward scouts. Their skin can adapt to its surroundings, rendering them practically invisible to the naked eye, and they are adept at stalking and ambushing prey. Tyranid warriors are among the more formidable threats the Tyranids can bring to a battlefield, each one potentially a match for a space marine. Warriors are twice as tall as a man, strong, fast, and unflinching in combat. Hive tyrants serve as essentially commanders for Tyranid hordes, acting as the primary conduit to the hive mind. Additionally, hive tyrants are extremely capable themselves, larger, stronger, and more deadly than a warrior, incredibly intelligent, and capable of manifesting powerful psychic abilities.
Wow, is psychic abilities
Many additional forms and variations exist, including many larger than a hive tyrant, as well as the Tyranids' technology and their living ships. Among the most important of Tyranids are the Norn Queens, which live in the ships at the centers of the Hive fleets,
Norn Queens.
and use the collected biomass from planets to continually produce additional Tyranids. Arguably the most notable of Tyranid subspecies, however, are the Gene Stealers, unique aliens that operate in a much more subtle way than other
Gene
Tyranids,
Stealers.
and yet are crucial to their operations. Gene Stealers are highly mutatable, but generally they are bipedal, possessing 2 sets of arms, one ending with human-like hands and the other with claws. They are typically very intelligent, and their bodies can survive for centuries, even when exposed to the vacuum of space. Although pure strain Gene Stealers are born from the Norn Queens, like all other Tyranids, most Gene Stealers reproduce independently from the rest of the Hive fleet, allowing them to spread across the galaxy. Gene Stealers reproduce by inserting an embryo into a host through a tube-like tongue, passing on their genetic material.
Ugh.
This is generally done by small groups that sneak onto a planet, or groups that hide out on an empty ship in space, called Space Hulks, waiting for rescue teams.
There is a game called Space Hulks.
The embryo will slowly rewrite the host's genetic code, and replace their consciousness with one controlled by a local psychic connection possessed by the Gene Stealers.
Jesus Christ.
Gene Stealers will then force these hosts to seek out reproduction, and the offspring will be a Gene Stealer hybrid.
Oh, shit.
Hybrids will then go out and continue to reproduce, creating more hybrids among a population.
Oh, shit.
Although a first-generation hybrid will generally resemble a Gene Stealer, by the 4th generation they are much harder to tell apart from the host species at first glance. These hybrids will all follow the instincts of a Gene Stealer, thus will continue to spread among the population as a Gene Stealer cult. The growing psychic connection within the Gene Stealer cult on a planet will serve as a beacon for a Tyranid hive fleet, drawing them in and letting them know that the planet is ready to be invaded.
They probably just eat everything.
By the time the hive fleet has arrived, the planet is typically already in disarray, due to a large portion of the population being in the Gene Stealer cult. After the planet is conquered, the Gene Stealer cult turns on itself, massacring the hybrids for biomass,
I thought
and
so.
starting the cycle anew. These Gene Stealer cults were at the forefront of the Tyranids' second invasion into the Milky Way. The Imperium had bolstered their defenses in the region of the galaxy where the Tyranids had first invaded, but eventually numerous rebellions began breaking out on planets in the area. A number of bureaucrats in the Imperium claimed that the rebellions were simply because people were upset at living in armed camps. The Imperial Inquisition raised an eyebrow at their downplaying of the situation and launched an investigation. The only connection that could be found among all of these officials was that they had all been to that region of the galaxy at some point in their lives. The Imperial Guard and Space Marines were sent in to snuff out the rebellions, eventually discovering the Gene Stealers at the heart of the cult. Although they assumed that they wiped them all out, hundreds of Gene Stealers would later pop out of the ground as a hive fleet approached the region. The Ultramarines once again came to the Imperium's defense, carrying their experiences and knowledge from the First War. Once again, the losses were drastic, but the Tyranids were defeated a second time, although a split force had also done severe damage to an Eldar craft world. It would only be a few years later when the Third Tyrannic Wars would begin,
The Tyrannic
Tyranids launching
Wars?
their greatest offensive yet. The massive Tyranid hive fleet
Holy
decided
shit.
to split its forces around the galaxy and invade from multiple directions. Planetary Defense Forces, Imperial Guard, Imperial Navy, Space Marines, Inquisitors, and others have come to the defense of the Imperium during this galactic war. Entire planets have been torched by the Navy to prevent the Tyranids from gaining their much
Yeah, I did read that. They like destroy
And the
planets
losses
so
have
they
been great
can't
on
even
both
eat their
sides.
starve them out.
So far, the war continues, and the question remains if the Imperium will be victorious for the third time, or if an even larger Tyranid force is on the way. Tyranids borrow a lot of concepts from other science fiction stories, and they themselves have lended inspiration to other tales. Mankind in 40k has no shortage of enemies, but there aren't many that compare in sheer horror to the Tyranids. The concern that any given moment there might be secretive gene-stealer hybrids lurking among the populace or beneath their feet.
Gene-stealer hybrids!
Unflinching violence and carnage that a Tyranid horde brings to a planet, and their utter lack of fear as trillions of fully coordinated killing machines spread across the galaxy. Ultimately, the Tyranids tend to lose wars due to things like plot armor, but they still remain an incomparable threat.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, gene stealer cults and all kinds of hot shit. Like that's generally horrifying. That's generally horrifying. Like, holy shit. Like, that's what honestly I did like this dude. I think this dude does an amazing job of actually just doing really great storytelling with it, but like you can tell great stories because it's just fucking good material. It's just really good material. Is this the Courage and Honor? No. That's why I was looking for when I got distracted. Well, distracted. It's not the right word because I'm. Oh, I think it's this.
You two, my brothers.
Not good voice acting, though. I would say no.
What a sorry sight you've become.
Is there a better
Traitors,
one?
heretics. No better than the treasonous cultures we've quashed for the last 200 years. Did you learn nothing? Either of you. I've heard Lorgards pulling heresies already. What brought you so low, brother? Did the machine in your skull finally refashion your loyalty into madness?
They let me dream. They give me peace. What would you know of struggle, perfect son? When have you fought against the mutilation of your own mind? When have you had to do anything more than tally compliances and polish your armor?
Childish. Does it really come down to this? So pitiably childish.
Childish? The people of your world named you Great One. The people of mine named me Slave. Which one of us landed on a paradise of civilization to be raised by a foster father, Reboot? Which one was given armies to lead after training in the halls of the McCraggian High Riders? Which one of us inherited a strong, cultured kingdom? And which one of us had to rise up against a kingdom with nothing but a horde of starving slaves? And which one of us was a child enslaved on a world of monsters with his brain cut up by carving knives? Listen to your blue-clad riches yelling of courage and honor, courage and honor, courage and honor! Do you even know the meaning of those words? Courage is fighting the kingdom that enslaves you, no matter that their armies overshadow yours by 10,000 to 1.
I'm not a huge fan of this guy's voices of anger on, but
honor is resisting a tyrant when all of us suckle and grow fat on the hypocrisy he feeds them. You know nothing of honor.
You're still a slave, Angron. Enslaved by your past. Blind to the future. Too hateful to learn. Too spiteful to prosper.
Yeah, that speech is really good, and that's what I always kind of. I don't. Again, Angron's a bad guy, but he got kind of pushed that way more than anything else. Shame I can't find the one I that I saw that was like really good. Mm.
All dead.
Nah. 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 Mm.
And what would you know of struggle, perfect son? When have you fought against the mutilation of your mind?
I mean, everyone does a different version of Angron. Because it's like, I mean, look look at the face. Look at his face. Like, I mean, it's not a voice that's gonna come off calm.
Oshime was glad he decided not to acknowledge her momentary slip. Her nerves were as frayed as anyone's, given what was taking shape out there on the plains.
Actually, I heard this audiobook is really good.
For long. Heralds ran through the great stone doors at the throne room's southern entrance, escorted by soldiers running and looking back over their shoulders. Oshime swallowed. This didn't look good. "Ah, one lord!" the heralds cried, babbling and speaking over each other. The boy king endured this display with regal, practiced patience. He never got the chance to speak, however. The first figure to stalk through the black marble archway was so tall he had to lower his head. Oshime literally felt the hundreds of courtiers' unified intake of breath. They gasped as one, many backing away to the walls as the towering figure made its entrance. He was taller than any human, clad in armor of cold red and lustrous, clean bronze. Dreadlock cables ran from the back half of his shaven and tattooed head, down into the active, powered suit of armor. Everyone staring up in awe at the warlord knew those implants. Butcher's nails. The cyber crest of a slave.
Nah.
Two toothed motorized swords were lashed to his back.
Gorechild, I think is called his sword.
This avatar of brutality requiring weapons to strike his foes down was laughable. He stalked down the red carpet leading to the Rescium throne, his boots sending tremors through the stone floor. The throne's polished surface reflected the artificial lighting strips above, and the cringing figures of almost 200 courtiers. Several Kinguard soldiers went for their guns with trembling hands. Others recognized the sheer futility of the gesture. Oshime was one of the latter. The figure stopped, turned, regarded his surroundings. The lipless face was the visage of a broken angel, scarred and ruined,
Broken
denied
angel.
any echo of what might have once made it handsome. "Sire," he said, and his voice was the grinding of bitter stonework. "Who sits in ascendancy in this age?"
I kind of liked his voice for
On the throne, the boy
Angron,
king
actually.
started crying. His kin guard, life sworn to defend him to their final breaths, started retreating away from the throne. The god warrior saw their slow retreat, and it made him smile. "Is it you, boy? Your Praxury of Deshere?" The boy curled into his throne, crying louder. The god came closer, taking the stairs slowly, 4 at a time. "Boy," he said, his gravelly voice now a dusty whisper. "What family are you from? What blood beats in your filthy High Rider veins?" It was Oshime who answered in place of the crying child. She alone hadn't cowered back from the Rescium throne. "You stand before Tyberal of House Thalka." She almost managed to keep her voice level. The god's face tightened at the name, tautening into a grimace that failed to be either a scowl or a smile.
Falca, he said. That family still rules after all this time.
They still rule. Oshame stood straighter, fear tears in her eyes. Her heart beat fit to burst.
The Falca held my leash, the warrior said. They owned me.
Other invaders were entering now. The first of them was as tall as the dreadlocked god, his skin pale gold, where the blade bearer's was scarred and tanned. He carried a spiked and ridged maul over one shoulder, and a cloak the color of bloody sunsets cast back to reveal
bloody
sunsets.
Vascular
hue.
What a fucking description.
Were sculpted in statuesque masculinity, somehow protective and serene and confident all at once. Up close, through the tears in her eyes, Oshame saw the gold on his skin.
I mean, you know you're dead.
Tattooed onto his flesh.
You know you're dead.
The only flaw was the claw scars along one cheek, from temple to his jawline, though they added to his presence rather than stole from it. At first sight of him, dozens of courtiers fell to their knees. Others wept, not the shameful tears of fear, but the silent weeping of purest awe. Trailing behind the golden god were armored knights in clean white and sanguine red, 13 of them in total. The warriors in white held axes in loose fists. The knights in red bore parchment strips bound to their battle plate and carried curved blades in their hands, while armored fuel tanks sloshed on their backpacks. Each of them stared from a snarling helm with a silver faceplate.
Yeah.
They seemed to be guarding a lone female.
You know you're
precious,
fucked.
Fragile girl of 2.5 decades life, clad in red silk. She was willowy in shape, but utterly fearless, surrounded by her protectors. Dark hair framed dusky features, and dark eyes that
dusky? I had to learn what dusky is like.
Weapon,
reddish hair, I guess.
Roga, said the dreadlocked god by the throne. He said that one word, with his shoulders shaking. Then he threw his head back and started laughing as loud as the ghost wind back in the mountains.
Yeah.
Khan and Argul-Tal hesitated, as did every world-eater and word-bearer, when Angron's laughter cut the sterile silence. It was more than mere laughter. It was a slice of life brought to the chamber's mournful, stunted emptiness. Those who'd been cowering withdrew further. Those who'd been standing their ground found their skin crawling.
Lorga!
Angron was still laughing, his bloodshot eyes wet with amusement.
Behold, brother! Behold the last scion of the family that once owned me. How the mighty have fallen.
Khan watched Lorgar ascend the steps to the throne, standing next to Angron, casting the poor crying child into the shadow of 2 Primarchs. For the first time Khan could ever recall, the Primarch of the 17th Legion looked unsure. Doubts warred with bemusement across his features. Understanding passed between the 2 warlords, and Angron slapped his brother on the shoulder. The laughter faded from his throat, but never left his eyes.
I will handle this,
he said to Lorgar. And then,
you, woman, come here.
Oshame, who'd never been spoken to like that in her life, put all her effort into swallowing the lump in her throat.
You're not him, she stammered. You can't be him.
Angron clacked his teeth together, a feral, snapping bite aimed at the air.
Can't I?
Angron Falcon died 100 years ago, Oshame whispered. He fled at the Battle of Deshaun.
That's when you know. That's when it's over. You should have never said that.
There's no laughter now.
You should have never said that
his
shit.
Eyes faded, leaving them pearlescent with.
You should have never said that shit.
Angron brought his whole body round to face her.
Yeah.
To look down at her.
He fled.
Yeah.
You said those words to me. You said Angron Falca fled.
General Oshime Everil Corchet tried to speak, but it left her clattering teeth as a weak moan, while her bladder emptied itself down her thighs. Speak. Angron almost purred, hatred souring his breath. He led a rebellion of slaves. He left them to die in the mountains. Angron wrapped her whole head in a scar-thickened fist. You lie, woman! You will...
Oh, God.
You will tell the truth now. She sobbed instead, and her crying killed her. Angron closed his fist, ending her distinguished career in a crumbling of gory skull fragments that he didn't bother shaking from his hand.
He crushed her fucking whole head.
Angron looked at it on the floor, seeming annoyed that it had died, as though he had nothing to do with it. You! He pointed a blood-wet hand at the closest officer. The man wore a breastplate over his black toga, marking him out as a captain. Angron recognized that much. So little had changed in the century he'd been gone.
Oh, boy.
Please, the man said. Please, please. The Primarch's breathing.
If she said she
heavy.
That's the biggest thing in Angron's life. And to say that he ran
great hands were shaking.
Is the worst thing you could have said.
Signs of nails pain. You will speak.
Nails pain.
Tell me
Jesus.
of this battle. The Battle of the Shelliker Ridge.
Yeah. No one knew. No one knew. That's the point. That's what he said. That's why he says Angron Falcon fled. Because no one knew what happened was that the Emperor came to him and told him to come. And he said, no, fuck that. I'm with my people. I'll die here fighting the fucking elites. I'm fine with that. I'm good dying right here, right now, with all the people that fought for me and bled for me to be free. And the Emperor left. And when the fight was about to happen, he literally just teleported Angron into the fucking ship, and that was that. No one else survived. So they always so from the other side, people would say that he ran away. So that's when he said he died, because they're like, no, he didn't make it out.
The roar rocked the man onto his heels, driving him back against a pillar. Khan risked a glance at Argyle Tal. The word-bearer stood by Sereni, who'd insisted she was making planetfall with them, with his silver faceplate tilted to regard the
They either thought he died or he ran away.
Both,
and that was 100 years ago.
Were equally emotionless behind
and he was a slave, so no one thought he was a Primarch.
Captain, came Esker's voice over the Vox. The Codicea stood far back, close to the doors with several of the Vakra Jarl. The fear in the chamber is threatening to reach breaking point.
He didn't leave.
The human herd instinct will force
they took
them
him.
to flee. Khan didn't need to be psychic to know the librarian was correct. He could see it in their tremulous movements and smell the copper on their breath. Kill any who bolt for the doors. Aye, Captain. On the platform with the throne, Lorgar was a statue carved in honor of patience. Angron loomed over the whimpering Nucerian officer, closing a fist around the man's armored torso and dragging him from his feet.
I mean, he's like a 9-foot-tall armored monster.
100 years ago, the man whined. A legend, an old story. Angron Falcon and the rebel army massacred in the mountains. You... Say it! Angron shook the man, dropping him to the floor with the clang of breastplate on stone and the snap of one leg bone. The officer cried out until Angron leered down at him, iron teeth wet with strings of saliva. Speak. The army died to a man. Angron Falcon left them to die. No! No! That was never my name! Never! I refuse that slave name! Angron crushed the man's skull beneath the boot, smearing the wreckage across the stone. Can no one speak the truth? Can no one remember anything but lies? He turned on the crowd, still raving, crashing his chainswords together.
I never ran, you filthy eye-riding dogs. There's nothing sacred. There's nothing spared from your vileness. You are murderers and the sons and daughters of murderers. Slavers and the sons and daughters of slavers. We burned your cities. I stood and breathed in the death smoke of old shame on the finest day of my life. I pulled out the princeling's eyes. Pop and crunch and scream, scream, scream.
His voice rose, manic in imitation of a man dying in woeful pain.
No, Angron, no! Please, mercy!
Lorgar watched all of this in silence. Khan could scarcely believe the other Primarch stood so impassively. Sire, Khan began, but Angron slapped him aside with the flat of one chain blade. It hit with the force of a forge hammer, hurling him back against Argel Tal and Eshramar, who awkwardly caught and righted him.
I never ran! Never! The Emperor!
Yes, yeah.
The effort was monumental, but Angron let the chainswords fall idle, no longer gunning their motors. He was silent for a long while.
Of course.
Khan!
He said at last, his voice a grating hiss.
Argel Tal!
The 8th captain stepped forwards, as did the commander of the Vakrayal. Sire, they asked in unison. Angron looked up, his gaze one of old hurt and dull, emberish fury. He didn't glance at the warriors. Instead, he raked his eyes over the gathered courtiers, no longer recognizing them as people at all.
Bro, this dude...
I want
the worst thing you could have said is this dude ran.
Bearer to heed a simple order.
Anything, sire, Khan said. Speak, and it will be done, said Argel Tal. Angron looked back to the cowering child on the throne, the last living remnant of the bloodline
that kid is
had
fucking
owned and
toast.
Mutilated and ruined him.
Kill everyone in this city.
Angron closed his eyes.
Everyone in the city.
Then kill everyone on this world.
Yeah, he said then kill everyone on this world. Bro, he exterminated an entire fucking world right there. And he's like, eat them all. I mean, his legion is called the World Eater. Actually, hold on.
Paranoia is a common aspect of life
'Cause, like,
in the Warhammer 40k universe.
Like, that, see, that's the side that everyone knew from, like, what happened. But, like, I'm trying to see. Okay, yeah. Where is Angron's? Because, like, this is... I'm going to play this, and then I'm going to just play the shit with Angron.
The Imperium of Mankind is a faction containing quadrillions upon quadrillions of people, meaning that only an infinitesimally small percentage of them are going to stand out in the history books. Sometimes these standout figures are normal humans, such as Caiaphas Cain or Sly Marbo.
My man Sly Marbo? First off, if you name Sly Marbo, you're gangsta as shit. Fuck you.
Angels. Likely the most well-known individuals, however, outside of the Emperor of Mankind himself, are the Primarchs, the Emperor's sons created in his image. Since their creation, the Primarchs have been everything from humanity's greatest heroes to their greatest enemies, leading great wars both for and against the Imperium. Each of the Primarchs was separated from the Emperor at birth, scattered across the galaxy, resulting in each of them developing vastly different personality traits, methods of warring, and cultural identities. This video will serve as a general overview for all of them, briefly going over the origins and histories, without delving too far
I just love
into the details.
the origins of like how they became where they are.
Let's take a brief
it's
look
sick.
at the origins.
Plus, they use a word that I never heard before called techno-barbarians. I want to know what a techno-barbarian is. I imagine like a barbarian with like fucking cyber gear on.
Millennium, back on Terra. The Emperor of Mankind wished to create a number of generals from his own genetic stock to lead his warriors into battle in order to reunify Terra. To recap, by the 29th millennium, humanity had already gone through a great age of technology, becoming quite advanced and spreading across the stars. This age came crashing down, however, due to a myriad of reasons, including the revolt of the Men of Iron, which were sentient machines, and the development of psychers, who grew to be largely unstable and dangerous. In the end, humanity was left fractured and scattered, with Terra surrounded by warp storms and left to starve. Almost all traces of civilization on Terra were lost, and instead various techno-barbarians battled one another over the scraps. This led the Emperor to create a race of genetically modified soldiers, the Thunder Warriors, in order to unify the planet and reclaim the rest of humanity in a great crusade. The Thunder Warriors, however, while powerful, were short-lived and unruly, so a replacement was needed to be created if the Emperor was to reconquer the galaxy. Thus began the Primarch
If
project
she would actually nail those
and the
shots,
creation
we'd be
of the
good
Space
money
Marine
right now.
Legions. The exact specifics of how the Emperor created the Primarchs is shrouded in secrecy, as there were very few individuals involved in the process. The Primarchs were not clones of the Emperor, but rather were genetically modified creations, using the gene stock of both the Emperor and another individual named Urda. The two of them were both perpetuals, a rather unique type of human that are effectively immortal, said by Urda to be the next step in human evolution. Additionally, it's said by some that the Emperor utilized arcane lore, or powers derived from the warp, to aid in the Primarch's creation. Regardless, 21 of the Emperor's sons were created, grown in accelerated gene-culturing chambers. Just prior to their maturation, however, the gods of chaos managed to scatter them across the galaxy with a great warp vortex. Some say that the chaos gods tampered with them in the process as well, corrupting them in some small way. Others say that the Emperor himself engineered the scattering for some purpose, while Urda claimed that she was responsible for it in order to save the children from their fates. However it occurred, or for whatever reasons, the young Primarchs were placed across the galaxy on different planets, separated from the Emperor by great distances. Curiously, they were all placed on worlds containing distant human colonies, rather than thrown into some more horrific fate, suggesting a deliberate choice on whomever was responsible.
Yeah, so like that's what I'm saying. Like they got,
sensing that his creations were alive, resolved to find all of them throughout the course of the Great Crusade, and began using their DNA to create the Space Marine Legions. The genetic material of each Primarch was used to create each legion, resulting in a total of 20. And although their specific numbers are not known, estimates point to there being over 2 million Space Marines during the Great Crusade. We'll save an overview of the various legions for another video. Throughout the 30th millennium, all of the lost Primarchs were rediscovered, starting with Horus Lupercal, and were given command of each of their respective legions, molding them in unique ways. Let's move on then to looking briefly at each of the Primarchs in order. The first Primarch...
Yo, first of all, just look at the picture of my man Lion L. Johnson. Look at this dude's face! Look at the face of Lion L. Johnson, my dude!
A planet.
Yeah, so here's Angron's story after that.
The 11th Primarch, as mentioned, has been removed from the records, but the 12th Primarch is Angron, also known as the Red Angel. Angron landed on the civilized world of Nuceria, which was run by cruel slave masters. Angron was found by one such slaver in the icy mountains, but curiously he was surrounded by the corpses of numerous Xenos. It's theorized that the Xenos were Eldar who had foreseen the bloodshed that Angron would cause in the future and tried to stop him as an infant.
Tried to stop him as an infant.
Nursed back to health, and then dumped into an arena with hundreds of other slaves. Acid then filled the arena, and Angron was forced to kill the other slaves in order to stand upon the top of a ziggurat in the arena to avoid the acid. He was proclaimed a promising newcomer, and was here given the name Angron, meaning Child of the Mountain. He of course became a famed gladiator, but after refusing to kill the only friend he had in the arena, he was forced to undergo a surgery as punishment. The surgery involved the implanting of a large amount of nail-like implements into the subject's brain, known as butcher's nails, with long cables running out like dreadlocks. This process made the subject far more aggressive and fierce, and afterwards, Angron killed his friend in a blind frenzy. Realizing what had happened, he then led a slave revolt, marching the slaves out of the city into the wilderness.
Has what? The chain
swords? For a few years, but it became so desperate at one point that Angron fed them his own blood to keep them alive. Finally, the Emperor arrived, offering Angron a legion of space marines, limitless power, and lifetimes spent perfecting the art of conquest. To his surprise, however, Angron refused, telling his father that he would rather die amongst his comrades while fighting their oppressors. The Emperor returned to his flagship, but just as Angron and his people were marching to battle the slave masters, he teleported Angron up to his ship, as his people were slaughtered down below. Angron killed one of the Emperor's custodians in a rage before the Emperor stopped him with his psychic power. He told Angron that he has his eyes set on the entire galaxy, not just a single planet.
My God.
And he hoped that Angron would eventually understand why he did this. Soon, Angron took control of his legion, naming them the World Eaters, although there were some bumps in the road. Angron made all members of his legion undergo the Butcher's Nails process.
Yeah.
Even though it took quite a while to perfect it so that it wouldn't kill them.
Which is crazy that the Emperor of Mankind let him put the Butcher's Nails in all of his legion.
And the Space Wolves to deal with him.
Like, why would they do that?
Ensued, in which Angron managed to best Russ in combat. But when the Emperor then sent Horus after him, Horus quickly convinced Angron to join his side in the heresy. Angron was easy to convince, but rather than following Horus's orders to prepare for the push towards Terra, he instead mindlessly rampaged across the galaxy. By the time he eventually reached Terra, he was a blood-crazed slave to Khorne, who wished to take on the Emperor himself, although Horus instead psychically guided him to fight Sanguinius. During their fight, Angron impaled his brother, but Sanguinius took the opportunity to rip out his Butcher's Nails, causing his head to explode and banishing him back to the war. Since then, however, Angron has been one of the greatest enemies of the Imperium, continuing to return after any defeat he suffers. Roboute Guilliman, the Avenging Sun, is the 13th Primarch. Guilliman landed on the bleak world of Macrae, which was still relatively advanced compared to many other Primarch's homeworlds, retaining a number of short-range, warp-capable craft from the age of technology. This allowed it to remain in contact with a handful of other neighboring star systems, and so they were aware that they were not alone in the universe. Guilliman was found and adopted by one of the two leaders of the planet, known as a consul, and he soon became a skilled administrator and a military genius. While out on a military campaign in the wild north, the other consul attempted a coup, mortally wounding Guilliman's adoptive father in the process. Guilliman swiftly put a stop to the coup and became the sole ruler of the planet, leading it to a new era of prosperity. During this time, the Emperor arrived on a neighboring planet and heard great stories of Guilliman, realizing him to be one of the lost sons. Due to a warp storm, the Emperor wouldn't arrive on Macrae for 5 years, at which point it was a prosperous planet that was engaging in trade with nearby systems. Gilliman was given control of his legion of space marines, the Ultramarines, and quickly set out to conquer planets in the Emperor's name. Interestingly, rather than having one home planet like most other legions, the Ultramarines control over an entire subsector of systems, known as Ultramar, which allowed them to become the largest legion.
I'm not ready.
Gilliman made sure that any planets he conquered were self-sufficient afterwards, when it came to defenses and economy, with a government whose first concern would always be the well-being of its people. Horus made no attempts to sway Gilliman at the onset of his heresy.
Gilliman, they known him as like the greatest son, because he just...
Gilliman and the Ultramarines lived on, however, but due to being cut off from the rest of the Imperium...
Yeah, he literally made like a second empire because of that shit.
Gilliman believed that the Imperium had fallen. He created a second empire, Imperium Secundus, on Macrae as a contingency, although Sanguinius was eventually named a regent of this second empire. Eventually, they learned that the Emperor still lived, and broke through the warp storm to reach Terra. Unfortunately, Gilliman was only hours away from reaching Terra when the Emperor was gravely wounded by Horus, a fact that continued to haunt him for decades. Afterwards, Gilliman accepted the title of Lord Commander of the Imperium, and reorganized the Space Marine legions into chapters, which numbered only 1,000 each, and composed the Codex Astartes, a set of rules for the chapters to follow. Sometime later, Gilliman would be grievously wounded during a battle with the Emperor's children, and his body remained in stasis for thousands of years, only recently being awoken to lead the Imperium once again. The 14th Primarch is Mortarion, also known as the Death Lord, or the Pale King.
The Pale King?!
Details on Mortarion's youth are scarce, but he landed on the feral world of Barbarous, which possessed an atmosphere thick with virulent gases.
He was known as the
so that
Pale
people
King?
could only live underneath the dense fog covering the planet. Mortarion landed in the midst of a great battle in the mountains, an area ruled by a species of Xenos who had conquered the planet ages ago and could live in the poisonous mountains. After the battle was over, the victorious warlord heard the screams of a child and thought about killing it, but realized that no human should be even able to breathe here, let alone cry out. He took in the child, naming him Mortarion, meaning child of death, and taught him everything he knew of warfare. Mortarion became the warlord's greatest weapon, but eventually he discovered the existence of humans living in the valleys underneath the fog, and escaped to live among them instead. He wasn't welcome immediately, due to his terrifying appearance, but he eventually proved himself an ally of his fellow humans, later uniting them and training the best among them into warriors, which he called the Death Guard. Eventually, a stranger appeared in his village, one with bronzed flesh and a perfect physique, who challenged him to take on the warlord's fortress alone, which resided at the highest point on the planet. If he failed, he would join the stranger in total obedience. Mortarion tried, but the toxins were too great so high up, and he collapsed in front of the warlord. Then the stranger stepped in, killing the warlord with one blow from his sword, and so Mortarion swore allegiance to him, at which point he revealed himself to be his father, the Emperor of Mankind. During the Great Crusade, Mortarion became close friends with Horus and Conrad Kurz, although he clashed with Primarchs who he felt had easier upbringings, such as Sanguinius, Jagatai Khan, and Fulgrim. He became bitter over his perceived sidelining and underappreciation, and even proved critical of Horus's promotion to War Master, believing that only strife between his brothers would rise if the Emperor began to use Horus as his proxy during the Crusade.
I'm gonna kill that bitch.
Surprisingly, Horus struggled to sway Mortarion to his side during the heresy, but eventually used Mortarion's hatred of all things connected to the warp, derived from his hatred of his adoptive father. This led him to consider the Emperor a warp-tainted abomination, as Horus argued that the Emperor had used the warp to help him create the Primarchs in the first place. After this, Mortarion fully committed to Horus's cause, eventually coming under Nurgle's service after the Plague Lord agreed to save him and his legion from a horrific disease they were inflicted with.
Oh, I couldn't do it because he popped the fucking
Mortarion's
thing.
Death Guard were the first to land upon Terra during the siege, getting into a duel with Jagatai Khan that resulted in him being decapitated and sent
Actually,
back
I
to
really
war.
like Jagatai Khan. He's probably
After the
one of the
heresy,
coolest
he claimed a
of the
planet and
Primarchs to
turned it
me.
into a festering hive of disease and plagues, doing such a good job that Nurgle promoted him to Demon Prince. He has continued to be a deadly enemy to the Imperium ever
The
since.
sky moves behind us.
Next, we have Magnus the Red, known as the Crimson King, or the Red Cyclops, Primarch
The
of
Red
the Thousand
Cyclops.
Suns. Magnus landed on the remote planet of Prospero, populated by outcast human psychers, which was fortunate for Magnus, as he was the most psychically gifted of his brothers.
To earn my place.
Magnus landed in the central plaza of their capital city and was taken in by a famed scholar, soon becoming the greatest psyker on the planet and its leader, rebuilding many of its cities. Unlike the other Primarchs, Magnus was able to use the warp to telepathically connect to the Emperor, and so when the Emperor eventually arrived on Prospero, the two of them had already been conversing for years. The legion that Magnus inherited, the Thousand Suns, were also psychers in some fashion, due to being created with Magnus's genes, leading him to train them properly. Unfortunately, their connection to the warp also caused them to be rife with mutations, and so he tried to bargain with an entity, later discovered to be Tzeentch, to save them from the mutations. The bargain failed, and Magnus lost his right eye, but the mutations did go into remission for some time. Magnus's affinity for the warp and cavalier attitude worried the Emperor, however, as well as his brothers, notably Leman Russ and Mortarion. To solve the dispute over usage of the warp, the Emperor called a debate, which resulted in only astropaths and navigators being tolerated in the Imperium, a decision that displeased Magnus. To this end, he returned to Prospero to secretly continue his warp experiments, soon experiencing a vision of Horus's revolt, although he couldn't see his own role in this heresy. He attempted to telepathically sway Horus from this path, but failed. So instead, he tried to warn the Emperor via an astral projection spell. While projecting, he came across a webway corridor that led to Terra, and decided to use it as a shortcut, not knowing that this corridor was built by the Emperor as part of a highly secretive project to unite the Imperium. Failing to breach the corridor, an anonymous voice from within the warp offered him the extra power he needed, and Magnus accepted without question, using it to tear a hole in the corridor and follow it to Terra. This breach allowed demons to invade the webway, irreparably ruining the Emperor's project.
The hammer wants to go.
He was so enraged that he didn't even listen to Magnus's warning, banishing him from his presence and ordering Leman Russ to arrest Magnus and bring him to Terra in person. Horus convinced Russ to exterminate the Thousand Suns in the process, and what followed became known as the Burning of Prospero, resulting in the death of Magnus's physical form and his disappearance into the warp. Magnus's consciousness was broken up into shards, which were eventually gathered to prevent his deterioration into nothingness. He soon joined Horus's side, taking part in the siege of Terra as vengeance against the Emperor for betraying him. During the siege, Magnus became a demon prince of Tzeentch and did battle with his brother Vulcan inside of the webway, while also trying to psychically weaken the Emperor. Magnus managed to disintegrate Vulcan at the genetic level as Vulcan smashed his head in, banishing him back to the warp. Magnus would go on to become a great enemy to the Imperium, currently trying to elevate humanity to a truly psychic race from his stronghold on Prospero. The most infamous of the Primarchs, the 16th, is Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the
My man Horus?
Horus landed on the world of Chthoniya, close to the Sol system, thus being the first Primarch found during the Crusade. Chthoniya had been colonized, tunneled, and mined out for thousands of years, now being largely abandoned, riddled with catacombs and crumbling ruins. Filled with vicious gangs and struggling people, Horus was discovered by a gang overlord, and soon became caught up in the gang warfare that encapsulated life there, being named Nergui, meaning no name. This changed when he discovered the pod he had arrived in the process of being excavated by the Adeptus Mechanicus, killing one of them and escaping with its weapon. Soon after, the Mechanicum launched an attack on the gang's hold, and Horus's adoptive father instructed him to kill him in order to earn his kill name.
You gotta love a society that gets a kill name.
Buried memories of the galaxy, technology, and himself, and his body began to swell into that of a Primarch, proclaiming himself to now be Horus.
Which also is pretty crazy because they're saying that his body turned into being a giant, whereas everyone, it seemed like they were big to begin with.
Primarch to be raised in part by the Emperor, he became the most powerful among them, and so he was chosen to be the War Master of the Emperor's Great Crusade, granted command over all Imperial forces. This decision strained his relationship with several other Primarchs, and in time strained his relationship with his father, as he felt that the Emperor was abandoning them for reasons he wouldn't say.
Right.
During the Crusade, on the world of Davin, Horus would be wounded by a blade of Nurgle, and during the healing process, which was overseen by a member of the Word Bearers, Aramis, Horus was corrupted by chaos. Horus was shown visions of the future, in which the Emperor ruled as a god, and the Primarchs were all discarded, outliving their usefulness to him. He was also told that the Emperor had used the powers of the Warp to create the Primarchs, which led to them being scattered across the galaxy.
Yes.
Since the Emperor had banned any research into the Warp, Horus saw this as pure hypocrisy, and so the heresy began. The Horus heresy, of course, deserves its own series of videos, so I won't go over everything Horus did here, but it ended with Horus doing battle with the Emperor in one-on-one combat. The Emperor held back his full power during the fight, not wishing to believe that his favored son could have fallen so far, until a single individual, sometimes said to be a custodian, other times said to be a simple imperial guard named Olanius Pius, entered the room. Horus flayed the man alive with a look, and realizing that Horus couldn't be saved, the Emperor struck him down, obliterating his soul in the process, although he had suffered grievous wounds in the duel. Afterwards, Horus became nothing more than a bitter memory for the Imperium, likely the most hated individual to ever live, and a constant reminder of what can happen if they don't remain vigilant in their faith.
The most hated man that ever exists.
In a similar fashion, the 17th Primarch is Lorgar Aurelian, the Primarch of the Word Bearers. Lorgar landed on the planet of Colchis, a massive desert planet with a 170-hour day-night cycle. A nomadic tribe took in Lorgar, a name meaning rain caller, and he was soon discovered by an exiled priest that immediately sensed the greatness within him. He took Lorgar in as his disciple, frequently abusing him in the process, and Lorgar developed a strong connection to the major church on the planet, the Covenant. The Covenant was a polytheistic faith, but Lorgar came to believe that there must be a single deity above them all, a notion that led his mentor to abuse him further to dissuade him from believing it. Despite the abuse, Lorgar quickly surpassed his master, as a charismatic preacher, winning many followers and becoming an archpriest.
So Lorgar is the reason why everyone thinks that the Emperor is a god, because he basically manipulated everyone to think that he's a god, even though he told, like, the Emperor of Mankind told Lorgar he's not a god, and stop fucking saying that shit. Like, stop saying that.
Causing Lorgar's enemies in the Covenant,
and he's like, oh, God would always say he's not a god.
Began a holy war of immense proportions across the planet that lasted for several years, which Lorgar ultimately won, after which the Emperor and Magnus the Red arrived on Colchis. Lorgar immediately recognized both of them from his visions, swearing fealty to the Emperor and reorganizing the belief structure of the Covenant to be focused on the Emperor as their savior. The Emperor didn't approve of all of this, as he was trying to spread the imperial truth, which was an ideology defined by reason and secular progress, discarding older traditions of religion and superstition. This was made even worse during the Great Crusade, as Lorgar and his legion, the Word-Bearers, spread the word of the divinity of the Emperor, and Lorgar himself penned a tome titled the Lectitio Divinitatis, detailing the Emperor as a deity that needed to be worshipped. This book would later become instrumental in the founding of the imperial cult. The Emperor personally reprimanded Lorgar, forcing him and his entire legion to kneel before him, and ordered the Ultramarines to destroy his project on the planet Monarchia in order to demonstrate that worship of the Emperor was not to be tolerated. Ultimately, the Emperor accomplished little in stopping his worship, and instead this humiliation and reproach served only to turn Lorgar to chaos. Lorgar's top lieutenants, his mentor from Colchis, and an individual named Erebus, whispered to him that great chaos gods welcomed and even demanded zealous worship, slowly poisoning his mind against the Emperor.
I'm okay with that.
Before long, Lorgar was fully converted to the side of chaos, venerating the chaos gods, and he was the one that sent Erebus to Davin to oversee Horus's corruption. The ensuing war is named after Horus, but it's hard to say how much of it would have occurred without Lorgar's full involvement. Lorgar would go on to be a major player in the heresy, eventually beginning to believe that Horus was too weak to lead the fight against the Emperor, and became committed to killing Horus and taking his place. This coup, of course, failed, and instead Horus beat him mercilessly before banishing him from his sight. After the heresy, Lorgar became a demon prince, and proceeded to isolate himself for thousands of years in meditation. Recently, however, it's rumored that Lorgar has finally returned to lead the Word-Bearers against the Imperium once more.
So again, it's like
18th Primarch,
it's like
leader of the Salamander's Legion.
The Emperor kind of created a lot of his own problems.
On the planet Nocturne, a world under massive tectonic stress due to an oversized moon, and the enormous levels of stellar radiation here have given
he kind of humiliated
a dark obsidian-like appearance, including its people. Vulcan was taken in by a blacksmith, and before long,
he humiliated him, so that's why he was like that.
Forging techniques to the people of Nocturne. During his 4th year here, the planet was raided by Dark Eldar, which was a somewhat common occurrence. Rather than hiding like the others, Vulcan stood in the center of town in defiance, inspiring others to join him in defeating the raiders. In celebration, a tournament was held, although a stranger arrived in the middle of the festivities and asked to compete. Vulcan and the stranger wagered that whoever lost would forever serve the victor, but after the end of 8 days of trials, the two were tied. In the final event, both were given 24 hours to construct a weapon and use it to hunt down the largest salamander they could find. Vulcan managed to kill a very large one, but was caught in a volcanic eruption and ended up clinging to the side of a cliff, still
So,
holding on to
they
his
probably
kill.
two of them probably have.
He was forced to decide between keeping his kill
Glimmer
or saving
capes?
his life, until the stranger appeared, carrying his own drake, one bigger than Vulcan's. The stranger tossed his aside immediately into the lava to help save Vulcan, and afterwards, Vulcan kneeled before the man, saying that anyone who would value life over pride was worthy of his service. Of course, the stranger was revealed to be the Emperor, and Vulcan spent several years under his tutelage before taking command of his legion. During the Great Crusade, Vulcan proved himself to be an honorable general, becoming enraged after seeing how Conrad Kurz and his Night Lords
I
waged
think
war.
Vulcan is like the kindest
When
of all
Horus
the
began in
Primarchs.
force with the drop site massacre of Istvan V, Vulcan was caught in the midst of the trap, surrounded by traitor legions. He was soon captured by Conrad Kurz, who spent months torturing him to break his spirit and kill him. Unlike other Primarchs, the trait that Vulcan inherited from the Emperor was his nature as a perpetual, meaning that Vulcan was capable of regenerating from any injury, up to and including full disintegration. Kurz was infuriated by being unable to kill him, and eventually Vulcan managed to escape, ending up on the planet McCraig in the care of the Ultramarines. After being seemingly killed by a petrified bolt of the Emperor's psychic abilities by an assassin, Vulcan regenerated back on Nocturne and made his way to Terra. His survival was largely kept secret during the siege, but he battled Magnus the Red, which ended with Magnus being banished back to the Warp and Vulcan being disintegrated on a genetic level, although this still was not enough to kill him. After the heresy, Vulcan announced to his legion that he would return at a later date, during the end times, disappearing for 1,500 years. When he returned, he single-handedly defended the world of Caldera from a massive orc invasion, but announced that this was only temporary in order to stop the orc war boss known as the Beast. He ended up doing so, using the massive psychic energy generated by the horde of orcs, but was seemingly obliterated in the process. For now, he's presumed dead, although the salamanders still search for him, believing that Vulcan will return after they find all 9 of the artifacts that he forged. The 19th Primarch is Corvus Corax, head of the Raven Guard Legion. Corax ended up on the moon called Lycaeus, which orbited the planet Kievar. Kievar was a technologically advanced forge world that greatly benefited from the legions of slaves that mined the moon for minerals. Corax was discovered by a slave girl named Nasturi, and the slaves here kept the Primarch a secret, giving him his name, which means the Deliverer. The slaves quickly came to believe that Corax was the savior they had waited for, and before long he began leading them in a rebellion against their masters. It was soon evident that Corax excelled in guerrilla tactics, outmaneuvering and ambushing the greater forces from Kievar, crushing their supply lines, and causing the planet to collapse into civil war. With the slaves freed and the planet revolutionized, the inhabitants of Lycaeus renamed it to Deliverance, and it's said that the Emperor arrived on Deliverance that day. Soon after, Corax was given command of the Raven Guard, and the Adeptus Mechanicus stepped in to rebuild and run the planet Kievar. During the Great Crusade, Corax continued to demonstrate his affinity for covert ops and hit-and-run tactics, winning many battles along the way. Unfortunately, he never saw eye to eye with Horus, and he also began to display great mistrust towards any warriors in his legion who were born on Terra rather than Deliverance, due to the way they waged war. Corax instead sought to transform his legion into a force for liberation of the oppressed, and despite Corax being often compared to Conrad Kurz, Corax retained a degree of humanity. During the drop site massacre at the start of the heresy, he and the Raven Guard were hit hard by the ambush, and the Legion was left in a lowly state. Thanks to the Emperor's guidance, however, Corax was led to a complex containing the common genome that all Primarchs shared, allowing him to create new Space Marines. Unfortunately, members of the Alpha Legion managed to corrupt this genome, resulting in the creation of hundreds of tainted Astartes with severe mutations. Corax and the Raven Guard had little impact on the remainder of the heresy, not participating in the Siege of Terra, and afterwards he proceeded to kill off the remainder of his legion who were tainted. Racked with guilt over what he had done, he locked himself in his fortress for a year, begging for the Emperor's mercy. After emerging, he proceeded into the Eye of Terror on an endless hunt for the traitor Primarchs,
sitting in the back,
revenge for the drop site massacre.
He's ticking me off.
The last that anyone in the Imperium has seen of Corax, but the Raven Guard has continued on, still continuing in their Primarch specialization of guerrilla warfare. Finally, we have perhaps the most curious of the Primarchs, Alfarius Omegon, also known as the last Primarch. Alfarius is unique for two reasons, one being the great degree of secrecy revolving around every aspect of their existence, as well as their legion, the Alpha Legion. Second is that Alfarius Omegon is actually two Primarchs, twins, known as Alfarius and Omegon. It's unknown, even to them, on whether this was a deliberate decision on the Emperor's part, or if they were somehow split into two by the warp during the scattering, although they are often described as one soul in two bodies. Due to the great degree of secrecy surrounding these two, there are actually quite a number of different accounts of their origins. Most accounts describe them as being the last Primarch to be found, towards the tail end of the Great Crusade. One account states that Alfarius was the leader of a confederation of systems, who incidentally ambushed Horus and his Luna Wolves, leading to Horus discovering him as the last of his lost brothers. Another story states that Alfarius was found on a distant, dead world, where he was forced to survive for many years utterly alone until some half-human renegades and alien mercenaries arrived to plunder the ruins, which allowed him to take their weapons and ship. Other accounts state that he landed on a thriving tech world known as Bar Savor, where nightmarish Xenos worm creatures descended to feed. These creatures captured Alfarius and kept him as a curiosity, twisting his mind and turning him into a living weapon until the Emperor himself liberated him. All of these accounts mention only Alfarius, as it was a little-known secret that Omegon even existed. The two often swapped places, with Alfarius being the public face of the Primarch, although the two are not entirely alike in personality, and they don't always see eye to eye. Regardless, Alfarius was given control of the Alpha Legion of Space Marines, who became experts in infiltration, covert operations, and manipulation. When the heresy broke out, Alfarius sided with Horus, although the reasons for this aren't entirely clear. It's said that around 2 years before the start of the heresy, Alfarius was contacted by members of a Xenos organization called the Cabal, who gave him visions of the impending civil war within the Imperium. It's believed that the Cabal convinced Alfarius that the only way to permanently defeat Chaos was to ensure that Horus was victorious during the war, and that Alfarius only joined Horus because he wanted to ultimately defeat the Chaos Gods. Whatever the case, Alfarius and the Alpha Legion played a key role in the Drop Site Massacre, as well as infiltrating the Raven Guard in order to corrupt the Primarch genome and prevent Corax from rebuilding his legion. At the Battle of Pluto, Alfarius battled Rogel Dorn, and despite being the quicker of the two and wounding Dorn many times, Dorn ultimately outmaneuvered his brother and slew him. After the heresy, Omegon took Alfarius' place, continuing to battle the Imperium, including winning a notable victory over the Ultramarines. Over the years, the great amount of secrecy related to Alfarius Omegon has led to quite a bit of confusion over which of the two died at Dorn's hand, if any, and so far a dozen champions have been slain that bore the name of Alfarius. At least one of the two is almost certainly still around, but due to both of their capabilities in disguise and deception, it's unlikely that they'll ever both appear again. With that, we've covered all 21 of the Primarchs. Between them, 9 of them remained loyal to the Imperium, 10 turned traitor, and 2 are completely unknown. In many ways, they represent some of the sillier aspects of Warhammer 40k from a time when it wasn't meant to be taken so seriously, such as having the Primarch with literal iron hands be called a name that means Iron Hands, leading a Space Marine Legion called the Iron Hands. Most of the history surrounding the Primarchs dates back quite a ways, as only a handful of them are still relevant to the Imperium in the present day, but more and more of them are showing up again as times become more desperate. Since they are the most capable individuals within the entire Imperium outside of the Emperor, it makes sense that much of the Imperium's history is dictated by their actions. Time will tell as to which Primarchs will ultimately make a return and which will stay dead, and on whether or not we ever get info on the 2 lost Primarchs. For now, though, most of their history is written in blood.
Don't waste the day. I'm ready for anything. The light advances.
The fortress world of Cadia.
Like, cause we're
No
fucked.
one would consider any part of the Warhammer 40k universe to be a peaceful place, as war and violence are core aspects of its identity. That being said, there are places that are more or less peaceful than other places, and perhaps one of the least peaceful places in the entire galaxy is the planet of Cadia. Located on the doorstep of Hell, Cadia is easily one of the most famous planets in the Imperium, known for producing some of the finest soldiers to ever live,
I don't know why Naga
and
is not
defending the
pushing.
Imperium from a constant stream of threats, leading to the popular phrase of Cadia stands. Its unique existence and high level of importance to the Imperium makes it a principal topic of discussion, and so we're going to take a brief look at Cadia's culture and history. Let's start with some of the basic facts about Cadia. It's a human habitable planet with a comfortable average temperature and a variety of different biomes, from frozen tundras to large forests. By and large, it's a rather average planet, although there is one unique feature: a series of thousands of large pylons spread across the surface. Nearly 6,000 of them dot the planet's surface,
We're in a lot of
with
trouble.
a further 2,000 either buried or in various states of disrepair. None of them are identical in design, but each stand about a half a kilometer tall and extend a quarter kilometer into the ground. Each of them also feature slim, winding tunnels inside of them, each no wider than a man's head, and each exactly 250 meters long. The pylons were of mysterious origin to the Imperium, and were made of an unknown substance. And despite the Mechanicum's extensive efforts, they failed to make any headway into discovering their secrets. We'll come back to the pylons later, but the most notable aspect of the planet Cadia is its proximity to the massive warp rift known as the Eye of Terror. The Eye is a segment of space in which the warp bleeds over into the material realm, and so it is home to the largest concentration of the forces of chaos in real space. It is not a naturally occurring phenomenon, however, and was actually formed by the Old Ones during the war in Heaven against the Necrons. The Old Ones possessed great psychic power and used rifts in the warp to power their abilities against the Necrons. The Necrons managed to close up these rifts, including the Eye of Terror, but it would later be reopened by the psychic shockwave that accompanied the birth of the Chaos God Slaanesh during the fall of the Eldar. Much of the Eldar's empire was located in the region now covered by the Eye of Terror, meaning that many of their homeworlds are now out of reach. Cadia is special for one specific reason, and that's due to it being the nearest planet to a section of the Eye that's become known as the Cadian Gate. Most of the Eye of Terror is highly unpredictable, and entering it from most angles is extremely dangerous, save for the Cadian Gate, a section that is relatively stable and calm. This means that it's the most viable location for the forces of chaos to launch an attack into real space, leading Cadia to become arguably the most important fortress world in the Imperium, a bastion to protect the rest of the Imperium from a wide-scale invasion of chaos. Let's move on to take a look at the planet's colonization history. The planet was originally colonized by humans, presumably during the age of technology thousands of years prior to the present day.
Don't waste the day.
During the Age of Strife, they, like practically all other human colonies, became isolated, and during this isolation, they ended up turning to the gods of chaos. Much later, during the Imperium's Great Crusade to reunite all of the lost colonies, Cadia was approached by the Primarch Lorgar and his Word-Bearers Legion. This was an unfortunate happenstance for the Imperium, as most of the Primarchs would have merely slaughtered the heathens, but Lorgar chose to go and speak with them. Lorgar and his legion had very recently been chastised and humiliated by the Emperor of Mankind due to their belief in the Emperor as a deity and their willingness to spread this doctrine to worlds they visited. This was completely counter to the imperial truth that the Emperor wished to propagate, but Lorgar was unique in that he was imbued with an innate sense of faith and believed that religion represented the pinnacle of human expression. After the Emperor ordered the Ultramarines to raise a highly religious city to the ground,
yes.
Lorgar fell into a deep melancholy, but soon set out on a great pilgrimage to discover the truth about divinity.
This is satanic!
This led Lorgar eventually to Cadia, where he would meet a native there named Ingethel.
So we're gonna need...
Ingethel called him by name, and she would end up being a guiding force for Lorgar on his path to worshipping the Chaos Gods. Additionally, Ingethel led a chapter of the Word-Bearers into the Eye of Terror, where they looked upon the devastated Eldar homeworlds. Ingethel lied to them about how they had fallen, however, instead telling them that the Eldar fell because they were unable to accept the primordial truth, that chaos not only exists, but is inherently tied to the material realm. Here, Lorgar and the Word-Bearers learned that not only did the Emperor lie to them about the existence of spirits and gods, but Ingethel led them to believe that they must accept the worship of chaos to be truly saved. Following this, Lorgar ordered a cyclonic bombardment of the planet, wiping out every last native Cadian in order to bury this truth, believing that he alone had been entrusted with it by the gods of chaos.
Just hit the tower!
Later, at the end of the Horus Heresy, the majority of the traitor legions managed to escape from the Imperium by fleeing into the Eye of Terror. This wouldn't become a well-known fact for centuries, however, as most leaders in the Imperium didn't believe that they could survive.
Diesel clones. Just rat with the clones.
The Imperium
constantly just rat.
Although it was yet to be built into the massive fortress world it would later become. Eventually, though, in the year 781 of the 31st millennium, a legion of traitor space marines, the Black Legion, emerged from the Eye of Terror to launch a crusade.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to kill Drow.
Abaddon the Despoiler. Abaddon was once Ezekiel Abaddon, the first captain of the Sons of Horus Legion, but was now the head of a major force of chaos-tainted Astartes. The only force in the area that stood to combat this crusade was that of the Black Templars chapter of Astartes, led by Sigismund, who had searched for Abaddon for centuries before discovering that the traitor Astartes had fled into the Eye. Sigismund stood in defense of the Imperium, despite no one really believing in his claims, and he and his legion managed to temporarily thwart the attack in what became known as the First Battle of Cadia. Unfortunately, Sigismund lost his life in a duel against Abaddon, and while the Black Templars sent word to the rest of the Imperium about the crusade, Abaddon recovered and launched a full-scale invasion of the world surrounding the Eye of Terror, plunging them into mayhem and chaos. The First Black Crusade came to an end when the Imperium eventually sent forth the Imperial Guard, the Astartes, and the Adeptus Mechanicus to push it back into the Eye of Terror. In the aftermath, realizing how vital the world of Cadia would be against future crusades, the Imperium began to build up its defenses. Cadia would go on to become a focal point of attention during a total of 13 Black Crusades, all led by Abaddon. And we'll get to the 13th and final one in a bit, but let's talk a bit about Cadia and its people from this point on. The Imperium of Mankind in Warhammer 40k consists of hundreds of thousands of colonized planets, and these planets are generally divided up by their specific focus. Forge worlds are those specifically dedicated to crafting weapons and equipment for the endless war. Agri-worlds are dedicated to food production. Shrine worlds are dedicated to the worship of the god Emperor, and so on. Cadia's specialty is war, and so every last aspect of its existence within the Imperium is devoted to the military. It's said that nearly 72% of Cadia's population at any given time is armed and ready for battle, and Cadian children are taught how to strip, reassemble, and shoot a las gun before being taught how to read. By the age of 10, most of these children can perform infantry field drills and are proficient in killing, joining the youth to train alongside regular soldiers and fight mock battles with each other in the Cadian wilderness. Coming of age, 1 in 10 Cadians would be assigned to the Interior Guard, regardless of their skills, spending their entire military careers defending Cadia, while half of the able-bodied Cadians would join the Shock Troop regiments. Cadian Shock Troopers are often regarded as the greatest troops in the entire Imperium, short of the Space Marines. Their marksmanship, loyalty, and discipline is practically second to none due to being trained for war since birth, and so they're often shipped off to other conflicts. Cadia may be a planet constantly under threat from the forces of chaos, but the big crusades only happen once in a while, and Cadia continues to constantly pump out some of the most capable soldiers in the Imperium. In addition to soldiers, Cadia is heavily industrialized and geared towards the production of military equipment. So not only are the shock troopers armed with the best, Cadia is also the largest exporter of arms and munitions in the region. Obviously, this concept of militarization extends across all lines of the planet's society. The planet is under permanent martial law, and the role of policing the population falls upon the Interior Guard. Every city on Cadia is a fortress, protected by powerful void shields, capable of withstanding days of punishing orbital bombardment, and they're encircled by rings of gun emplacements and weapon batteries. The streets of each city were laid out in elaborate geometric patterns, like an intricate puzzle, and every building was constructed to act as a strong point in the city's defense. For example, having ammunition dumps stored in bunkers underneath bakeries, gun emplacements on public auditoriums, and people's living rooms doubling as pillboxes. should the outer defenses of a city fail, the people could hold each city for months, even years, due to their mastery of urban warfare. That being said, the planet wasn't entirely law-abiding, as there were scores of gangs operating in each city, and hundreds of chaos cults worked to corrupt the population from inside. To help combat this, a number of inquisitors of the Ordo Malleus worked as part of the Cadian military, in a force known as the Internal Guard. Of course, Cadia also had a substantial navy presence protecting it, notably Battle Fleet Cadia, as well as the planet being constantly patrolled by Imperial aircraft who would shoot down any incoming craft that failed to transmit the daily access code. For thousands of years, Cadia stood as a bastion against a constant onslaught of chaos, including 12 more Black Crusades after the first. Each time, the people of Cadia managed to thwart Abaddon the Despoiler, protecting the rest of the Imperium from the mindless slaughter that would ensue should they fail. That brings us to the 13th Black Crusade, which took place in the year 999 of the 41st millennium, and was the largest mobilization of both Imperial and Chaos forces since the Horus Heresy. Let's go back to discussing the pylons across Cadia for a moment. The truth of the pylons was that they were actually made of a substance called blackstone, a material that has a rather unique property of manipulating the warp. It was used heavily by the Necrons to create entire regions of space free from the touch of the warp, and it's believed that they were responsible for creating all of the pylons across Cadia. The pylons protect Cadia from being subsumed by the Eye of Terror, as well as maintaining the Cadian Gate. Abaddon's plan for the 13th Crusade, therefore, was to overload all of the pylons on the planet, causing the Eye of Terror to transform it into a demon world, and then he would continue to expand the Eye until Terra itself is swallowed up. An entire video could certainly be made on the 13th Black Crusade, but for now I'll just sum up the notable events. The first sign that an invasion was imminent came in the form of numerous space hulks appearing out of the Eye of Terror and entering into the Cadian sector. Space hulks are masses of multiple ships that have been fused together due to the warp, and are often used by forces of chaos or orcs to conceal their troops. Many of these space hulks were taken care of, but some slipped by and managed to attack strategically important worlds around the sector, crippling the region's naval forces. This was compounded with the presence of the Plague Fleet, a Death Guard fleet of ships led by Typhus, the herald of Nurgle the Plague Lord.
That was crazy. That was a crazy game, chat. Holy shit.
To break out across numerous worlds. The pylons of Cadia seem to erupt into life in response to this, appearing to be fighting back the powers of the warp.
The drow was a piece of shit.
In order to ensure that Cadia remained a fortress against chaos, the Cadian High Command ordered that every regiment of the Cadian
level 27
gather on Cadia
fucking
itself.
Dawnbreaker, nice.
To handle this, hundreds of extra
I
fields
don't
were
know how many
assembled at
fucking
the
wins we
Tyrock
actually
fields,
did, but
and millions of men began to gather there from
holy shit.
Unfortunately, a great betrayal occurred here, as
Holy
the Volscani
shit.
regiment, considered by many to be the most hardened fighters in the sector, suddenly turned on the unsuspecting Cadian forces. They exchanged their Cadian and Imperial banners for those of Chaos,
18 deaths?
and unleashed a wave of devastation across
I was
the fields,
14,
killing
26,
hundreds of
so.
thousands over the course of the following
I was
hours.
putting myself in harm's way.
Not only
crazy
were a
amount
great
of
number of soldiers lost, but also the governor of Cadia and nearly all of the Cadian High Command. Additionally, one of the governor's advisors managed to make it inside of the nearby fortress city, but his body was inflicted with a great plague. To prevent an epidemic spreading across Cadia, the entire city was forcefully quarantined.
Okay. We did pretty
The
decent.
other worlds in the Cadian
Alright,
sector
so that's gonna be
soon
it, guys.
fell,
Thanks for
and the
coming.
majority of the
I'll probably
Imperial
come back
fleet
and
here
play
had
something
either
else.
crippled
Probably either
or
Warframe
destroyed.
or
So began
maybe
Abaddon's
Binding of
invasion
Isaac. I'm not
Cadia
sure,
directly,
but I'm just gonna take a little
starting
break
with
because we've been playing for maybe like
massive
3 or 4 hours.
bombardment and continuing with an unprecedented
Maybe
amount
3
of
hours.
chaos,
I can't
space
tell.
marines,
I don't know.
demons, and chaos
5
titans.
hours. Holy shit.
Despite this, the
That's
forces
actually
of
pretty
Cadia,
crazy. I didn't
joined
expect
by
that.
the 13th Company of the Space Wolves managed to hold off the Chaos armies into a bloody stalemate. The Imperial Navy also received reinforcements to try
6
and launch a
hours, actually. It
counterattack
just hit
and
6
push
hours.
Abaddon's forces back into the
Oh
Cadian
my
Gate.
god. Your boy
While
Sheng
this
just
was
plays
ongoing,
games, man. Let's just
the
be real about
Word-Bearers
things.
Traitor Legion,
I
led by
can't stop
Aramis,
for some
began
reason.
enacting terrible rituals on the various
But
Imperial
alright,
worlds.
I'll
they
see you in a little
captured,
bit. I hope
horrific
some of
warp
this
storms
the
and
Warhammer
hordes
stuff
of
has been
demons
really
across
cool
other
for you guys to
sectors.
listen to. I don't know,
The
it
White
probably
Stars
isn't, but
chapter of Marines
when I'm
began
not
to
playing, when I'm not
counterattack these
streaming,
hordes.
I play
Cadia
games and
was
listen to stuff
reinforced by
like
the
this
Blood
too.
Angels,
Except
and
he
the
does like
Dark
SCP
Angels.
stuff. So again, I'll just give him a shout out and explain. The explaining series is he does a really good job. He's a really great YouTuber. I really enjoy his content. He usually does SCP stuff, which honestly are so good too. I listen. He gets one every Monday. So this was the last one, and like he's done a lot. He's done audiobooks where he reads the Call of Cthulhu. He's done a lot of stuff. I'm actually an incredibly big fan of his, and I didn't ask him for this video because I mean, who am I? But I did ask him when we did like a thing on my favorite SCP. We did do that, and I actually texted him and asked him if it was okay if I could show his videos on my channel, and he said it was cool. So he's actually even a cool enough guy to actually answer me and be cool enough to let me use it. So I'm actually really grateful to him. Dev stream and also a PoE2 free weekend. What is PoE2? I don't know. What is that? Path of Exile 2? Is that one already out, Path of Exile, or is there like is that only like Path of Exile 1? Oh, so Path of Exile 2 hasn't come out yet. Okay, because yeah, I see Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2.
Those in darkness once lay dormant.
The fuck?
Now return.
What kind of game is Path of Exile? Is it? It's like the one you said you like better than Baldur's Gate.
We who came before.
Oh, okay, Diablo like.
Behold, the first edict.
Okay. So is the story behind all this, or are you just going through dungeons? The fuck? So is this like the map, you gotta go through it? Like, you see that and then it delves into like maps that you have to like go?
We become one.
completely alone.
What the fuck? How many classes are there? Oh shit.
Hunt like it's your last.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
See, like when I'm seeing that, are those all stages? You gotta like go to each one of those and go through like the whole stage and then get to the next one? Cause that's a lot of stages. We are 4 parts out of 6 right now, and then quest for the end game stuff. This patch redid the end game. Maps are the end game. You clear things to get materials to make keys to fight bosses, and you can buff the bosses to get better drops. Jeez. That's over 30 stages at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. About almost 40 stages right there. It looks cool.
Now see how your story ends.
Can you customize your character too? What?
To face us is to face oblivion.
Okay. That's crazy. 9 classes right now. Subclasses?
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
Probably should have just left him the fuck alone. He turned into a bear? And a werewolf? What class is that? A druid? The last of the druids. What do you mean they're a weapon, not a class?
I will find you, Eve.
Oh, okay. So you could be a werewolf and a monk or whatever. It's not particularly based off like the class you pick. Interesting.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn.
So you can transform into a werewolf, a dragon, and all that just with a weapon?
The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Val. A gateway through time. Travel into the past, again and again.
Holy shit.
Alter the temple, uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere
the
in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Okay. I mean, it looks intense as shit.
Karui! I have called you here to save our people. To save our way. Over the ages, we have known pain like no other. But we endured. And we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores. And we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors. Show us your strength. Show us the true way. I understand.
It's Davy Jones! Oh, is that a sand shark? That's cool. Hey, it's the bird from fucking Darkest Dungeon. Fuck that motherfucking bird.
The true Makura Makoi will rise.
It's gonna be free to play, but you have to pay for it now? Jesus. And these are all stories within inside Path of Exile? Or you said there are different parts? So if I bought it for $30, do I get all the parts?
Is a thing
or do I get one part?
Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another.
It's all part of the same game. Like, I don't have to buy multiple parts.
Protected at all costs. Some have said,
Jesus,
my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Holy fuck. That's a big skill tree.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
So how does it play like? Is it play like a roguelike? Do you gotta just go through stages and then at the end it's something else? Or is it like a story? You're like going through, when you die, you don't start over, you go back to the beginning of the stage, or?
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Jesus Christ. Fucking crazy. Yeah, I mean, 30 bucks isn't nothing. I'll buy it.
Once lay dormant. Now return.
And it's a single player game. There's no multiplayer in it.
We who came before rise again. Behold the first edict.
Because this seems like cool, but I wouldn't only really want to play it with other people. I don't think I want to play it by myself. Games like that tend to get monotonous unless you're playing with other people, and then you get to see other like movesets and different types of playstyles. Getting dragged through a beautiful nightmare with pockets full of loot and poor life choices. The combat is weighty, the bosses hit like a truck carrying another truck, and every build idea turns into a 3 a.m. theory craft spiral. It's pushing addiction and somehow makes dying feel educational. If you enjoy dark fantasy, deep customization, and occasionally being humbled by a goat man with an anger issue, this game is absolutely worth playing. That's a pretty good answer to give me. Simply the greatest ARPG of all time. It's not even 1.0. Developers grinding gear games are extremely communicative and communal. It's almost unmatched, and they certainly know what they're doing. The game is absolutely beautiful and feels amazing. Controlling your character and the animations are super fluid. This game ruins most of the other games for me. Installed the game. Wow, this looks incredible. Reach first boss. Okay, cool. Mechanics. Dies 14 times. Fair enough. Opened the passive tree. What in the doctoral thesis is this? Found a new weapon plus 5% stun duration against enemies that are fired during a lunar eclipse. My current build. Hmm. This is my first. Oh, I want to. Here's a bad one. Yeah, I want to read. I always kind of want to read bad ones too. So much time and effort for such little reward. It's transcendent frustration and spirals into brain melting hysteria. The look of this game is likely its only redeeming quality because it's honestly great. They really managed to encompass the graphical fidelity that was always uh, expedient in Blizzard, and it handles as well too. However, where Diablo 4 felt too fast paced in order to get you to their end game grind, PoE 2 is completely and totally opposite, and it is the worst way. This game is such a slog. Act 2 was mentally and physically draining, and Act 3 has made me quit twice. I've come back to PoE 4 times. You find yourself grinding for hours, going through mazes of these enormous sprawling maps that feel like they never end, and vile temples that take 45 minutes to have an hour to complete and provide practically nothing. I just started skipping them by end of Act 3. I just don't care anymore because I wasn't getting gear that was worth putting in Vile Temple room upgrade. Also, if you fill up, oh my god, I can't. I'm not gonna read all this. Also, if you filled up most of all the vile board layouts, it just goes on and on and on. You're grinding for hours every day for orbs just to maybe upgrade to replace one piece of gear that maybe had one good modifier that you have to trade off for another good modifier. None of the gear ever feels well crafted enough for your character. Oh, look, a melee skill modifier for my source or int mod for warrior. The skill, yipes. I never hated the skill in PoE 1. I actually thought PoE 1 was a fun spin on the typical 4D play style. I used to at the time, but the skills in PoE 2 feel like an afterthought. Was rushed together, the skills really need a desperate overhaul. I used the same 2 source skills and 3 witch skills for practically 60% of the game. My favorite class to play is usually a minion build, and which minion lich build is closest, but it doesn't have the same feel. Also, 45 minutes is a long time. They are shortening a lot of these maps. How many hours he's played? He said he quit 4 times. So he's only played for 70 hours. Let me see. What was the other one where I was just reading? How many hours? 65. 68. This guy's played more than them. There's another one only played for 37. Somewhere around level 40, this game got started to feel immensely unsatisfying. Maybe I'm just terrible at seeing through the numbers, but I generally couldn't figure out how to make my build not suck. I I fully respect like twice trying to resolve survivability DPS issues and just couldn't get character to a place that felt satisfying. I even tried crafting with the dizzying amount of currency items. I had to try and improve my build with no luck. Maybe you can see through the numbers or are willing to stick to someone else build guides. There's some fun here. but the game is about the end game, and if you're not having fun getting there, what is the likelihood to be better at when I arrive? It's not a bad idea. It's not horrible. I've got 324. This guy has 1,559. Great game, other than point two, in my opinion. Devs constantly build the new feedback and make the game feel better and better every patch. Review PC specs. Windows 11, Ryzen 7, Radeon, RTX 3060. Okay. Incredible game, so much potential, just waiting for more content. It seems like half of the game is still being worked on. He's only done for 47 hours. 158. Of the Diablo likes, this one is the very best. If you like any Diablo games, you own it to yourself to check this game out. I can believe fantastic, runs flawless on my system as well. Cannot get enough of it. My only complaint is that I wish it ran better on Steam Deck. Other than that, fantastic. Ryzen 7, 8-core processor, 31 gigabyte RAM, Radeon 7000. Okay. I mean, I get the impression it's a good game. See, what is it? Supporter pack. Supporter pack. Lord, like, why is it different ones? Why they name something different? Thinking the Far Doom supporter pack. Oh, that's $99. I wouldn't buy that anyway. You get like bells and whistles. Let's see, who's played this? Once this game. Okay, that's the wish list. Yeah, 324 hours. That's you. Who I played with 14. 78. 113 minutes. I don't even know how much 113 minutes is. Wow, Mook. Oh, Mook's played this. They don't say how many hours he's played. He just has it, I guess. 625. Oh, okay. He's played for 23 hours. I have DNAP as a friend. I don't see him on here. Oh, you're right. Friends who played friends who have Path of Exile in their library. Friends who want it. Okay. So these people have it, they just haven't started yet. Oh, Greg! Play for 4 hours. I haven't talked to old Greg. Oh, Greg! 755 hours for oatmeal? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Yeah, 138 hours. Friends who play Path of Exile in the last 2 weeks. Oh, it's you. It's you! Yeah. Should give it a try. But I already have, like... I already have Warframe has to do all this fucking grinding for shit. True enough. All those games have so much grinding in it. But see, I don't know. For me, playing stuff like Dota and deadlock and stuff. You know, it's like the same thing. You're doing like kind of the same thing, but you're like, you know, it's like, you know, versus people, so it's like a mind game going. Am I close to Jade? I want Jade. I do want Jade. Be cool if I got Jade. I would like that very much. I want Jade. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, my TikTok videos got 52 likes. 52 likes, 617 views. I tell you, like, getting anywhere on TikTok doesn't feel good. I don't know what you have to do to get on to actually start getting people to follow you on TikTok. I have almost 10,000 likes and I have 137 followers. But you know what I tend to notice is that TikTok is about talking, and I do I do clips of my on my streams, and I make little videos about my streams or about certain games, and I don't know. I figured that you know, there's gamers on TikTok. Why wouldn't they want to see stuff about games or stuff like that? Not so much. And I've been trying to use it to, you know, promote the channel, but it's I don't know. There's no guarantee any of this stuff helps me get anyone to come over to the YouTube side or the Twitch side. There's like no guarantee in any of that. And I mean, you know, writing scripts in the background, trying to figure out how to get that off the ground because I'm, you know, everyone's like long form videos do better on YouTube and stuff like that. But if you don't get people to even look at your stuff, it doesn't even matter. And I've done videos where I've put in hours into editing and it doesn't get the time of day. It's not easy. Everything I do on this channel, everything I try to stream or try to make content and stuff like that, none of it's easy because in reality, you're trying to be an entertainer, you know what I mean? You're trying to be an entertainer like everyone else who's on this platform and on TV and DVDs and Blu-rays and going out with your friends and playing and watching movies and doing this. You know, you're in competition with all of that. And trying to get anywhere is not easy, you know. I want to get somewhere. I want to be successful. But in reality, that's the kind of stuff you just can't even think about. Because you could do it. I could do this my whole life and never get anywhere. Again, I'm coming up on 2,000 videos made. I'm almost at 2,000 videos. And that doesn't guarantee me anything. Shit, I'm barely scraping to get to 2,000 subs. We're at 1,914, I think, which I am like so proud of. So proud of. But I've also seen people with 15 videos and they're at 2 million, you know? So 2,000 videos to get to 2,000 subs doesn't really mean anything. But it means something to me because you gotta get personal enjoyment out of this. I personally love making content. I love being a streamer, and I try to make content that hopefully people will enjoy and watch and try to reciprocate that with likes or, you know, watching the video, commenting on the video. Somebody commented a bunch on the Till Dawn video we made. Well, the first part of it, and I'm always happy when people actually watch the videos and actually engage in that kind of stuff. That can brighten up my day more than anything because I know that my video wasn't just ignored. Because like I've told people plenty of time, whenever you do anything, the worst thing that can happen is you being ignored. Being like somebody saying they hate your video, it's fine because you drove them to actually feel something. When somebody can actually go, "You fucking suck. I hate you." This, that, and third. You've gotten somebody to actually care enough to put those words down and send them to you. Because then the people who don't care, they're not going to say anything. They're just going to move the fuck on. You know? So that's the worst thing. When you make content and people just go, "Oh, okay, whatever," and walk the fuck on. I'm sorry, I just ranted there for a few minutes for no reason. Sometimes I like to vent. Sometimes I like to vent about my personal. I don't want to say struggle. My personal journey into making content, because a couple of people are like, "Oh, why don't you video Pathfinder and stuff like that, like Untino or we do?" And I'm like, first off, that's not my game to be putting myself and anybody else's business out there. It's a thing with friends and stuff. Plus, I'm not the one running the game, so I wouldn't even presume to even think that. I mean, if I maybe ran one time, maybe I would do it, like a one shot, but I don't know the rules of Pathfinder. So I don't know if I could do that. I know tangentially more rules about about D&D because I've watched so much of it more than Pathfinder, and we've been playing it for 2 years. But I don't know. I've always wanted to try maybe being a DM once or twice to, I mean, do voices and stuff, because I mean, I would be that DM. I would be the DM to be doing different voices for different characters and stuff like that, because that's just weirdly enough to say, that's why I grew up on it, on like Pathfinder, or well, not Pathfinder, but D&D. Like, it's not good that I learned from like the best DMs of all time. Like, big shout out to Matthew Mercer, um uh Brennan Lee Mulligan, Abria Iyengar. Like, they're just amazing. They're like simply amazing role players and fucking DMs that it's just kind of captivating watching them. Like, I watched the scene with Brennan Lee Mulligan that made me cry because it was so good. It was so good. And I've seen stuff from Abria Iyengar that's just like amazing. She's just such a great DM, a yes and DM, and rolls with the punches and does stuff. Like, she's just great. And I mean, Matthew Mercer, what can I say? Like, he's a great voice actor. Like, he's a great voice actor, and he's everywhere. And he's done a lot of different stuff. So like, he's just so experienced. So when you watch him DM, it just feels natural. So I learned a lot of that kind of stuff. But I mean, I wouldn't say I'm anywhere, I'm not any of them or anything like that. But it kind of warped my idea of what a DM should be, you know? Because her mission is right now you get double rewards for farming jade. Really? Because her mission is the event? Really? All right, well then I guess I should do some Warframe because I would like jade. It is closed for where you start the next quest. It's like 4 hour story quest. Jesus. I tend not to like accents unless it makes sense for them to have an accent. For what I remember, Matt did a good job with that. Yeah. Like, everyone in the country tends to have the accent, and if they have a different accent, they were from somewhere else. Yeah. He's done a great job with that. I mean, again, I've watched so much Critical Role. Unfortunately, I don't know. I've stopped watching a lot of Critical Role. I'll watch the beginning of the campaign, but the problem for me is twofold. One, we're doing Pathfinder when they're doing it, so then I don't get to watch it all, and going back and watching it after you miss like 3 or 4 episodes, that's like, 13 hours of content, which when I first started, I would do that. But again, I don't know. It's because they're friends, so like nothing's bad's gonna happen to any of them. And I don't know, like what the first time that I see they kind of changed a little to make nothing bad happen, it kind of gave me a bad like taste in my mouth. I was like, I don't like that. They should have died. But it's like, it's their game. They're all friends, and you don't want your friend to not have a good time, and that's what D&D is about. You should have you want to have fun with your friends, and if you fucking die, you're not really gonna have any fun. You're just gonna be kind of upset that your character died. For the most part, most people do not like when their character dies. So like I get that. So I had to accept that as a person that wants one thing and then goes, well, they're friends and they should have fun. And if they do things to make sure their character don't die, or if they say they had something that they probably didn't have so that their character can be saved, then let it go. Let it go and enjoy the banter between them. You have also been quoted as saying that Gojo dying is stupid because you shouldn't kill a main character. That's very cool that you remember. And yes, I didn't like that, and I don't like that to this day. And I mean, it almost feels the same way. Like, I mean, he's the coolest character in. Well, that's cool. He's the coolest character that to the point where everyone references him outside of the thing. Again, that's one of my favorite memes. You get to say anything. Yo, this dude makes the best blueberry pancakes I've ever had. Of course, for the exception of Satoru Gojo. I mean, I say that already when people don't understand what I'm saying, but it's in everything. He's not there, but they'll say, except for Satoru Gojo, of course. And it's not even like it's except for Satoru Gojo, of course, because everyone fucking knows that Gojo is the best, and it's like, okay, cool, and then he just dies. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan. I'm not like. I mean, I love Tolkien, and I like George R. R. Martin. I've read Tolkien. I haven't read Martin, and I have Game of Thrones, but the print is too small. I can't sit there and do that. But just killing off characters when you build them up doesn't feel fantastic. Like if Gandalf stayed dead, I don't know. I would be kind of disappointed because Gandalf is a fucking Maiar, and how are you gonna kill fucking Gandalf? He's like the guy that started the whole thing. And of course, it shows stakes and stuff, and I understand why you would do it. It's just, sometimes you gotta kind of divorce yourself from the story. As I get older, I have to do that for myself for a lot of things, honestly. I mean, the stuff with the Star Wars stuff. I'm not bitter about the Star Wars stuff, but I feel that Disney as a company wants to do what they want to do, and everyone who doesn't like it is some kind of like troll or fanboy, and they need to get over it. And for me personally, if it wasn't for the people who have that passion for it, this fucking whole thing wouldn't be here. You think there'd be Star Wars if the fucking nerds didn't keep pushing it out there for other people to fall in love with it? The stories, the shows and stuff and the movies themselves are good, but it isn't the oral tradition of people bringing it out, talking it to people who aren't a fan of it, and having them introduce you to the thing and making it grow from that. If people didn't do that, then it wouldn't be anything. And that's why I'm not doing it now. That's why I don't talk to people about it. That's why I'm not bringing up shit. That's why I don't go talk. Like, the last time me, you, and which girl was talking was the last time I actually kind of broke any of that shit down. Because, like, nah. They don't want me as a fan. They don't want me as a fan. They want every 12-year-old to buy a Grogu t-shirt and fucking plushie and move the fuck on so they can keep doing it. It just feels soulless to me. And for me, I'm not down for that. I don't like big mega corporations bleeding you dry off of shit. The same thing with fucking Nintendo. Oh, remember Mario? Mario's doing the same thing again. Buy it up. Slurp it up. Slurp it up. We're gonna give you the same Star Fox game. We're coming out with Star Fox again. It's gonna be the same game. You're gonna slurp it up because you're 10 years old. You don't know about the fucking last 20 games we did. It doesn't matter because we're selling it to you, and there's a new 10-year-old every year, and we'll sell it to that motherfucker until they grow up and get to like PlayStation or Xbox and play adult games. But we're always gonna be selling the same like 10 games. And we will keep shoveling that shit down your throats and not innovating anything. Not fucking giving you value anymore. It's less and less value, but you won't know that. You won't know you're a fucking kid. And your parents want to buy something safe so they don't have to think about it. So they're going to keep buying it. And Nintendo's just going to live off that forever. So cool for them. Good for them and people who like that. I'm just not gonna do that. I'm not gonna, particularly they're doing all the patent shit and trying to fucking patent like blatant like game mechanics. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. They can go kiss my ass. I'm good. I'm not, and I don't want to support anything like that. So I don't know. I try not to bring my feelings into it anymore because so many of the things that I love just aren't there anymore. In any tangible way, or the things that I love about them aren't in there anymore in any tangible way. It's sad that the Shadow of Mordor system is yeah, of course they copyrighted it and they'll never use it. That's in a closet somewhere. The whole Nemesis system and stuff. They're not gonna use that. They're not gonna use that for anything. I think it was called Rivals or the Nemesis system, I think. I think it was a Nemesis system because it was like a system where like you beat somebody and they become your rival, your nemesis, and they'll show up in other things to kill you or you kill them, and then stuff happens with that. It was a really interesting. I never played Shadow of Mordor because again, I felt that was like, yeah, cool. I mean, but again, I felt that was a cash grab of fucking Lord of the Rings. And then they did the Amazon Prime series and stuff like that. And it's like, no, just let it go. They're trying to do another one. They're trying to do another movie where it's like The Hunt for Golem in the middle, like it's a sequel. It's a movie before the Lord of the Rings when they're trying to find Golem. It's like no one like I don't want to see that. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. Just the stories are fine the way they are. I don't need to have a new one in 2017 or 2030 about fucking trying to find Golem. We know what happens. We know what happens to Golem. He falls in the fucking lava. Spoiler alert, if you didn't fucking see Lord of the Rings, he falls in the lava. Oh my god, I can't believe he spoiled Lord of the Rings for me. It was fucking like 20 years ago! I'm sorry. See, I'm getting mad at people who aren't even here. Because you motherfuckers, yeah, I'm an asshole. If you haven't watched it and it's been 20 years, don't watch it! Don't watch it! Don't watch it. There's very few movies that I have not watched that I wanted to watch and have not watched. I can't think of one right now. They're less like that because people got made at them showing up in their missions and killing them. Fuck them. Yeah, I mean, again, like there's things that's been out forever. You know, like I wonder what happened at the end of Jaws. If you don't know what happened at the end of Jaws 1, don't watch Jaws. It's already been like 40 years, 35, 38 years. You don't want to watch it. You don't care. You don't care. don't watch it. It's the same thing I say people Game of Thrones. Oh, should I watch Game of Thrones now? It's like, no, don't watch it. It's over. It's over. You didn't watch it when it came out. You didn't watch it. You didn't care to watch it like the time in between. It's been like 10, like I want to say like what, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. Hey Google, when did Game of Thrones end?
May 19th, 2019.
2019. 19, 20, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. It's been 8 years. If you haven't watched it, then don't watch it. It's 8 years. Cut off time. It wasn't that important to you, so don't watch it. I don't know. Because people ask me this shit all the time about like different games, different movies and stuff like that. I'm like, do you care? If you did, you would have watched it already. There's so many ways to watch certain things now. I mean, you could, if you wanted to find something, you could. And I came in a point where I was the true internet person. Like people, the millennials growing up, we were true internet people because we were there when the internet began. So it's like, honestly, that's why I'm the way I am now. Like I don't buy movies and stuff like that anymore because it's like I'm only gonna buy movies I want to support, and if I don't want to support it, I know like 8 different websites to go to watch it and not spend a dime. I used to that's how I used to watch all the fucking animes when it came out. Naruto, Bleach, all that shit when it first came out. I know the sites to go watch them shits. They weren't subbed, so I was just watching them, but that's fine with me. I didn't care. But it's like now there's just so many different ways to get to anything you want to see. That if you haven't seen it, then you don't want to. There's a million books around. There's a million places. Like media is just scattered across the internet. If you don't want to, if you haven't seen it, because you don't want to see it. Oh, I don't have time. You got time. You make time for something you want. Literally, I have a pile of comics over there that I went and I got for like the last 3 weeks. I haven't read them all, but I went out and got them. Honestly, I'm probably gonna get me a drink and read 2 of them. Hold on, here, let me show you guys real quick. What do we got? What do we got here? Oh. So let's see real quick. Oh yeah, fucking first one we got Storm, Earth's Mightiest Mutant. I've been actually reading this since like last year when they had the standalone series, the first one called Storm or Earth's Mightiest Mutant, and this has just been an incredible read. This one's only up to 4. It's the continuation of it. It's so fucking good. Oh my god. I saw this and I had to get it. I had to get it. It's like Sonic X DC, I guess. And the cover is literally like Rouge the Bat and like what you call it. But honestly, what sold me when I looked at this on the fucking thing was first I did like the art style, but seeing like fucking Flash and Sonic like running down the fucking street. I was like, all right, yeah, this is. I have to. Not only that, but at the end you fucking see, what is it, Robotnik and fucking Lex Luthor. Fucking Robotnik and Lex Luthor? That actually sounds like a crazy team. Like, so I had to get this. This is like the first. It's like one of five. So I got them to pull for this because I'm fucking with it. Oh yeah, Absolute Batman. Absolute Batman has been like one of the craziest reads. Period. And from what I've been hearing, Absolute Batman has actually been one of the biggest things in DC history. Honestly, I think it's selling like ridiculous. And the people who've been drawing Absolute Batman are just doing an amazing job. It's just a gorgeous book, and I love it. Oh yeah. So again, Storm the Mightiest Mutant. I've been again got all of those. Oh yeah, Martian Manhunter. The Absolute Martian Manhunter has been like one of the dopest reads. It looks so freaking gorgeous. Look at the colors on Absolute Martian Manhunter. They're doing some trippy shit in Ultimate Martian Manhunter, like trippy ass shit, and it's taking longer than I expected because literally they're up to episode like comic like 20 on Absolute Batman, and this is the latest episode. This is the latest one for Ultimate Martian Manhunter. It's only 11. Why is that 11 and Wonder Woman and that are up to like 20? It's kind of weird. I gotta look that up. Like, why is Ultimate why is Ultimate Green Lantern and all them like just taking the yeah? Because look, this is Ultimate Batman 20. Like I haven't read honestly. I haven't read. Wow, look at Ultimate Scarecrow. Look at that motherfucker. Holy shit. Holy shit. I haven't read this. I haven't read honestly, I've only read up to like 15. So I have 5 of these I need to read. But I just haven't read them yet. Cuz I'm streaming and stuff all the damn time. Barbara Gordon Breakout. I don't know. I don't even know where this is. Like Barbara Gordon is like in jail. And it looks pretty good, honestly. The graphically it looks really good. But I don't even know where this takes place. And it's 1, so. Oh yeah. Siren Love Hurts. It's like a Black Label series of like I think they say it's more like on like a almost like I don't know what to call it. But it's literally like Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, Black Canary, and Catwoman. It's like revolves around them. They say it's like Sex in the City kind of style, but I don't know. I bought them. I haven't read them yet. Just from what I was reading it, damn. Just from what I was reading about it. I'm sorry, what? 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 I mean, I also don't know about the whole. Again, I kind of don't know about Harley Quinn always being with Poison Ivy. I always think it's just kind of weird, but not weird in any other way, but just the fact that she was with Joker for like mad long, and now she's like ultra lesed up with Poison Ivy. I don't have a problem with it, but it's just like. I mean, she's bi, so it is what it is. It doesn't really matter to me. She's a fucking fake character. Oh yeah, and then look at that. This is the latest Green Lantern, Ultimate Green Lantern, and it's fucking on chapter 14. I haven't even finished reading. What? Let me close that and not ruin that for me. That was last week. This is this week's, and we'll end the stream on that. Oh yeah, the Batgirl series has been really good too, and the art for Batgirl comics has been like really good, like really good. And there's another one that I followed from like last year. Yeah, that's the OG cover. Look at that. That shit looks cool. But I've been following this. They had a Batgirl series, from starting from last year, and I had read it from there. It was really good. I've always liked Cassandra Cain Batgirl with the fucking with the cool ass mask that's like basically her face is all stitched up because she never talked. She was raised by assassins and she never talked. Um, so she only learned how to like communicate and listen through sounds and stuff like that. So she's like on a different level. She's dope as fuck. Dope as fuck. And I've been trying to keep up with it. I haven't bought a couple. So that was 18. That was 19. This is 18. And I'm probably missing a couple. Yeah, the only like two Marvel books I've been reading, Sorcerer Supreme. This is every comic on Sorcerer Supreme. Uh, Wanda, Scarlet Witch is now like the Sorcerer Supreme. What's called disappeared. Um, Stephen Strange disappeared. Look at the artwork. Look at the artwork of this book. It's brilliant. Honestly, that's what got me when I first saw the first cover of the first one, and the art looked this good. Looked like really good. It's like, all right, I want to give some Marvel stuff a try, and I did. And this is the one that stuck with me. We're up to episode 6, and yes, this is good shit. This is good shit. I haven't read this one because I just got it in a couple hours ago. Very good shit. Very, very good shit. Oh yeah, and then this is the newest one for the Siren Love Hurts. The same thing I just showed you with Poison Ivy, Catwoman, and like the art style is a little more like a little more cartoonish, but I broke from tradition. I should have got the ones like the rest of them, but look at that cover though. I mean I've always had a crush on Harley Quinn, so I'm not gonna. And the first time I seen this shit, she was like fucking Catwoman was fucking Batman and shit. Like I was like, all right, cool. Hmm. It's definitely a unique art style. I'm not gonna lie. Hmm. But I have to like actually read it. Like I actually have to read this. Like all of them. I've only read the first one. This one's not bad. And yeah, final one is a Catwoman series. I've been reading this for a little bit too. It's good stuff. Honestly, I kind of regret getting this cover. This is the variant cover. The actual cover of the book looked like that, and that looks like so much cooler. But they pulled it. They pulled it for me. I have a pull thing, like you know what I mean. They pull it so I don't have to hurry to the shop and miss something. Because I used to do that, like just I'll just go and get it, and I would like miss it. Yes, I have Tekken 8. Love Tekken. Honestly, I was watching tournament play at Tekken for a while, and I feel like I need to get back into it because I love Tekken so much. Sorry, I went to like 8 different things right there for a minute, didn't I? Sorry, my mind goes all over the place sometimes. That and I got mods for Minecraft to work, so I'm super happy about that. We're probably gonna do Minecraft Monday. Where we're gonna have some fun playing some Minecraft tomorrow. Why? Did you get Tekken? Is it on sale? If not, I think it's still like $60 or something like that. Is it on sale? So is Risk of Rain, the DLC for Risk of Rain. It's like $12. $70 still? Bro. I'm not paying $70 for that. I'll wait till it's 40. Dino Crisis is $9.99. I'm gonna have to get that. Dino Crisis, amazing game. All these porn games. All these porn games. Path of Exile is $30. Job Simulator. Oh, this is virtuality. I need to actually get virtual headset. Dragon Ball Ginkinshin Squad. Yeah, I'm not reading all that. I'm stupid. Disco is Dead. Dead is Disco is actually a game I wanted to get for a while. It looks really good. Hmm. I don't see it. You would think that a game as popular and big as Tekken would be like everywhere. It'd be on the first page. That's the only reason why I did this, because I thought it would just be on the front page. Wow, okay. Oh, what?
I was born ready.
Tekken 8 is $23? $23? Advanced Edition $27? My dude, buy it if you can. I'll buy it for you if you feel like it. $23 is fucking... That's so freaking cheap for Tekken 8? Oh my god! Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Oh my god! I love Tekken. Again, it's my favorite fighting game of all time, period. Yeah, why does it look at that. One day. They did something that somebody didn't like and they review bombed it. It's over for Tekken? Yeah, see, like this kind of stuff is 53 hours isn't enough for me to do anything, really. The devs have stepped on us. They don't care about their community. This built this game to succeed at all. Please respect those who gave more of their lives to make Tekken great and bigger. Okay. The feeling is of freeing up disk space when you uninstall is more enjoyable than gameplay. Wow. Developers are clearly out of touch with the community and don't have a clue what makes a good fighting game. This game tuned into a full-on brain-dead offensive fest. Being a good Tekken player. Somebody invited me to play? Oh, Shandy. Being a good Tekken player always meant trying to outsmart your opponent. Scrubs almost never beat someone who put in the time and effort to learn opponent's moves. Now still lose your turn around, block 3 different moves of opponent. Perfect moves are in game mid plus frames, homing, power crush, built-in evasion, plus wall splat. Gone for good old days. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and say that they're wrong or right, because I haven't played in a little bit. But I don't know. I love Tekken wholeheartedly, like very much so. It's my favorite. It's my favorite fighting game of all time. I mean, hey. Heart formally apologized twice during Tekken 8. I didn't see that. I wonder what he apologized for.
Welcome, Unctina.
Why does it welcome you now? That's fucking weird. One's for balance and one's for microtransaction? Really? That's interesting. Oh, wow. That sucks. She got into a game. Um, I don't know. Let me know. You can see for yourself. $20, $23 is a steal for one of the best polished fighting games of all time. What I'm seeing is people like saying shit that they don't like is what they added to the game in terms of mechanics, I think, for certain things. I talked to a bunch of Tekken players who have iterated some things of that, but I don't know. I've still enjoyed it, and I've always played Tekken. It's my favorite. It's my favorite fighting game. Tekken, Soul Calibur. Now, I'm not gonna lie, Guilty Gear is pushing up on that third position. Because Street Fighter, I'm okay with, but honestly, I feel like a lot of Street Fighter shit feels just kind of like frustrating to me, and kind of bullshit. Again, I mean, I don't know. Like, I like playing Manon. I think she's awesome. I need to get back on and learn how to play with Mai, because I'm just not very good with her, and I know she's very good. But I don't know. I like Guilty Gear better. So, but yeah, yeah, I'll probably come back and play some Warframe, seeing that like I have to get 4 hours 4 hours to get Jade or whatever the fuck. So if I gotta put in the work to get her, then I'll try, because she seems like generally the next one I kind of want to mess with anyway. Jade, and maybe Dami Mommy seems fun. You get to fly around and be Bustle Mommy. Mm, chick with the wolves. Okay. I mean, apparently I got some. I mean, you shitted on my alpha gear. You can't shit on my alpha gear. Not alpha gear, man. Alpha. It's alpha. Or no, was it Sigma? I can't remember. Oh, it was Sigma. Oh fuck. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was Sigma. Point it out, why don't you? But yeah, I'll probably do some of that. I don't know. This week I'm gonna be doing more what is it called? Non VTubing streams. I don't know. Everyone keeps thinking that I'm weird or something because I do VTube and stuff, but first off, I don't give a fuck. But second of all, what does it fucking matter? Literally, I see somebody VTubing as a fucking peanut, and no one says shit about that. But you see me have a hot VTubing chick, and it's like, oh, what the fuck is this? I never expected that. Well, he's a fucking peanut. I didn't expect it. Do I get to go on that motherfucking stream and go, I can't believe a peanut's talking. That's weird. You're weird for talking like a peanut. What the fuck are you talking about? It's all not real, my dude. Except I have the balls to show my fucking face. Because I don't give a flying fuck. And whether I never change my personality when I'm VTubing as the girl or the fucking goblin or any fucking thing. It's me. They're all expressions of who I am. Not the fact that I'm a girl in any way, but it's honestly the easiest answer I can say is, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. And for me, the genre of VTubing is dominated by female VTubers. They're like the dominant species in VTubing. And when you're in Rome, you do as the Romans. Until I find, and because that's another thing, I couldn't think of a very good original idea for a male VTuber model. When I do, I'll get right on it and we'll make one. But right now, the thing I had in my head was a hot VTubing chick that was made from like 3 different characters that I have. She's based off my Fantasy Star character. So I had already had the blueprints for it. And like I say, when I make female characters in all games, if I gotta sit there and watch something, it's gotta be something I like to look at. The 2 best reasons I can give. And every time somebody comes and go, oh, it's weird that a guy's voice is coming out. Like, I don't give a fuck, my dude. Don't be here. Again, I'm desperate for people to watch my content, to support me. But if you don't like what I'm doing, get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't care. I've made it this far not caring about any of that shit, and I'm gonna keep going that way. If no one watches my shit ever again, I did everything the way I wanted to do it. And I'm proud of that. Because every follower that chooses to stay and hang out with me, every follower that watches my content, they watch it because they know who I am and they like me. And they like my content. There's nothing better in the world than being yourself and people liking you for being yourself. Nothing better. Again, I've told plenty of people, don't do this for other people. Don't do this. Don't be a streamer for other people because other people aren't you and you have to live with what you do. You have to live with doing things to try to chase trends and them not working out, you know what I mean? People not fucking watching. Like, now you're doing things that you hate and no one's watching you. Now you don't want to do it anymore. It's the worst thing you could do. But yeah, we'll play some Warframe. I'm gonna take a break and then we'll play some Warframe. Coming down to like 3 days left of my vacation, so it's whatever. I did a bunch of stuff that I wanted to do. So I have no regrets. Thank you guys for watching and listening and tolerating me. I appreciate that. I don't know, and Tina, if you're still around, and you feel like playing some, sure, but I wouldn't mind getting down with you. Also, let me know if you don't have the money for Tekken. I will absolutely buy that for you because I love Tekken. I love Tekken very, very much. I love it. And I consider you a good dude. I like you as a person. So for me personally, if it's cheap, if it's not expensive, and I know somebody will like something, I have no problem getting them the thing because the money is only for things. It's not for anything else. And if I can do things to help other people, I'm cool with that. But if you don't want it, then don't worry about it. So yeah. I will be back in a little bit. Have a good night if I don't see you guys. And then if not, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, absolutely no problem, bro.